Blessings, people. Everybody watching. I see there's 65 people here. 6 likes. The hell is going on with these numbers? But yeah, people, big up yourself, everybody watching Peniros Mind. Got a few things that we're going to cover today, people. Forgive me for starting late as well. Yo, big up the people in the chat. Big up Lionheart. Bless up. Big up OSG and welcome home too. OSG TV, BR Reality. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put the link in the description for man. BR, bless up my brother.
Bro, what's cracking, my G?
Yeah, it's been a minute. I'm going to put up, put the StreamYard in the chat.
All right.
So what's happening, my bro?
Nothing, bro. I'm just staying, man, living life and enjoying it.
Yeah?
Yeah, bro. Yourself?
I see you still putting up videos, doing your thing.
Yeah, man. And give me something to do in the spare time. Bro, tell truth is something I enjoy doing, you know.
Yeah,
recording and editing and them thing there.
Content creator. You know what I mean?
That's the one.
Content creator. Welcome back on OSG TV to YouTube.
No, 100%, man. That's the big bro right there, the big homie.
People, I'll put the link in the chat if you want to jump on. You know what I mean? And big up John Hanford. At any time, man. Look.
Oh, big up, bro. I see you in the building. I just see the message now.
Yeah, he's in the building. The link's there if you want to jump on OSG. It's there. Well, yeah, brother. So yeah, we're just going through a couple of things. And what's been happening on your side? You heard anything crazy out there lately? Because you know this world,
man. One of the crazy things I was gonna save that. I was trying to put a little video together. Is to do with the R. Kelly thing, and the next thing is the little youth that got what do you get shot? That little 9-year-old girl.
Yeah. Give me some more info on that 9-year-old girl because someone did mention that to me the other day, and at the time it was like, you know, sometimes when you hear those sort of things, it kind of, if you're not ready for it at that right time, it can kind of throw you off. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. The things I have
9
not even
years old. That's very young.
I know. But that's the thing. People out there are brutal, innit? They don't really care. They don't give a damn what age some people are. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't even know too much on that story. It was my bro that was telling me about it. Well, I overheard him talking about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And it seems to me that there's a lot of killing going on.
Hello, loads of them. But my thing is, I don't too much, not in a disrespectful way, I don't too much care about the other ones though. It's like man's community. God, we're killing ourselves, bro.
That's the crazy thing about it. And then, like we said before in other shows, you know, when a policeman kills somebody now, you know what I'm saying? It's like everyone goes crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like when
100%
killed by someone from a different color, you know, people go crazy.
It's facts. That's why I didn't really jump all over that Black Lives Matters. You know what I mean? I understand fully Black Lives Matters, but it should matter all the time and not just any time one of us get hit up or injured.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just for the fact of Black Lives Matter, just for the fact that there's a separation, it shouldn't even be a Black Lives Matter. There should be everybody. You know? It's like the separation. It's like, you know, it's like make up like a nickel man. So you know what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I dropped a video around that time. I got a bit of slack for it, but at the end of the day, that's my opinions, isn't it? I can't change I can change the way I think, but if I think something, I'll say it.
That's it. That's what we can do right now. So I'm hearing right now, that in the UK there's some I don't know how deep it is. You know, these people, it's like something they use these things as scare tactics. But apparently we've got like a water crisis in the UK, which is actually ridiculous. But they're saying that water companies are warning that, you know, there's too much water. And people are already talking, like, this is, someone's writing back. White rap the news. White rap the news. People, yes, my brother.
Yeah, brother.
What's going on, bro? Long time,
man. What's happening?
Man, loving you, man. Love all you guys, man.
Oh man, definitely, man. You see the video I put up today, right?
I did see it, brother. I just now saw it, man. And then I just got home from work and I walked in and I saw the video. I was like, right on.
Yeah,
Got it out, man. Thanks a
I
lot.
thought that would be a good type of video to let people to draw to your channel. You know what I mean? Because you're talking about your channel too. So yeah, don't worry. Come on, man. We got loads of videos to put. You see, I put up I re-edited the thing for you and everything. So you know.
Yeah, thanks a lot, man. Yeah, when we get off the live, brother, man, shoot me an email, whiteraptornews@gmail.com. Shoot me your address, man. I'd like to get a little.
Yeah. We got to talk behind the scenes. We got to be more communicational behind the scenes a bit more. I hear you, definitely, definitely. So right now you got BR here. I don't know if you've got BR TV before. BR, so.
Brother.
How you doing, bro?
I'm all right.
Yeah, and basically, I was just talking about water companies in the UK are actually saying that we're using too much water. And I don't know if you've heard BR, but there's this big noise and mess about this is one of the hottest months for the UK.
Yeah.
But the thing is, I don't agree with that. I remember 2 years ago, I was sitting in the park and the trees then were dried out. The floor looked like it was going to catch fire anytime and it was hot as hell. That was like, so I don't know. It's like they're saying that they're going to ban, they always say they're going to ban hose pipe ban.
But then you got to think, we do use a lot of water, because in this country, not in the poorer countries,
we waste a lot of water.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah. Because my kids will leave the tap running. I leave the tap running. I might leave the tap running to go and do something and come back to it.
Right.
We be filling our ponds with water, sprinkling our gardens with water. Every time you go to a urinal, it has a sensor. It goes off, wasting more water. You understand?
So what about over where you are, Raptor News? You ever hear anything like? Do you ever say things like that as well?
Yeah, brother. I'm glad you asked, man. 2 seasons ago, you nailed it, man. It was the hottest summer that I ever experienced in my life. In fact, I do a lot of gardening and stuff in my backyard. So when I wasn't wearing a shirt, and when I took the shirt out and I'd walk out in that backyard, you could literally feel the sun radiate through you. It was a total different kind of heat, brother. It was just
like it's cooking you.
Yeah. Yes, radiating right through your body and everything. And this year here, right now, bro, this is the coolest summer that I've ever had in this city that I live in. In fact, I don't think that it's broke 100 this year at where I live, man. It's remained in the 90s. So we've really been blessed with a wonderful summer this year.
So what is that in Celsius? About 35, 37?
I'm sorry?
Because your temperatures in Fahrenheit, what's that in Celsius? About 35, 37?
I don't know the breakdown between Celsius and Fahrenheit and everything. 107 Fahrenheit, is pretty hot here, but it's remained at about, I'd say 90 Fahrenheit, 90 to 95 lately.
Yeah, we have to Google that one.
Yeah, it's been a beautiful summer this year. I mean, I'm not bothered with it at all. I've been very grateful.
Yeah. Where was it over there where it was like 100 degrees or something?
Well, 2 years ago here, man, it reached about 120, 125. Like I said, you stepped outside the door, you could just feel that heat. In fact, it would burn the leaves if you didn't.
Yeah, I remember, Rap. I remember it was you're talking about the time where the signs were melting. The signs were melting and stuff like that. I remember.
Yeah.
I remember the footage. Yeah.
Yeah.
Shop signs were melting. Road signs were melting, and all types of craziness. Yeah.
Right, man. And brand new leaves were scorching. You'd see leaves that are brand new on a plant. If you didn't water that plant, it would scorch your plant.
So it's just absorbing all the energy.
Yes. Yes.
So you think that's man-made? Do you reckon that's do you think that's the?
I do, brother. I believe that a lot of things that are going on are man-made. And I also believe that mankind is trying to steal the glory of God, and they're trying to hide something like Nibiru. That's probably one of the reasons why they chemtrail the shit out of everything.
Exactly.
They're trying to hide Nibiru. And
exactly.
I personally myself, brother Peniro, I wouldn't have even really believed in Nibiru and stuff. But the truth is when I started pumping videos out about Nibiru, they were blocking my shit, man. They're shutting my channel down. They're blocking the content. So that leads me to believe that when you talk about Nibiru and they're blocking that shit, it must be true.
Yeah, same thing happened to me when it comes to the cloning.
Yeah.
I don't really talk. I don't know if anyone's noticed that I don't really talk about it much, and the reason why is because I put out 2 videos and they blocked it worldwide.
Right.
So that speaks for itself. But I remember I was watching a video of yours, and it's really funny how you got these other channels that have got quite a few subscribers, and they don't block their videos, but we talk about it, and then they want to block us. So it just because they know that we're not doing this for money. They know that we're doing this straight from the heart, not just for the views and the competition and the celebrity side of it. So they know who's who. You know what I mean? They've got the technology to know who's who. You know what I mean? When we're on our laptops and things like that, typing in certain things to search and that, they know who's who.
Oh yeah, bro, absolutely. With I even made a video about that with all I believe that my brother Sean and I from Breaking Free from Narcissism, we're trying to put together a signing where people go online and they sign to have a new law instilled for children under the age of 18 not to allow to have these devices in their hands and stuff. Because anything that has pornography on it shouldn't be in a child's hands until they're adults.
Makes sense.
Yeah, so we still got to be grateful for that side of the technology at the same time. You know
oh, yeah, we have to be, because I called Satan out, man, about 2 years ago. I said, okay, you want to use this technology to push what your agenda on people, then I'll use the technology as the same. For a while, they were just letting me say what I wanted to say, but they've pretty much shut me down now, man. They got an eye on me.
They can't shut you down, bro, because you're part of Survivalminds, bro. They can't shut you down. Do you know what I mean? Even me, at the same time, I've actually been building another channel behind the scenes and just loading up some of my most important videos. Now I know why Rap the News had so many bloody channels. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I do.
So yeah, BR.
Yeah, sir.
There's this big talks about climate change, man. Jeez, man. There's a lot of things going on, a lot of still forest fires going on, even though they don't cover it every day. They act like those fires are not going to have a big effect on human life and animal life and the earth.
Yeah, bro, that's a deep conversation right there. The animal life that's going on. You know, my sister said to me about 8 months ago, because I got a bunch of cats. She's like, well, why don't you get them all fixed and stuff? I said, 1 billion animals just died in Australia, man, due to the fires. I'm going to fucking cut a nut off somebody? No, I'm sorry. I don't fix animals.
You see what I'm saying? It's crazy. Like, this is the same thing happening in Australia when they're saying the koalas were getting bad.
Right, man. Did you see that video, man? That little koala in the chair, it just squats down and you can see it burning, man. That just rips me up when I see that.
That was crazy, because if everyone remembers, you know, koala was supposed to be the cutest animal. It was labeled the cutest animal. You know what I'm saying? So understand the signs when you're seeing things like that. You know what I mean? So, but one thing I've noticed though, like climate change aside, but we know what's going on. There's been a lot of sinkholes appearing. Lots of sinkholes, probably for preparation for what the Earth's about to go through. But a lot of people think different things about the sinkholes. You know what I mean? Some people feel that the sinkholes are who's jams?
Or what?
Now someone's trying to get jams. I'm trying to put you in, but it's not letting me. It's not letting me add you. So you might have to come out and come back.
That's fine, bro. I just wanted to stop in and say hi to you, man. We'll hook up on a live stream again. I got other things I got to do.
No, not you, Rap, not you, brother. Someone in the backstage is trying to get in. Bloody hell, you thought I was shutting him down? No. Someone in the back is trying to get in. All right, he's gone. He's going to come back. Try and come back in, yeah? So basically what I'm saying, the sinkholes, some people feel that You seen that? What's that film back in the day where the aliens used to shoot down from space and go into the Earth? Was it the one with Tom Cruise? The remake of them creatures with the 3 legs.
Oh, War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds.
Yes.
If you remember, so you know, obviously, because War of the Worlds came out, that's a whole different conversation in itself. Because there's some people believe that there's some type of creatures. Anyway, I'm not even going to get into that. I'm going to save that for another video because they might block my channel if I talk about that. But so some people believe that these sinkholes that are appearing, aliens shooting down in spacecraft under the Earth.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about that. The Earth itself has a lot of different mysteries. We don't really know everything there is.
Yeah.
Honestly, there's only been about 17% of the Earth that's really been examined. There's so much of this Earth and so much of the ocean that hasn't been looked at. So yeah, there's all kinds of.
And at the same time, we have to remember there's a lot of underground bases too. So these people are always drilling underneath. You know what I mean? So that also could cause certain sinkholes in certain places. But at the same time, the sinkholes are kind of perfectly round.
You know, I was waiting for you to start. I was just about to say that the shape of
yeah, it's kind of strange, isn't it, BR? It's like it's not like it crashed through and it, you know, they're perfectly round. You know,
and those are perfect. It's like a perfect layer cut up. I'm talking. If you think
they're all over the place too. We got a brewing inferno below us with volcanoes that are just everywhere, and they are showing themselves.
Oh yeah, the volcanoes are going crazy. But what's the main volcano that we've got to really look out?
That one at La Palma?
No, it's actually under the ground. They actually shut it down the other day. What's its name? In America, the one that the main one.
Yosemite?
Nah, it's basically it's a low volcano, so it's under the ground, sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't think that I know that.
What's the name of it? What's the name of it? I'm gonna do my nutting. I'm gonna get back to it. Yellowstone. That's it. Yellowstone.
Isn't that what I said?
No, you didn't say Yellowstone.
What did I say?
You said something else, man. Hey, VR, you didn't hear me say Yellowstone.
Nah, I didn't hear that. everything but that.
Everything but that. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the live stream now, man, and see if I said Yellowstone.
Yeah, but yeah, Yellowstone is one that people, if you haven't researched the volcano Yellowstone, it's a must that you research that. Basically, if that one goes off, apparently that one can set all of them off, apparently.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that, brother, because there's a lot of shady shit that's going on out at Yellowstone. And they closed that park down about 3 or 4 years ago and stopped people going inside of the park. So we really don't know what's going on there.
Right. So the scientists can't go there to go and check stuff. Their scientists can go there to go and check stuff, you know what I mean? But they're not letting no one go and do their own thing. So
the thing is, you see when we say they, who's they that's in control of all of this?
What?
Who?
Yeah, who's in control? Yeah, who is in control of these volcanoes that can say who can be there, who can be tested?
Well, the volcanoes, brother, will definitely be watched by the people that run the planet because the volcanoes are very important. It's an important piece as well. They always researching volcanoes. They have to, bro, because some people believe that this is what wiped out the people. So them type of things, like even down to things like water, certain dams and stuff like that. They have to research these things, bro. Like Antarctica, places like that, the ice caps, they're melting very fast right now as well.
Well, looking at climate change, bro, check this out. If you take a lawn and then you take dirt and then you take a blacktop and you lay on the lawn with no shirt on in the middle of the summer, it's going to be cool. You lay on the dirt, it's going to be about 25 more degrees hotter than the grass. You lay on a blacktop, it'll cook your ass. And what have we done? We've turned this plane of existence into a blacktop. That's a part of the lot of what's the climate change is coming from. People don't want to acknowledge that them blacktops put off a great deal of heat across the nation.
Yeah.
True. You can see the heat. You can see the heat rising off of them.
Damn straight. You look out to the desert one way, you don't see any way. You look to this way, you don't see anything coming off. But when you look down the road and you're driving, you see all that heat coming off the freaking road, man. And then you got that shit across the nations everywhere. Yeah, that could possibly be a problem. You know, you got blacktops across the nation spewing out 130, 140 degree heat.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's different type of heat. When
Yeah.
you're cooking, you don't even see the heat move like that.
Exactly. Yeah. Everything's energy, man. It only moves from one place to another.
Yeah, that's what it is. Everything's energy. And I don't know about over where you are, yeah, but you know that things are really starting to move in a different type of energy. And I'm talking like these drones are starting to start delivering food now. That's a very serious
that's going to be a tough one to dive into, bro.
Yeah.
Delivering food. Come on, man. The neighbor's going to break out his shotgun. Bring me your...
Yeah.
Do you know what? Yeah.
When it goes to the wrong address, you know what I mean?
You know the wickedest thing, you lot talking about that, yeah? Man was up in country the other day. The other day. Man saw a robotic machine, yeah, size of a dog, delivering shopping.
Wow.
In this country, you know, bro. I've never seen that. I've got that. I got footage on my phone.
What color was the dog?
No, it wasn't a dog, bro. It was like it had 4 wheels and it was square and it had cameras all around it and it had obviously the company on it.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. But what color was it though?
White.
Oh.
I've seen them. I was driving home one day and I saw a bunch of these robotic carts driving down the road, and I'm like, what the hell are that? Well, what they're doing is they're testing these new food store carts, man. They're going to start having these things that drive these foods to your house, and you can order online. That's the whole purpose of everything that's going on in this reality construct. They want to remove any possibility of us communicating with one another, and they want to stick us behind these freaking devices, talking with one another like this instead of communicating with one another.
100%. Because I thought the same thing when I saw that. But P, what does the color matter though with it?
No, because there was one dog that I done a video on it. It's yellow on it, so I thought maybe.
Oh, see, bro, I got the footage. This was like I'll say about a month ago. I got the footage on my phone. I've just not done a video by it.
Yeah, make a video out of that one and put that up for the people.
It's just obviously I don't know how to. I'm not a speaker about that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? That's a tricky one still. But I'll send you a video of it. Yeah, when you see it, bro, the thing stopped, and as I jumped out the car, the thing moved faster. You know what I mean? Yeah. So as I'm running up to it, it started speeding up. When I slow down, it slowed down.
Wow.
Like, trust me, in the video, it's not even like I don't even know if it's a 2-minute video, but the people in that area, they're used to seeing that. I never seen that before. And then when I fully got in front of it, it stopped and it started to go backwards. And then obviously that's when it made that first beep. It says it gives a certain amount of warnings, but I didn't know what I was looking at, so I didn't know what the hell, you know what I mean? I had to investigate that.
Warnings for what, bro? What's it gonna do?
In case you try to steal it, innit?
That's so it was just out there on its own like that, bro.
Bro, the thing was rolling.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The thing was just cruising, bro. And then look what we got now. We got the new shop where you don't talk to customers or employees. You just go and pick your stuff up, walk out, and it pays for you. See, look, bro remembers it. You know those that you heard about them new shops that's out now. You just walk in, pick your items up, and as you walk out, your phone or your card is registered to that specific thing, and you pay just like that with your items.
Well, it's not doing that already.
Yeah.
That's freaking madness, man.
And then that just proves even more they don't want you to talk to people. You know, we got all these we got dating sites, so you don't even have to meet people. You can FaceTime your date. People fall in love on the camera.
They fall in love with their phones, man. What are you talking about?
It's true. You know, when even with ordering your food, you don't even ring up no more. You just order it through your phone. You don't talk to nobody. Everything's online.
Right.
And soon we're going to be told we have to stay in our houses for the remainder of our lives, probably. You never know.
This is definitely part of the new world order, brothers, putting us behind these screens. Yeah. Not only this, is part of the world order, but the effeminate, the LGBTQ, the gays, and that's part of the new world order now too. They're all out, man. They're straight out telling you, we're here and we're here to stay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm adamantly against anybody that's effeminate. And I used to think that people gay were okay, man. Not anymore.
No, because with when it comes to that group of people, you have to be careful what we say. And think we could be on here talking about racism, and it wouldn't be as bad as if it was talking about them.
Yeah, they got all the. That's what I'm saying. They got
all the rights. All the rights.
Yeah, that's it.
You know, I was watching a program today. I ain't gonna go into full detail because it's about that, but it's it was about was it men or women that don't claim their. So pretty much men that class themselves as women now, they've got that title, and I don't know about that. I don't know if we can talk about things like that.
Yeah,
well, I don't see why we would not be allowed to talk about it. It talks about it in the Bible when it says 26:27. He created him a male and a female. I mean, come on. Anybody with the scales removed off of their eyes can see that when it says that God created himself a male and female, that first creation, Adam, on the sixth day was a transvestite that was created. The black man that was created in the garden, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, he's the one that was with the Spirit of God on him. He had the Spirit into his nostrils. This one is the one that became a living being. The Bible's all infiltrated. It's jacked up, and you got parables that have been removed. You got parables that have been added. You got new books that have been taken out, books that have been put in. And we, as servants of the Most High, we got to dedicate ourselves and figure out what exactly is being said in the Bible. Yeah, man, that first man that was created on the sixth day, brother, and the man that was created in chapter 2, you look at both of these different parables. One's in Genesis chapter 1 and the other's in chapter 2. And there's something else to look at too, if you don't mind me saying. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 5, it says, now no shrub had grown on the earth. Okay, well, excuse me, if you go to Genesis 1:11, it tells you that God created vegetations, he created plants, he created berries, he created fruits, he created all this vegetation. And then you drop down to Genesis 2:5, and it says, now no shrubs had grown on the earth. So what does that tell you? Everything that from that first, and from Genesis 1:1 to Genesis 1:3 was created in a phantom. It's all an illusion. It was all fake. And then the Lord created this plane of existence, because everything was created before it was born. The spiritual world was created before this material world was created. And the material world was created to teach us right from wrong. How, if you are a creator, think about it. If you're the creator of the heaven and earth and you want to teach a soul between good and evil, what do you got to do? You got to create evil, man. You have to create good. So you have to create duality. And that's what the Spirit of God did. He created duality.
Straight. That's it.
Well, that's caused a lot of conflict in the world.
Damn straight. There's a lot of conflict in the world.
That went a lot further than just being in that garden.
Right. Oh, absolutely. There's a lot going on in that creation story that's been hidden from the Christian ministers that they don't talk about. And that's the problem, man. They hide scriptures. Check this out. If the Bible in Malachi 3:6 says that I am the Lord and I change not, the Spirit of God is telling you that he doesn't change, then anytime you see the word new in the Bible, ex-nay to the new A, because new A doesn't work. The covenant of God is an everlasting covenant that never changes. He tells you that he doesn't change. So anytime you see change inside of the Bible, we know that's bullshit. Damn straight.
Straight up.
Yeah.
And that's how it's said.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I said that's how it's said.
Yeah. Also, I like when I share information, I'm always trying to share the conflicts and the contradictions that are taken on into the Bible. When you have 1:18 of Revelation that says that Jesus is coming to give each one their reward in what they have done, according to what they've done. Now, to me, I don't know about you guys, but that sounds like a judgment to me, that Jesus is saying he's coming to give each one what they have done. But then you have Jesus in 8:15 of John, and he's saying, excuse me, he's saying, look, I judge no one, man. Well, hold on, man. Which is it? Is he coming to give each one according to what they've done? Or is he gonna he's not gonna judge anyone? Which is it? So
that's true, actually. I've asked that question many times.
Right. So
there's plenty of sinners out here, and some of us more heroic than others, yeah. And as you said, is he going to forgive all of our sins when he comes back?
Well, the Bible does say that only a remnant will get in, and I guess I would say that the best way to assure any chance of salvation is to drop a Trinity worship or a Hindu worship or Muslims and Allah and the Kabbalah and all these things, and serve what the Lord tells you. The Lord tells you that his name is the Lord. He doesn't say my name is the Lord Jesus. He doesn't say I'm Lord Buddha, Muhammad, Jacob, or anyone else. He says plainly, I am the Lord. That is my name. And he doesn't give his glory to anyone. I can't see why Christians can't register that to their head when it says, I give my glory to no one. What commandment is that? It's the very first commandment, Exodus 23. You shall have no other gods before me. What's the second commandment? You shall have no graven images next to me. Well, if there's no graven images to be next to the Creator, then why does it say in Colossians 1:15 that Jesus, for Christ Jesus, is the image of the invisible Father, the firstborn over all creation? Hold on. Right. What does invisible mean?
Can't see.
You can't see something, right? It means transparent. It's transparent. And if something's transparent and it's invisible and it's unseen, how the hell are you going to put Jesus Christ's face on an invisible image? I mean, figure it out.
Well, you know, with that, yeah, if God's the creator of everything, didn't he create hell as well then?
Right.
That's his backyard then, right?
Yes. This plane of existence is his backyard. Yeah, and that creation, see, what people don't understand is the creation story, that the Spirit of God, he created Satan.
Yeah, of course.
He created Satan on the 6th day of creation, because I'm just now told you that Jesus says that he is the image of the invisible God, the firstborn over all creation. Well, who's the firstborn over all creation? That man that was created on the 6th day, that he has created him, a male and female. That first man is the one that was created over all creation. The first man that was created in an image is not the first man. He's not even a man. He's mankind.
A kind of man.
He's kind of a man. The man that was created in chapter 2, verse 7, when the Lord breathed the breath of life into his nostrils, that's the first man. You see, the first one that was created in an image isn't a man. It's kind of a man. And then that man that was created in an image, this is how the Bible tricks everybody. They want you to believe that when Eve said that the Lord has given me a child, she didn't know that, no, that firstborn child, Cain, was a Nephilim. And that came from Adam, the first Adam. This is how the Christians trick you into believing that Adam laid down with his wife. No, the first man, Adam, that mankind, Satan, laid down with Eve. He's the one that put it to her, and that's the seed. Cain was the seed of Satan, and that's why he was a murderer from the beginning. And then Abel was the seed of the second man, Adam, the one that was spiritual. And then the Cain and Abel stand for the cannibal, which means the flesh that fights against the spirit inside of us, man. They're all metaphors and stuff. Some of them are meant to be taken literally, and a lot of them are to be taken figuratively. If I could share with you what the difference is. When in Revelations 12:1, it says, behold, a great wonder appeared in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun, with the moon under her feet, and wearing a crown with 12 stars, and travailing in birth that pained her to be delivered. You drop down and you go to a couple more, you drop down 4 more parables to Revelations 12:5. Then you have Jesus is coming with his reward. So you have these between the parables that are taking place between Revelations, I'll be straight honest with you. I think Revelations is the first book of the Bible, and then it rolls into Genesis. Not everybody will buy into that,
The
but
name Genesis sounds bad to be in the Bible as well, though.
say that again.
The name Genesis is like it's not a good name for a script in the Bible.
No, absolutely not. You're absolutely correct. The very word jinn means D-J-I-N-N, which means a jinn. This is why we're called jinn-tiled, because we are jinn, D-J-I-N-N, tiled in flesh. Jinn are evil spirits that are capable of either moving through host bodies for good or evil, and they can also use animals. And this is what's crucial. If you go online and you go to dictionary.com and you punch in Gentile, it'll tell you just what a Gentile is. They're Christians, they're pagan, they're heathens. It's us, man. We're the beast of the field that were created after the kind in Genesis 1:25. It's a hidden parable when it says God.
Religion's crazy. This stuff is crazy. Because
Right.
As we said, it's called God created the first man in the image of himself. But the first man committed so many sins. And when you say the image, like you said, he's invisible. So we're not talking about the physical image. We're talking about his personality, everything. So what are we saying? God's a bad person or something? I don't know.
No, that's exactly what I'm telling you. I'm telling you that there's two different
Gods. There must be.
Well, there's only one God. Let me be very clear on that. There's only one Spirit of God. And what he did is he created Satan. And Satan is calling himself God. Satan has hijacked Genesis. Just like you said, Genesis is a dirty word. Jinn. It has jinn in it. Gentile, Genesis, genocide. It all has to deal with jinn.
Yeah.
We're tiled in flesh. Us. We are tiled in flesh. That's what Gentile means. Jinn, tiled in flesh. I learned that from Brother Rap the News. So yeah, man, this is a spiritual battle that's taken on, and the Gentile hijacked the Bible in that first part of the creation story from Genesis 1:1 when it says, then God created the heaven and earth. What is that? That's time, space, and matter coming in all at once. In the beginning, God created. In the beginning is time. God created the heavens as space and the earth.
How many beginnings can you have?
Everything coming into existence is one time.
Yeah. How many beginnings can you have?
Yeah, when it comes to talking about the Bible, bro, I can't stop talking about the Bible. I love the scriptures today, and I even did a video the other day and telling everybody how I hated the Bible, reading the Bible. I pick up the Bible and read it for 20 minutes, man. I'm like, this shit don't make any sense at all. Brother Rap brought it down for me, man, and now I understand the Bible.
Yeah. How many different Bibles do you have then?
I have probably I have 5 different Bibles in the house, and then I read about, from anywhere from 10 to 15 different Bibles in the on the internet.
Oh, word.
Yeah, I cross-reference because it's like my neighbor just said to me today. He's like, well, you're reading out of all kinds of different Bibles and stuff. You got to read from one Bible. I'm like, no, man, that's lame, man, because that's what these people did is they cut all of the Bible, the one true Bible, up into pieces, and they put it all out in these different religions. And now we need to piece all these parables and stuff back.
Stitch them back together.
Yes, because they're screwed up, man. They're back and forth. They're all over the place, man. There's no question about that.
No, that's crazy, and that's why they've given us the option of choice. We could choose which Bibles we want to go to.
Right. Well, it's best to read from all of them, because I'll be honest with you, there's a lot of times I read a parable, I don't know what it's saying. But if I go to Bible Hub and I read enough out of enough Bibles, there's going to be a parable in there that says, oh, that's what it means. Okay, now I get it. Yeah. I'm just a newbie in reading the Bible. I've only been reading the Bible hardcore for about 2.5 years, man, but I'm into it. From the time I wake up, man, I read the Bible, I share the Bible, I present it, I do it all.
Was you born a Christian?
Yes. Yes. Prayed at the dinner table every night, man. Prayed in that God's name, Jesus Christ, all of our lives. Taught my family to pass down the line. I passed down the lie. My daughter passed down the lie. That's what it means, man. That when it says that we've inherited lies, 6:9 of Isaiah says, that
Yeah.
we will gather from all ends of the earth and claim that we have inherited nothing but lies, which means lies from our ancestors, and then vanities, which is vanities of ourselves, because we all think that we're the hottest shit on the face of the earth, and then things that will profit us nothing. That's idols. Idols and graven images is exactly what that parable is telling us.
Yeah. It's a
And
good thing you said images, because that's where it all comes from, reflections. If we never had a reflection of ourselves,
right,
we probably wouldn't be competing against each other so much.
Possibility. You see what you just said about being created in an image. Think of the earth as a platform and possibly the moon as a projector. We can't see what's on the other side of that moon, can we? Though it looks spherical, it looks like it's a ball and all that stuff. But like I said the other day when I did a video, if you look at this ball here like that, it looks round, but you can't see what's really on the other side. So what if something was on the other side, like a tractor beam on the side of the moon like that, and it had two little outlets, and somehow or another, this tractor beam is what locks into, and then the moon itself is a projection, and it projects the earth, and then we're magnetic beings, and we're locked onto this plane of existence, and the very shading that takes place with the skin comes from a projection from the earth. This is really deep stuff that I'm talking about.
Yeah, it is.
Deep, you know.
You guys ever heard of Brother Sanchez?
Say that again?
You ever heard of Brother Sanchez's channel?
No, I haven't, you know. What, is he one of the Sean's people or something?
No. He's just a channel that I listen to, man. And that guy, he'll blow you away with information. But like I say, man, there's a lot of truth channels out there. They're all spewing the truth. But then you have people that spew the truth and they say, we're gods. I'm a god. I'm a god. I am God.
Yeah, you know what? That really lets me down when that happens, you know, because sometimes I'll be listening to some guys that know what they're talking about. Then when they come out of that with that, it just shuts me down immediately. And it's like,
yeah.
You know,
you gotta push through it sometimes, man. You gotta push through it and listen to some, because there's so much wealth and information out there right now on the internet, and that's what it's all designed for. It's our responsibility to shuffle through all this garbage and make ends meet, man. What's proper and what's not proper.
Yeah. So what do you feel about this guy that they took out the US? They took out Bin Laden's friend, innit?
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, apparently one of them military, like top arms dealer guy, Bin Laden's people, apparently they bombed him still, like Al Qaeda, like one of them guys. They're still trying to act like they're, you know, that they didn't train them. But that's for another video. You know, but can't really go too deep into that, because you know they're kind of deep when it comes to that sort of stuff. But you already know the link between US and Al Qaeda back in the day. You know what I mean? So
yeah, that was heavy duty too, right? What did they do? They get rid of these people and then they push in their own regimes and stuff. What they are is they're just simply bought and paid for shills, American bought and paid for shills, just a different color of skin. They're all bought and paid for. They're all going to burn in hell.
Yeah, and China military drills. There's a lot of military drills going on right now.
Yeah, well,
I want to put a theory to you. Yeah,
go ahead.
So, okay, so how can I do this now? How can I do this? Do I sound low?
No, you're good.
All right, so you know, like the dome and all that, the firmament, right?
Right.
And you know, like these people have got all these rockets, right?
Right.
I'm starting to feel that this situation. You know when you don't want to say key words, but you have to. Because I'm not going to be able to make sense if I don't say key words. So like the military.
I can figure it out, brother. If you use the keywords, I know what you're trying to do.
But like the military now, I'm starting to feel that these big rockets that we see footage of them having and all that, you know, I'm starting to think it's not ready for other people. I'm starting to feel that they actually think that they can actually shoot what's coming. Has that ever crossed your mind before?
Yeah, well, yeah. you know, they've got these phalanx systems now that are shooting 3,000 freaking rounds of, you know, a minute. And but there's nothing. Come on, these idiots think that they are going to be able to wage a war against the creator.
The land hasn't been petrified before. You know what I mean? Right. Come on now.
Well, the Bible says that men's hearts will fail them when they see his ass coming.
Well, that's what I keep trying to tell people, man. You've got to be careful. Like, I keep trying to tell people it's time for you to start training, get your body right. You know what I mean? Because obviously, when we come out of this body here, no, for real though, because when we come out of this body here, we don't have to worry. But while we're in this body, you know what I mean? It's a bit of a disadvantage to us, to be honest. You know what I mean? But while we're in this body, we have to try and keep it a bit healthy, because you never know when certain things are gonna just break out. You know what I mean? Like, for example, we could go into war next week. We just never know, because we haven't got the control. So we have to be ready, as long as like we know what's really going on. Like, keep to the point, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, people don't sleep. That's what I always tell my people. Don't sleep, man. Stay aware to what's going on. I know it's boring watching the news. Sometimes you don't want to watch all this negativity, but you're living in a negative world, so you have to just get with it. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But we're at the point right now where it's straight training spiritually, you know what I mean? And training physically as well. I want to say more, but I can't. I'm just trying to watch my mouth, man.
Yeah, well, I don't want to say anything either, man, that'll blow out your stream or anything like that. Sometimes I often do let loose, man.
No, nice.
I don't hold back too much.
So yeah, that's just something that crossed my mind, people. Like, it crossed my mind, like all these big rockets that we see, when you see the footage of China with their rockets on the vehicles and all that passing through and all them things there, you know. And then you mix that information with people that do normal rocket launches, you know, to see if they can actually, you know, get out of the dome that they know that they can't get out of. So is it a thing of where they're trying to crack it? Because we've all seen that. I put out a video before with what's that woman's name again? Hillary
Clinton saying there's about 18,000 cracks into it, thanks to you guys.
Right.
And they try to correlate that with women's rights.
Yeah. You know what I mean? They try to water it down, but we know what's going on. You know what I mean? And she even says, I hope somebody gets through it. She didn't even say the US or a certain, you know what I mean? She said, I hope somebody.
These people are devils, dude. They are demons.
Straight demons. Big up Mystery, man. Just jump.
The signs are there. The signs are there.
Evening.
Yes, Mystery. Big up yourself. What's happening, my brother? And we're just covering random topics, so be sure to just, you know.
Okay.
Anything that crosses your mind.
I've just switched on, so I'm just, you know, gathering my thoughts now, seeing what you lot are going on with.
You know, we're just talking about, I was just basically talking about rockets and, you know, firmaments and stuff like that, you know.
Now you brought that up, Brother Peniros. How about this? They, CERN, I know you know quite a bit about CERN. They had the 17-mile Hadron Collider, and now they're trying to build like what, a 200-mile Hadron Collider?
Yeah, that goes through it. Yeah.
Right. Do they send you these commercials on your platform saying, here, get free solar system for your house?
What, CERN?
CERN? No, not CERN. Just the government's giving away free solar systems.
We're not getting that over here yet. It's kind of pricey over here at the moment.
Yeah, well, the reason why they're giving it away in 11 of the states here in America is because they're trying to create a grid that crosses America, because they need this energy. So rather than burning all the energy, because when you fire this unit up, what it does is it sucks all the energy off the grid. Literally, it sucks it all. They need it. So now they're building this 200-mile Hadron Collider. And the Hadron Collider now will draw like 10 times more power. So they need new power. How are they how are they going to get this power? By giving away free solar systems and stuff so that you guys can charge your homes with the solar unit and they can use the existing energy that's around.
Oh yeah, that makes sense, man. I never thought that's a good analogy. Because that's what it really is.
Yeah, they need that energy, man.
Big up Hugh Six Titch. I see you. And Annabelle Rash Trill. Big up, brother. Big up. Yeah, man. That's yeah, that does make sense, you know. Make us all have solar panels so they can use the rest of this energy that they say is running out. You know what I mean? Just like how they're saying the water's running out, but yet still 70% of it is supposed to be 70% water, 30% land. How can water ever run out? You know what I mean? Regardless of what they have to use to.
They ain't gonna run out of water. The problem is they're destroying the water at such a great rate, it doesn't have time to filter through the system. That's the problem. You got military people dropping barrels of poison. You got industrial people paying millions of dollars to drop their industrial waste into the ocean, and then these barrels, they rupture 50 years later, and then you have 300,000 freaking fish that wall up on the shore, and then they're all like, it's a mystery. Why are all the fish dying in the sea? Well, stop dropping your freaking poison in the thing. That might be the starter of it.
Yeah. Yeah.
True.
Well, I'm sure the chemtrails have an effect on it too.
Around here, man, where I've been, I cursed them things, man. I haven't seen any planes for a while. I openly rebuked them on one of my videos and said that I rebuke you. I rebuke your families. May you get sick. May you get ill. May you get ran over by a freaking truck. I mean, I rebuked them. And then I look outside my skies around my home. They're all good, man. My skies are blue, white, puffy clouds. So I would suggest anybody to rebuke anytime you see one of these.
Yo, big up Annabelle Rash Shaw, man. Introduce yourself, bro. What's that? What's that there? Yeah, what's going on there?
Sound a bit sketchy still.
Boy, man's having a stakeout.
Yo, family, can you hear me?
Yo, bless up, bro.
Big up yourselves, you know, keep the knowledge coming, you know?
Come on, man. I mean, how you been, bro?
I'm good, you know, I can't really talk right now, but I'm listening, yeah?
Yeah, man, say nothing, man. Just chill back, man. It's cool, you here.
Okay, big love to everyone, yeah?
All right, man. Bless up, bro.
Bless.
Hey, Peniros, brother, I got to cut out of here, man. I got a phone call I got to make, man.
Yeah, all right, most des, man. Thanks for jumping on, bro.
Yeah, man. Bless up, man. Bless up. Take care.
And yeah, you just look out for the link, man. I'm gonna start doing more shows, so just look out for the.
Anytime I see you online, brother, I'll jump in your back room. Hopefully you'll invite me in. I'm really grateful that you invited me. Thank you.
Come on, brother. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you. I gotta talk to you anyways. I gotta send you some clothing and stuff.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, then, bro. I'll see you soon, man.
All right. Take care, bro.
All right, bro.
I'm out.
Yes, Mystery. What's going on, man? You got any words for the youth then?
Sorry, say what?
What's going on for the youth for the today?
Oh, mate. I was just looking at the word solar. I was just where my man was saying about them giving out solar energy. I was just looking at the word, the meaning, and so forth.
What did you find?
Because I know that's a lot deeper. It's basically energy coming from the sun. But I know it's a lot deeper than just what it seems on face value.
No, definitely.
Because they're not giving away solar energy for no reason, just so they can merely use
for free. Not for free.
Use energy for their thing.
How much is that solar stuff over here? A couple bags. I mean,
yeah, it's still quite expensive. It takes a couple of years to get your money back. It's a lot more popular than before, though.
Yeah, it is, boy. It's everywhere, bro. It's in
my neighbour's got solar panels.
Yeah, neighbours.
One more than twice.
But is it safe for the people, though?
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I suppose if it's a natural source, it should be alright, though, isn't it? Surely.
The source is fine,
But
but
it's still going through. It's still going through it. The radiation may be around it.
Exactly.
We get natural radiation from the sun, so that getting impacted and put into energy is like, who knows?
Boy, everything's going, like we saying today, Mister. Everything's going electrical, isn't it? I'm saying, I'm hearing that the petrol's going to go up again.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Yeah, they're pushing you to electric cars.
Have you guys seen that video of this guy? He's saying that he's basically gone to the petrol station. He's put in a certain amount of petrol, but he's only paid for, say, half of what he's put in.
I watched it, but he didn't realise, or what?
No, he's realised. So he's then gone into the station and said, "Look, I'm paying you this amount because this." He reeled off some speech, and he said,
"My ice on my fridge is it's making ice. Hold on, I want to put my mic on mute. Hold on."
Yeah, so this dude basically he's got paid for more or less half of his petrol or 3/4 of his petrol. I said he's not paying the rest, and we should all do it because it's something to do with tax. And
oh, so what you're saying is that he didn't mean to not have the money; he decided not to pay the petrol.
Yeah, so he had money, and he said, "Look, I've got money."
So got some vigilante thing. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Did he win that case?
I don't know. I really don't know. I ain't got a clue.
The only thing about that is that all that's gonna do to you people, to be honest with you, if you go to the petrol station and do that, you're just gonna get a letter through the door saying you owe money. That's
true. That.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. He said, "Look, send me the letter." You know what I mean? That's calm. Like for the little change, they're not going to take me to court. And he was saying something to do with them illegally charging a certain amount, and I don't know. I really don't know. But it's just I thought it was quite interesting because it's similar to the free man on the land thing.
Yeah.
So now people are saying the similar situation with energy, with petrol, with gas. Same thing. People's gas and electric in the house. There's a thing called UK Don't Pay.
Yeah.
Where people have stopped paying their bills.
Yeah.
And but it's illegal to cut off anyone's gas or electric, especially if you have women or children in the house.
All right, then. So the next show, what we got to do, we got to get all this paperwork up, right? And people can definitely go to it. People need this information, bro.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't know what these people have got planned. Whenever these people are talking about there's going to be cuts and all that, and that means that something else is going on as well.
Yeah, there's all sorts going on in the background. I tell you what, that's a big show that you should put together, where everyone comes in with little hacks, whether they call it government hacks or life hacks, because there's certain things that you can apply for or you can do or that we have the rights to, but not a lot of people know.
No,
that's true, actually. You
know, so a simple thing like, it's only the past couple of years I realized that you don't have to talk to police. If you get stopped on road, you haven't got to say a word. When I was younger, walking up and down, they were stopping me. I was giving them name, address, age, tattoo. You got to do nothing. The most they can do is...
You know why that was? Because they used to drop the slight threat on you.
Well, this is my point, and because I didn't know the law,
and we didn't know our rights.
So you know, I mean, and
now, you don't have to answer them. You don't have to tell them anything. You don't even have to stay in that spot.
Right. So so if we haven't got to do that for police, when people knock your door, TV license people, bailiff, you haven't got to have no form of conversation with these people.
No.
You're not obliged to tell them anything. So when the TV license man throwing letters through the door or knocking the door, no communication, no contract. I don't know you. I'm not obliged to answer your questions. I don't know who you're asking for, and that's it.
And the only thing they can do is ring the police as another scare tactic, and they still have no power to do anything. That's it, because it's what do you call it? It's not criminal. It's not it's not a police. It's not a police thing. Basically, it's like trespass. Yeah. They can only stand there and assist by just showing their colours.
Basically, a police officer is just there to keep the Queen's peace. He's not supposed to be there defending no one from when it comes to money or anything like that. So so long as there's no no one's disturbing the peace, yeah, then you know what I mean. That's all the peace officers, should I say? That's all the peace officers are there for. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a show where, you know.
No, it's true.
Each one has to teach one. Even the thing I'm hearing that the government are offering people money for diesel cars because of the diesel issue. You got Volkswagen giving people money. So people that have Mercedes, Volkswagen, diesel cars, there's money out there to be had, you know.
Yeah, man.
A bag of things. Even people that worked, even if you had to work one day from home during the lockdown, the government will give you £200 for your gas and your electric.
Yeah, I've seen that one pop up a few times.
Yeah, I didn't even have a clue, man. I would have done scoop that up.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is important, bro. This is some real, like, we need to get all these files. So obviously, I'm gonna go back through this video and I'm gonna jot all this down. Now we're gonna get all this. Yeah, we're gonna fling it up in the next show. Give people the link so they can do it, man.
Yeah,
this is important, man.
Yeah, man. There's a lot of things we're entitled to. That's free, man.
A lot of stuff, man. Even with children, people out there with children with learning difficulties haven't got a clue where to go.
And why do you think that people haven't really caught on to all the things? Do you think it's because they're too into themselves right now or something? Because like, I don't know. It's like these things there are like really important, you know, and people don't really.
Some people just don't care.
Yeah, basically,
they live their life as the day goes by. They don't care.
Yeah, if you don't ask, like they say, a closed mouth don't get fed. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. So they're saying, look, if people ain't going to ask for it, why am I going to pay out? You know, like life is a need to know basis. You know, that's why you have to pay to go university. It's a need. Everything works on a need to know basis. And some people feel they don't need to know, and some people feel other people don't need to know. So,
and it's true about the one what you said about disability children. You know, for those that are watching there is so much out there.
Bro, let me tell you, man, from getting your kids picked up, food, there's so much things, but they don't tell no one nothing. And if you
transporting here and there, you know,
right. So, you know, I work with a lot of students and they don't even claim for bursary. And I'm like, guys, the first thing you do as you enroll into the college, apply for bursary. You get your £20, even if it's just £10 a week, it's something. And let them tell you, no, you're not entitled to it.
What is it?
Basically, it's a little change that the students get when they go to college.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it helps them with their traveling or whatever else.
Like I think back in my days, it was ETA or something like that.
YTS? Was it YTS?
I can't remember. A few letters.
Yeah, YTS. That was when we was younger.
Yeah, mine one was E. I know mine was E. So it's like a little thing.
EMA? Is it EMA?
Something like that. It's just to help you. It's pretty much to help you to get college and back and forth. But I had when I was younger, I had a key worker and that, and he used to put me onto things like that I never knew. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you guys remember. Obviously, I was a bit on the. You know when life goes wrong, so then you're trying to find your path. I was up in what's that place called? Connections.
Yeah. I know our Connections.
You remember that?
Of course, man.
Old school that was, man.
We're talking 90s, man.
Yeah, I was there early 2000s, I'll say.
Okay, no, I'm old school. That's been around from the 90s.
Okay, yeah. We had one big one on Brixton down on Acre Lane by down over.
Yes, yeah.
Oh, you know that one there?
Yeah, man. I used to go like one training thing on off Acre Lane. I can't remember off Leander Road, something like that.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Okay.
So it's the same thing. Like there's a lot of little schemes, even for these kids that feel that if they go college, they're going to be broke or whatever the case is. That's not always the case.
And don't forget as well. when you're under a certain age as well, Mystery, I swear you got all them princess trust things that they don't even tell you about that you can still use.
Exactly.
Yeah, that
There you
too.
go.
Yeah,
That I
yeah.
don't know about that. Exactly. There you go, man.
And depending on your boroughs as well, you can go to the council and get grants as well to
Yeah,
start your
all of
own.
that.
You get, I think, you get about 5 to 6 to start your own business,
Mm.
and all you have to do is apply
Yeah.
and give
So
a
you
bit
know, when
of.
you get that 5 to 6, where you want to concentrate on trying to
Right,
make that,
yeah.
make double that up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I think if either parents or even the youngsters knew a lot of this information, then they would keep them. That would motivate themselves to keep themselves clean, don't get into no trouble. So then, when they reach a certain age, they can make applications for certain things, to make certain moves.
All right.
But if
So
you don't know anything, you're just gonna go out.
no, it's true what you just said, Misty, but that's the problem. Though. The problem is that they think some people want to get money, but they think that they just like doing badness. They think it's good, innit?
You know what? To be
Badness
honest,
is
it
goodness.
is fashion. It is fashion, because at the same time, I've got to check myself, and I say to myself sometimes, why is it? Bro, I still listen to 50 Cent. You know the mix CDs that he was doing? I still listen to them, and I'm feeling them hard, and it's some grimy stuff. You know? And I say to myself, why do I actually, like Joshy, why do I listen to these guys? Like, it's in, man. Why do I walk how I walk? Why do I wear what I wear? It's in me. It's a fashion. It's
I had someone in my comment section say that to me.
Do you think that energy is more like that now because the way UK is, the way people's energy is? That maybe it might be a defense mechanism almost. You know, like I'm gonna keep a bit of this in me because I just never know.
Yeah, I guess yes. I think that's where it originates from. That's where it originates from, and then we take it on, and then we become that thing. And not even when we don't need our defenses up, as I was saying, even when we don't need our defenses up, it's still there. Because, like I'm saying, I'm far from road. However, I still listen to.
Far from. Hold on, let me say it properly. You're far from road, bro.
Yeah, I'm not streets anymore, man.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but you're not far from road.
I've hung my gloves up. And
Yeah,
as much as
you definitely hang your gloves up. But what I'm trying to say is, people, you kind of like, it's still a part of you, that on a thing of like, all right, well, let's distinguish this. When you say roads, you mean making money on the roads. That's what you mean.
Yeah, yes, that's what I mean. Yeah, I'm far from any illegal stuff, like any bait things that's gonna do like stupidness. Yeah. However,
me too.
It's me. Okay, I'll give you a fine example. I've not long come in from what I was doing, P.
Yeah.
With Little Miss. And as we've both jumped off the bike to cross the road. As I'm crossing the road, a thumbs up to the car that stopped. I'm not even watching that. As I've got across the road now, yo, daddy. I've looked, it's my brethren. I'm saying, what the heck? And it's just like from ghetto. And it's just little things like that where I'm just doing my daddy thing. But if you're in it, you're in it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I still listen to the music. I'm still me.
You're one foot in, one foot out.
So this is where it's super hard for the youths.
I know. I hear what you're saying.
So you know what I mean. So for me to, I fully get where they're coming from, and that's why I can't really say what's going to help the majority. The suggestions, the things that people come out with talk shows and so forth, that's just going to help the minority. But the majority,
about these prisoners need to send the right message and stop being using their ego in their videos, bro.
Listen, the prisoners just need to either shut up, basically. Like,
you know what I'm trying to say?
Just allow it, man.
And funny enough, to mention this as well. I know a man that is a YouTuber this come out as well. BR knows him more than me. Yeah. And when he done his video, he was humble, but you see these guys that want to make a whole platform on them coming out of jail.
Listen, all I'm saying is I'm fed up of hearing that same sob story. Yes, I did crime, and like I come from the. It's like everyone's trying to prove. Imagine this. This is what I thought yesterday. Everyone is trying to prove that they're from the mud.
That's what I'm saying. Even if they're not from the mud, that's the crazy thing about it.
Like, what is it with man's got to prove? Yeah, no, I come from dirt. I come from nothing. Like,
You know what people
man?
say that, yeah, they come from the road and the gutter and they get hell, yeah. They don't respect their mum, bro. That's what it is, yeah. Because you see me, yeah, I was on fuckeries in that, but I still came from a good home.
No, but I'm saying, but if you didn't,
I'm like, I can't. I don't respect. When people say they're from the streets, but I'm not from the streets. I didn't live on the streets.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I'm from a home, bro.
Well, and this is, and again, this is my point. There's a lot of people that are from homes and they're screaming streets.
No, you know what I don't like right now? And I see grown man doing it, especially in the States.
What?
The one when they say I'm outside. That is so annoying. But we've been outside for years. All you grown men that are saying I'm outside. But we've been outside for years. You know what I mean? Kids are outside. What does that mean as a grown man? They get on the camera, I'm outside. Like what?
You know,
when was we ever locked up, like BR said earlier? When was we ever like locked up in the house? Like we can't, even when the virus was out, we could go outside.
But it's a fashion thing. That's my whole point.
They like to taunt each other.
No, but what I'm saying, it doesn't make any sense as a mature person. Like, I mean,
no, of course it doesn't.
No, but a man saying we out here, he's taunting the next man to say, "Wrong, I can go where I'm going."
No,
when they're saying it out there.
No, what I'm saying is that outside thing's gone to a different level. You've got random people saying it now, like when they just, I'm outside.
No, that's because they don't know where it originates from and what it really means.
We out here.
That's why they're saying it, because when man was outside, it like man was really outside. Yeah, there was a front line. We were stood on the street corner. We was outside the break space. That was the spot. Man was literally outside, but man was a kid. Man was a child. So like you said, so now 20 years, 25 years later, people are saying it, not realizing what it actually means.
Yeah.
You know, I used to go from school and then stand up outside the pub and do what I'm doing in my school uniform.
Man's been outside in Seagers on. Man's been
so when big man are saying it now, that must be what that's what it really means.
Very true.
It's just like dabbing. When I see kids dabbing, and I explain to them and when I see adults dabbing, and I explain to them where it comes from. Even
where that come from? Where that come from?
Basically, you know when you take a draw on your spiff and you cough into your elbow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so dab is a drug, is the liquid form of cannabis, and because it's so powerful, they choke, they cough into their dab, and it becomes a dance. Same with Soldier Boy and Superman. That so on. So
I remember you see Soldier Boy. He gets sprayed up the other day by that Charlton White.
Yeah, but Charlton White sprays everybody. There's got something wrong with that guy.
No, that guy there, he's a bit much though. I ain't gonna lie, I watched some of his shit though still.
But when he first come out, I was bigging him up. When he went,
like he's clowning it now. He's pushing it too much now.
Hey, 1 second, BR. Big up Foxxymoon. Big up Keisha. Big up Simia D. Queen B. Yeah, big up the new people them jumping on. I'll put. I don't know if you want to jump on Foxy, but I'll put it in the chat still.
Like you were saying, people that I think if you've got a past out there, and even if you've been jailed there, if you're spreading awareness and good stuff, go with it, but don't be lame with it. That's what I think. Don't be lame with it, man.
It's a hard one at the end of the day, because I get it from both sides. You explain where you come from and how you've made it and how you can make it, but the point is you don't want to be there in the first place to have to go through it to then come out the other end. You want to just be smooth sailing. That's what we want to be telling the kids. Like, I was an idiot, I did this, I'm done, and I'm lucky to be out here doing what I'm doing now.
I've said that, I've done that, I've did that, because you know, for me personally, it's the repeat offenders that keep going in and out. You know, you're not a good criminal if you're going in and out of jail.
Exactly.
And you're out there saying F the police, but they're doing their job catching you because you're a dumb criminal.
Well, it's either a dumb criminal or you just don't give a heck.
Most of them don't. That's their problem. They grew up not caring.
because this is what I was saying again, is that when it's fashion, and this is what you got to realize, when something is fashion, it's hard to, like, you try walking out your house in flares tomorrow.
Nah.
It's not happening. No matter what, we have to kind of go with what is in fashion.
I spoke about that in a video the other day with bro. We've gone, I remember when it was fitted jeans to flares to boot cutted, such and such. And now the jeans now.
Don't start that boot cut too.
Bruv, it always comes back to that stuff. That boot cut shit.
And the big collars, the what do you call it? Concord collars on the shirt.
Oh shit.
But you see what I'm saying? Fashion has changed. Fashion has changed. It's all like what you're saying. It's all fashion. Fashion trend.
But what I'm saying is that the mass go with it, and you can't go against it. No matter how, you know, when you do go against it, you're seen as kind of like the quirky one kind of thing.
Yeah.
So for me to, if listen, I've said this many times. If I was growing up in these times now, and I was how I was back in the days, I'd be one of the youths people are talking about.
Yeah. So it's only so long you can kick it, you know. It's only so long you can kick it before you think you end up start going with. It's like, for instance, I hear what you're saying. It's like my shit used to always be baggy. Over the years, yeah, it's getting. It's not tight. I ain't wearing no skinny jeans and that, but it's got to the It's fitted now. No,
listen, you can't even buy baggy jeans again.
So you know what I'm trying to say. Same with the chaps.
Yeah, man.
You got to either size up, or you're just gonna wear them tight in it.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm not trying to be like the guys in the drill videos, yeah, with expensive tight clothes on. It don't make sense.
Listen, from us in yard, man, wearing them tight pants. Listen, over 20 years ago, Bounty Killer said, "Me can't believe it's a tight pants coming again." Over 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm. And that's the thing. And Carl, you know about connections. So you know the front line. The front line was full of pure man in skinny tight jeans.
That's what I'm saying, man.
And ankle bracelets though, the big hefty ones, the kilo one.
Yo, big up Foxxymoon.
Ankle
big
bracelets.
Up yourself, brother Peniros, brother BR. Salute.
Big up.
Bless.
Sorry to cut everyone.
Is it mystery?
Yeah.
Salute.
Yeah.
Salute.
So I'm just catching on to what's the conversation going on. Thank you. Now I got a blessing to see you this morning on my side of the town in New York, and now to come over onto your side of the town it's a blessing to catch us both together in the same time sphere, if you will, brother Peniros.
No, most definitely. What time is it over there now?
So now it is 7:36 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay.
Yeah. But when I came on this morning, it was like 11 o'clock or so. So I know it was kind of early for you.
And what's the weather like over there right now?
Yeah, we're in our third heat wave.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, wow. We just got hit with another heat wave for the week. So.
What do you mean? As in third day or third week?
Well, if it's like 90 degrees 3 days consecutively, they consider that a heat wave. So we had one last week and the week before. So we've had 3 consecutive heat waves, but all over 90 degrees. So it is what it is. Nothing like you guys. I mean, like, for real. I saw that in the news. I was like, what? UK is in a state of emergency. What the hell?
Yeah, because there's no breeze over here.
Oh, I feel for you guys.
Even you feel like you're cooking.
Yeah, that's bad.
Even like the last couple of days, it's been kind of humid.
It's been humid?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Today was hot though, I'll tell you that.
Yeah, it was, isn't it?
And that's when people should not be wearing skinny jeans. Guys, your stuff is sweating. It's 100 degrees outside. Please.
Facts.
Let them breathe.
Yeah, man, stop making their own short outfits as well by cutting your own jeans, your old jeans.
Cut off foot pants.
Yeah.
If it gets that way, right? And that I'm outside saying is the stupidest thing, because now I say it and my
I know what it means. See, look, that I know what it means when you say.
Yeah.
I know what they mean, but what I'm saying is it's gone further than that. Everyone's saying it now. Like, it's got to that point where someone that's not even outside like that is saying I'm outside on their camera. It's just ridiculous. Man.
But when I'm really saying that I'm outside, like, can you help me? I'm outside, guys. They're like, Ma, you can't really be saying that I'm outside unless you're looking for trouble. I'm like, what the hell? What dumb ish is this?
See, that's what I said to the guys earlier. It's like taunting people when you say that one.
Yeah. And especially, I notice a lot of social media people say this and they go back and forth with each other. Yeah, I'm outside. Drop your addy. Da 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 da. And these are 30-something-year-old men talking like this.
Listen, for any man to drop his location, you're an idiot. Yeah. Don't let someone taunt you into putting your life on the line.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Yeah. Did you see what happened to that guy? Did you hear what happened to that guy, Fox? I don't remember what part it was, but this guy in America went and made a video saying to people he didn't get on with, gave him location, yeah, I'm there, I'm where I'm at, and then they come and killed him.
Yeah, vaguely. I think that happened like a couple of weeks ago.
And no disrespect, good, because you shouldn't be out there taunting your life like that.
Right.
Like, I don't have no feelings for someone that does that, because at the end of the day now, his mum's still gonna feel the pain. Everyone around him is gonna feel the pain for his stupidity.
Exactly.
You know, you're gonna drop your location and you're not prepared for what happens. That don't even make sense.
Listen to this one then. I saw a video, don't know if you've not seen it. This girl is having beef with her boyfriend. And so she sends two brothers in the yard and they get shot. One of them gets killed and one of them is in intensive care. And two brothers that she sent to go and do the guy something, but they decided to go in the brother's house and he shot them. So
no, again with that, good bro. I've got a video doing on that one there, because you see in those kind of senses, I said it in my last 2 videos back, you have to be careful when you call people for help that you love. It's like me calling one of my blood brothers. I love them, so me calling them to come back me up to do something for me, and they die in the process. That's all on me. That's on my head, my heart. You know, you gotta be careful.
J Money said, "Don't tempt fate."
Yeah, don't tempt fate, man.
Yep.
Come on now, like know how much
that this is a
places in the graveyards. Like, there's so much space in the graveyard. There's a spot right there for you.
So who do you call?
That's what I was trying to explain in my video about what we teach in our youth. Like,
well,
we're not teaching them to call the police no more. We're teaching them to call us.
And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that, because we had a situation like that here in the Bronx. So for those of your viewers, Peniro and BR, I'm coming from New York City. I'm coming from the Bronx. And there was a situation where this wasn't a young man. He was 37 years old. Apparently, a female didn't have enough money on her food stamp card or EBT card for a pack of chips for her child. The owner happened to be an old Dominican man, so he was Hispanic. Tells her, listen, you don't have any more money on the card. It was only for $1 for the bag of chips. Whatever else transpired between them, she goes and gets the guy, her boyfriend or a friend. I don't know if they were together. Gets him, and he comes in, and now he's berating the old man and goes behind the counter and then starts threatening, talking, reckless to him. So that guy stabs him. Yeah. So that's self-defense. But the point is
that's respectfully stabbed as well.
And you're not knowing, that's a no. You do not go behind the counter, because now
I saw that footage, Foxy.
You did, see?
Yeah. So the old man, he went and sat down as well, like he was.
Right.
Yeah, he sat down on the chair, and then he tried to not do it, but then he had
exactly. Stabbed him up. So the guy is dead. The black male is dead. They wanted to put this old man,
Foxy, the thing is, if he didn't stab him, the boy would have beat the shit out of him.
Right, the old man could have gotten hit.
No, if he didn't have that knife, he would have got mash up in there, man. In his own shop.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
But what I want to say is that what I'm noticing is that some females, they get a little reckless with their mouth, and they get this right? And then when somebody comes after or says something to them, then it's like, well, hold on, let me go get my boyfriend, let me go get my man, hold on, let me get so and so. Now you're bringing this man in. Now the guy that she brought into the store had a rap sheet. He's a felon. Clearly, she knew who she was getting to go into that store. So we need to know how to choose and pick our battles. Not everyone deserves a battle. If you can't put out $1 for some bag of chips and you want to just fight the person behind the counter for it, it's really not that serious. Now, if there's something,
Sorry, just on that, I was going to say, did you guys see the other clip with the lady that got shot after fighting someone behind the counter?
No.
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay, because I was going to say, who was in the right, who was in the wrong with that situation?
No, I think people have got to know better. Listen, in certain places, in certain states in America, you should know if certain businesses are allowed to carry sticks. If you ain't got no stick and you feel that you're gonna run up your mouth and do certain things, you have to understand what these places, these shops and stuff. You have to understand that they are part of the community on the thing of people get killed outside their shops and stuff all the time.
And that's why most counters have doors. Because once you go through that door now, you're in their private space, you know that?
Exactly.
And they have the right now to take you out in self-defense. They don't know what you're going to do.
Yeah,
but with this situation, with the situation with the girl that got the lady that got shot, she, if I remember correctly, she went up to the counter, was in between the shop floor and the counter, started a physical fight with the lady, dragged her out. So they're both on the floor fighting. They're both, the fight had stopped briefly. So the lady's gone back behind the counter, gone and got her gun, came from behind the counter and shot her.
No, you see that's murder. That's just murder. That's
when
not
I saw that footage, I won't lie. I'm going to be honest about that footage, Mr. When I see that footage, it was a bit of an ego thing because the girl battered her,
I know, that's what I'm saying.
The girl battered her, you know what I'm saying? Like, properly battered her. But then, it might be a thing where she just got the better of her. She kind of knew that, but then she probably might go to jail for that still.
Yeah, pride.
Hey, what's happened with that anyway? Because do you know anything that's happened with that?
No, that's what I was wondering. I was hoping.
The video that he's talking about, guys, the girl got battered.
Oh, is that in the States or is that over there where you are?
No, America, States.
It was definitely the States. No one ain't letting off. No girls ain't letting off no straps in no shops like that over there.
No retailer ain't doing that over there.
Yeah, and here's the thing: certain states, like New York State, is not a gun carrying state, although there are people who walk around illegally.
No, it's not. Yeah.
So like places like Texas, Tennessee, Oklahoma, Georgia, North Carolina, they can have
LA. I don't think LA you can carry. Las Vegas, you can have straps. My boy's got straps over there.
Legally.
Yeah, legally.
You can have it open.
Yeah.
So here they want to. So I think that story kind of sounds familiar, but now it's almost sounding like it's almost sounding too familiar. That situation with the store clerk and the guy who got stabbed, they're wanting to petition that these bodegas, as they call them, these shop owners should have guns. Which means then, if that's the case, then all of New York State should be able to legally bear arms, but they don't want that. So that's going to be an issue.
That's not going to happen.
No, it's definitely not for no New York. The state, the city. That's a no-no.
Whereabouts in the Bronx are you?
More closer to the South Bronx. So like pretty much one of the bad parts of the Bronx.
Okay, so you know White Plains?
No, not that far. That's north. That's all Jamaican land up there. Yeah, but I know White Plains.
Okay, yeah. So that's why I've got some family over there.
Yeah,
White
that's
Plains.
where the yardie, the people in them at. That's where they go and live.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I'm familiar with them. No,
For them.
I'm south of that.
Can you feel the Jamaican culture when you're around it?
Yeah, but I try not to, because they get a little ruthless too. I try not to be around too much Caribbean people, because they get on my nerves, even though I am Jamaican and Cuban. It's like, ugh.
Well, I know what you mean.
But I love them. I wouldn't trade them for the world. I love them. I stand by my people, true and true. Don't care they right, wrong, indifferent. It's us first against the world.
Exactly.
We just have to discipline ourselves. See, and that's the problem. And you know, this society, I was having that on my platform earlier, that you know, everybody's kind of caught up on themselves right now. You know, we got this man and the woman going against each other, and you know, the men want to put on women clothes, and women want to wear boxes and tighten up their breasts and walk around like men and be tough and all this stuff. Well, what about the kids? What about the children?
That's where the issue's there. That's where the confusion's gonna start to erupt in their brain. They're not sure what to do, what's right.
They don't know what to do, and these people are not taking the time because they're so caught up on themselves. Oh, who's got this bag? Let me show. Oh, you got the girlfriend, the girl looking cute with her pum pum shorts on in the video, and she got a big bag and this, that. Listen, there's little boys running around here doing stick-ups because they're lost. Like, what happened to this agriculture? What happened to, you know, the fundamentals, vocation, woodwork, arts and crafts and things like that? Like that really still needs to be needed, because these kids are losing their mind. They are bored. Technology is boring them to death.
Yeah,
that's why they're outside, man.
Right. Exactly. But they're outside with no guidance and no provision. There's nothing else for them outside.
You know, the thing is, they could seek it if they wanted it. I don't think some of them want it. They love that life. That's their life. To when they die or go prison, that is them, some of them.
That's true.
I think a lot of the youth has gone past no return.
Listen, from the like, at the end of the day, the parents are the parents have always been to blame, but
no, I can't blame the parents.
I do, yeah, man. And when I say the parents, I don't mean the individual parent of this particular bad child.
Okay.
I mean the parents is in that generation and the generation before that, the grandparents.
Because I say the same, I blame the generation, but I don't blame the parents. But no, I can't say that.
Yeah, sorry, the generation. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah.
As a whole.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if you think back 50 years, okay, so I just turned 46. So I'm in that late Gen X, and then the boomers, and then the generation before that. So my great-great-grandparents. Now, they just did the work. They just did what they had to do, and that was it. There wasn't this fight of, you know, a woman stays home and she takes care of the kids. I'm coming from 3 generations of women that worked while their husbands worked as well. And these are Caribbean women. My great-grandmother's from Jamaica, and my mother's grandmother's from Grenada. They worked. There was no staying home, but they took care of their children.
But you do know, sorry, not cutting you, but cutting you just quickly. You do know if Instagram existed back in them days, there would have been at least half of them would have been online, and it would have been a whole. Do you understand? So, yeah, they worked because there was nothing else to do.
No, they needed to provide for their family and education.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There was in their brains, that's all they knew. Physically, there was nothing, and in their minds, there was, let's say, uneducated. You see what I'm saying? So now we have the internet. People are looking on other people from other countries and other cultures, and there's so much more to grasp. And they're like, hold on a bit. Eddie Murphy said it best when he said that he was going to get a woman from Africa with no pockets, that don't know anything. And then when she came to America, she started speaking with the American ladies, and that was it. I want half, Eddie. So once our grandparents, because I'm of the same age as yourself, our grandparents and great-grandparents, they did what they did because there was nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
If there was someone that wisened them up and said, look, you can actually do this and look at this and look at that, they would have gone and done.
True. But there was also community as well. So if you know, we'll say, oh, it's the parents' fault that this child came out this way. But then you say, no, it's the generation. Well, that means it's the community, because if your mother and father weren't there to tear your behind on, it's the lady down the block, or it's the lady in the building, or it's the, you know, the guys, the father figures that are hanging out on the corner that are going to tear you a new one. And guess what? You're going to go home and get another one torn. And you can't talk back. This time and age, right? Because we're afraid of each other, because we don't know if that person's going to get a gun on us just for us telling their child to be proper and correct them. Then the little kids are mouthing off and calling us all kinds of names and say, oh, I'll call the cops, you put your hands on me.
I got into a situation like that the other day. Yeah, my son know what you're talking about. Some parents don't believe their kids are bad kids, or they don't believe their kids have done what you've tried to tell them their kids trying to do.
Some of these kids don't fear their parents. So you tell them, I'm going to tell your mom or your dad or whatever. They're like, I don't care. Go and tell them. Yeah.
Because their parents are going to hold their corner no matter what.
Yeah, you got parents that sending their kids out there. Like, it's again, I put it down to just knowledge, and knowledge is power. And unfortunately, it's been used in the wrong way. So people are using the knowledge they have to say, no, you can't hit me. So the child's using that knowledge now that he has, because he can go on the internet or make 2 phone calls. And then the government will say, yeah, and do this or do that.
The school encourages them to as well, you know. I never knew this to the other day, to one of my daughter's friends had the social involved. And one teacher that we not talked to, but you know, you say hello every now and then, you see her walking around the school. But I only found out the other day she's not a social worker, but she's child well-being or something like that. So any kids that go to school and they're feeling, you know, low and upset, she does all the speaking. But she's trained in a way to bring things out of kids, to then now she's got to pass it on to social, and that kid's not allowed to be picked up. It's mad. Well, my daughter's friend went through, I was thinking, wow, like her parents was rang at like 3 o'clock saying you can't pick your kid up from school. The police was all at their house going through bins, cupboards. They didn't see their kids for like, I think, a whole weekend or something like that.
That's the last thing that we want to have, is the government involved any more than they need to be.
They are already, because once they've told your kids in assemblies, if you're smacked on your hand and you're clapped on the back of your head, come and tell us, we care about you. Kids are drawn to the comfort of someone else telling them it's going to be okay.
Right. And you know what? It goes even deeper than that, brother, because with us, our birth certificate, our social security is a bond with the government. So we already cattle to them. So it's like, it doesn't matter if you're rearing your child to be this decent person in society. We own you. You're a number to us. Soon as they can start clocking in and checking in with that social security number, you are ours.
It's your barcode. In fact,
we are the crown's, rather. We're the crown's property, which half of these people don't even realize. They keep saying, now I am not against some people here in America talking about fundamental blacks and ADOS and all the acronyms and whatnot. I have no win in the horse, because my family's not from on America, this America land. We're from in the Caribbean. So we have to go through other channels. But the original 13 colonies, that's all under British Crown. And if any of their family members were taken, i.e. as slaves, or got on whatever so-called boat, if there was one, then those family members should be given whatever is just due for them. You got a lot of these people running around out here now in America. You know, I'm like, listen, you're not going to get, the government is not cracking any checks to you people. You're going to have to really prove. How do you prove that your family was slaves? Only North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, those people, they have paperwork that can show that their family were slave owners. that they had people that were owning their family. But if you go to, say, Midwest or somewhere like that, and these people are screaming, you know, fundamental, you're gonna have to find that really go digging and searching. So not everybody is going to be entitled to get this whole, you know, black fundamental rights or whatever first, unfortunately. So we're fighting this other battle amongst each other when it's like, listen, it's written in their books. And that part of America is not that part of America. It's part of the crown. So your beef is with them. You're gonna have to talk to them to cut your ties loose. And that's not happening. So for me, I'm just like, you know what? Sit back, shut up, and do what you gotta do to keep going, because that's their war. But you know, a lot of these people, you know, oh, we're indigenous, and yes, I get all that. I'm all for it. But if you're talking about getting land, and it's really going to be hard, and if you're looking for them to help cut a check because your family was, you know, cattle or whatever, I hope you got a lot of paperwork behind you.
People want money if their family was slaves.
I get it, and those who were, rightfully so, but not everybody was a slave. And guess what? Some of those black people were selling other black people out. So what do you do then? Oh, and guess what? They were enslaving the natives, the so-called natives with the long hair and stuff. Yeah, the indigenous black people that were here in America. Yeah, they had slaves too. So now what do we do?
That's why we hate each other now, man.
Right.
Because of probably some of those things that happened way back then.
Yeah. All that history is up in man's brains somewhere.
Yeah. It's even down to the Egyptian gods and people that's been buried with all that jewelry. They're being robbed as they lay there in their tombs.
It's bad, isn't it?
It's bad. It's bad. Because you know when you think, I never thought about that at first. I watched that and I thought,
hey, what about this? Since you're on extortion, let's talk about it.
Yeah, go for it.
So you probably heard this. So there's been talks, I think French Montana said it. So basically these guys that are signing these rappers, the big companies, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
For these record deals, apparently they're taking out life insurance on the rappers.
I think I heard about that.
Well, do you blame them though?
Yeah, because it's like, I know they're doing it to try and cover the expenses, but then that could lead to other things.
It could do, but they're capitalizing off of them. When they sign people for them big monies and that person dies within that first year and they made back up 25% of that money, they're getting something back from it.
But then so for example, if you went to sign a contract yourself with a company, not saying you would, but if you went to sign a contract yourself with a company, would you be happy if a deal was done and they never told you that part?
No, because I don't think they'll be able to do that in this country anyway, because in order for someone to put insurance on me, I need to sign for that.
Not necessarily, bro. I know people that have I know what you're saying.
Like forging their signature.
But come on now, like people would do what they gotta do to get that signed, bro.
But then, even with that, then that's where that will get, if it gets spoken about that they've taken out an insurance on you after you die, that's the only way people's gonna find out. But if it's not spoken about, then there's not much no one can really do on that side of it.
No, but this is what that's what I'm saying. These big companies being put out there now that this is what these big companies are doing. So I know people that have got life insurance. Yeah, they took out 5 or 6 for themselves from different companies.
Yeah.
So put yourself in that situation. Imagine if these companies are taking out 5 and 6 or 7 life insurances, and you're not giving you a penny of it when you're gone. How would you feel?
Well, I'll feel destroyed about that. But then what you don't know, you know what I mean? Don't hurt. But then that's the same thing as well. Get yourself a lawyer, solicitor, whatever you need. Bring your family solicitor with you to look over this shit properly. Because it's going to have to be legally, it's going to have to be written in there some way, whether it's in that content or another different type of content. It has to be put in the contract.
It's got to be there somewhere.
Yeah, but it might not be said as in life insurance.
Yeah, it might not. But like you were saying, where they getting the signature from, maybe, unless they're forging.
Exactly.
Yeah, same as with work. When they tell you you're covered by insurance, it's in your contract.
They've got your signature, bro.
Yeah, it's in your contract. That's why employers tell you to exercise reading your contract sometimes.
I wonder why French Montana decided to talk about that right now with his satanic ass. You know what I mean? Oh.
They tell him,
like, my number's almost up.
You know what I mean? After Diddy's been slapping his cheeks, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's been busting his cheeks, bro.
Lord, that
listen,
whole
man,
industry is wicked.
No, I used to be into French Montana when he was in Colt Boys. I don't know what's going on there, man. That guy looks, he looks dead.
Like he said, he signed the deal, and you know what deal I'm talking about. And this is him now, isn't it? When the Coke wave was around, he weren't like this.
Exactly.
And tell the truth, when the Coke wave was around, he weren't as drugged up as this. I don't know if it's pills or what he's doing.
You noticed that, innit?
Well, he's rocked all the time, fam.
All the time.
All the time. And I don't understand it with some of these rappers over there. It's like, is that the image you want to put out there to your fans?
When you're like that, it takes away a little bit of your composure. It takes away you know what I mean?
Yeah, but bro, they can't stop moving.
Yeah.
That's
why they wear sunglasses all the time, because they're licked, man.
Yeah, right. I've never understood that when people wear sunglasses inside.
No, I've done that before in the club. I won't lie, but in my whole day.
And then their sunglasses are so dark, like you can't even see their eyeball. So I'm like, they're probably getting custom-made sunglasses.
And then you end up standing on man's foot in a rave and wonder why it's gonna end up in a fight. Like.
Yeah. No, in the club's different because that goes with your fit, innit? It goes with your fit. But the first time I saw R. Kelly's eyes, I felt sick. I thought, what the fuck? Because all the years I saw him with glasses on.
R. Kelly's eyes?
Oh no.
Yeah, because all the years of R. Kelly growing up, he always had glasses on.
Right.
But don't forget, you got the man as well, BR. I don't really think they look that great, so they put glasses on to take away half the image of their face.
Yeah, that too. Because R. Kelly is not. I mean, he's nice to complexion, but he is not a looker. Like.
That's why he went for the Young Bucks.
Your opinion, still.
Yeah, that's just my opinion.
That's why he went for the Young Bucks. Maybe.
But yeah, probably. But here's the thing with R. Kelly, and I'm probably gonna get backlash from guys and girls because my husband's like, nah, that dude's disgusting. But here's the thing, especially in the city, teenage girls. So I'm speaking from experience because there would be older guys around us out hanging outside, like when we came out for recess or break or after school. We would go to the the corner store and get our stuff. And there were guys that were hanging out there that were older.
Mm-hmm.
And we didn't really bat an eye to it because they didn't look creepy. Some of my friends did go and hang out and do other things. And I even did that. And it never dawned on me that this guy is so much older. If anything, I prefer to be with them than to be with like the kids my age.
I've been saying that. Like, you see with the R. Kelly situation, people going like they ain't been doing that. Chilling with the young bucks and stuff like that.
So
you
now
know what I think the major difference
it's all about money.
The major difference with R. Kelly and, like I said, people been doing it. And yes, guys fantasize to be with an older woman when he's in school, and girls must fantasize to be with an older guy. So I'm not knocking the child, I'm not knocking the youth, because that is just the youth and the youth don't know no better. I wouldn't even really knock the elder as such. I would not then, but if you are on R. Kelly, if you're on R. Kelly's status, where you can get from 15 to 505-year-old woman, you have no business looking at a young girl.
Right.
It's not like you haven't, for one, it's not like you haven't seen the world. It's not like you cannot get women of your age, slightly younger, a bit older. You've got, you know what I mean? You've got everything, but you want to then go and find a young girl. Come on.
Man, Men
There's no
like that,
excuse.
they can't control big women, grown women.
But
That's why
exactly,
they
I
go
was
for the
just gonna
younger.
say that.
They go for
That's
the younger
exactly
suit because they can't control the big woman.
the older
You know
women.
what? No, I don't even think it's that, because once again, of course, R. Kelly can control big women. R. Kelly just got to touch a big woman and she's going to faint. So he can control women,
No,
but
I
he
mean
just
deeper.
No,
mate.
not in that not in that respect.
No, just listen. The same way I can tell you this now. The same way he would control them young girls, he could control a big woman like that because of who he is. But he likes young girls. It's just as simple as you could look on somebody and see whether they're tall or whether they're short, and you might say, right, they're too short or they're too tall. He likes the look of young people.
That's his fetish.
And because he's got the money, the influence and everything, that gives him the power to go out and grab a bag of them.
But I would say that they're more, what I'm saying is that they're more impressionable. So somebody like myself who's 46 compared to my 15-year-old, but even my 15-year-olds would be like, okay, R. Kelly, you know, there's some strange stuff going on. But because they're more, girls are impressionable at that age, especially somebody like an R. Kelly, it could be easier for him to manipulate her than a 46-year-old woman who's like, nah, I'm good. We're doing a one-night stand kind of thing, and that's that. He knows he can control a 15-year-old.
I get what you mean. I do get what you mean, and I really don't know because I'm not in the mind of that realm.
Yeah.
But what I will say, what I do know, is that there are big women out there. There are big grown women older than us that you can control like a 15-year-old picnic.
Yeah.
And without money, a bus driver's got them on lock. So R. Kelly could definitely do that if it wasn't just, they're easier. It's not just, it's deeper than that. It's a lot deeper than they're just easier, because
there is something
mentally wrong with attracted to a young person. For you to be physically attracted to a young person is equivalent to you being physically attracted to the same sex, and that's not your way of swinging. I can't be attracted to a young person the same way I can't be attracted to the same sex. That's just not how my brain works.
Not to change the subject, yeah? No, that's a bit wrong if I say this. But not to change the subject, but it's the same thing for me when I see people with midgets. No disrespect. It's like, because they're like small people, innit? Like, and it's like, I don't know. It's like
how does that happen?
Huh?
Like, how does that happen?
Yeah, like, I just don't know how. I don't know.
Like a regular sized person with like a midget, like how does that happen?
Yeah, like what is it that you are sexually attracted to? Exactly.
Right.
Because it's not always sex, I guess. In fact, furthermore, it's obvious. Either they are attracted, because some people, there's midget porn. So some people are attracted to midgets.
I mean, whatever floats your boat.
They're not watching that.
What did you say there was, mystery?
It's either a fetish thing or they're just not watching the sex. They like the person as the person.
What porn did you say it was?
Is man tapping it in now? Midget porn.
No. Oh my god, I never even knew that existed. How do you know that existed?
Me neither.
It does, you know. I remember them old school DVDs, bro. One of them would always be mixed in a DVD.
In whose DVD?
Back in the days,
that Pornhub is the site for everything and anything. You can think it and it's there.
First time I saw that when I was a youth.
What I'm saying is, did you have to type it in to see it, or did it just pop up there?
No,
bro, like man said, man, that's been going on from day one, man. I didn't just come into porn from internet, yeah. There's midget DVDs out DVD. There's DVDs out there.
Yeah, but the thing is about the DVD guys, bro. I used to have the Chinese guy come to my house, bro. Yeah,
and subscribe to them.
How I had it like that. He used to come to my house. I used to bring the home. Just tell me what they want. But you can look at the front cover before you buy it. So you must have been looking for midget porn.
No. Listen,
it makes sense, bro. The cover don't match the CD.
When you're looking through the pool section, you're gonna come across all sorts.
Okay.
If you got a good DVD link up, you're gonna come across all sorts.
Chinese.
Yeah? Right. And one time,
I didn't used to buy a lot of porn.
I've never seen that. Like, you would have to be in there looking specifically for that. Just let me see if they got midget porn just for shits and giggles.
You see, when I stumbled past it in my young days, my teen days, and that, it weren't displayed on none of it. It was just one of them ones. It as your is on. The next chapter is them. Like you're thinking, raw. I can't explain it in it, but I say things as is. It's not embarrassing.
It, Bobby. I don't want to hear the story about when
you said they used to come to your house, bro.
No, the Chinese man, the Chinese guys to come from out with DVD. But what I'm saying is, you have to look at the front of the cover of the DVD to find the midget porn. Man probably looked at the front, saw the midget, and looked at the back.
No, man never bought them, bro. That's just them things get handed around, bro.
Listen, regardless, of my point is because we're getting too caught up. Regardless, there's a thing called it exists, and like you're saying, what makes someone like you're saying when you see it and you're like, how does that work?
How does that work? Somehow it works.
That's equivalent to me seeing someone who's totally the opposite of what attracts me.
Yeah.
I'd look and I'd be like, wow, like good for them sort of thing.
Sorry to go off topic, but I was going back to the same topic anyway. But you see with the R. Kelly thing, aren't the people that watch these tapes as guilty as him? Especially the ones the ones that copied it and sent it out.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I'm not as guilty as him, but yeah, it's a child.
Not as guilty as him.
There got to be something wrong with them. But you know what? That's more money wise, just for shits and giggles, just for awe and shock. Oh, let me burn that DVD and then sell it because they were doing that on 125th Street, selling the bootleg version of that tape.
Yeah, I was about.
I was in the Bronx.
I didn't even know what we were watching.
Oh, where? I didn't see it. I didn't want to see it. I had no desire to see.
It came around on my block. I'll be honest.
Yeah, no, I've not seen it. I remember I was in New York. I was in the Bronx in 1998, and they were selling that. So that's when it came out, and they were selling it.
I remember something floating around the block.
Maybe because I was having my own porn session in my house and about to give birth to my son. I'm not looking at somebody else being nasty. I just had no desire for
it was even in Boondocks. They even made joke about it in Boondocks and so forth.
Yeah. The pissing on you part and all that. I remember that.
Dave Chappelle made a skit about it. It was all funny until now. It's like, oh, word. This man's really like.
Check this though, yeah. I used to fancy Aaliyah. She was my crush, innit? One of my crushes when I was a youth, man. Probably like 10 years old or whatever you want to call it. And then I remember. Because she was like a crush, and then you got your girl cousin that's got the posters. You get to read a little script. Oh, she's this old. She's from here, there, whatever. But she's older than me anyway. But when I saw her on stage with R. Kelly back then, even that looked wrong. But I never said. No one never said nothing about it back then. It's only now when
you know what it is, BR. I'll be honest with you. When I was younger, boy, and I found out that I thought that was a rumor. That she looked so young to me. I thought that was a rumor when they were saying that she was actually with R. Kelly when I was younger. Now we know it's true.
Now you can see it for what it was.
That just went over my head because I thought they were kidding. Like I thought it was a rumor because we never saw them actually kiss or anything like that or hold each other.
Just saw them. You know what I mean? You think, bro, what's she doing with my man? You know when you're young and you got a crush and that. Yeah, I mean, it's mad. But it's the same as when I was growing up.
Her album title says "Age ain't nothing but a number." That was a dead giveaway for us, but it went over our heads.
Maybe she was saying that to him.
Right, and then in that picture, I think that's her name, her real biological name.
No, he chose the name Age Ain't Nothing But a Number for that thing.
Of course he would. And in that album cover, he's off to the side, looking at her with his sunglasses on, like he's kind of like foggied out, and then she's in the front cover. So it's a weird cover. And again,
yes.
Right, y'all seen it. It went over our heads. It went over my head for sure. Because I didn't even think of it like that.
But that's how they move. They move in the shadow.
Industry. Industry.
You know? Everybody that knew. So Weinstein and all them man, they was listening to it and looking at the album cover, they knew exactly what it meant.
Yep. Because that's how they do.
Yeah, that's the games they play. It's just like if you know the real story behind Pinocchio and half of these Disney cartoons, it's deep. Unfortunately, it's there. And like you said, it went over our heads. It's like we were in a different world.
That's why they call him the Pied Piper. That man could sing his ass off. He's talking about
wheeling them in.
Yeah, and the children were fuller.
Ooh, I was following, like "Step in the Name of Love," singing all those songs, and not even realizing.
I think everyone in this panel used to vibe to his music.
Huh?
But who listens to? I think everyone used to vibe to his music, but who listens to him now? Does any of you guys listen to him still?
I don't know. I stopped listening to him from a long time ago. But his music's proper things, man. Regardless, I wouldn't listen to it. Wouldn't play it, should I say? But they're big tracks.
Yeah, I know a lot of them word for word.
He's a part of our teenagehood and our adulthood. He can't be erased. Is what I'm trying to say. He'll be out of sight, but he can't be erased.
I see people driving playing R. Kelly all the time.
Yeah, see, because to some people they're separating him from the music.
Right.
That's separating the case from the music.
That's like me walking around with a Jimmy Savile badge on.
What?
No, that's someone from this side.
Oh God. But then you think about, okay, so maybe Elvis Presley didn't do what R. Kelly did, but he was with a 14-year-old and she was 27. Nobody bats an eye about that. Nobody said, oh, he's the king of blah, blah, bloop.
Jamaican men been doing that from the early days.
Hello.
They've been trying. I remember when we was in school and then they're standing outside. What was it back then? Was it Pizza Hut in Britain and JD's and that, calling out all the gal them. And these are the school ones that's with us. And these are big grown men with ankle bracelets and chops and chains, crazy mush and all that. And
calling out the little girls because some of the little girls are looking like little women.
But then
I'm not justifying and saying that's listen, I'm not justifying to say that's right.
You know why that is, Foxy? You know why that is?
Understand.
Back in the day, I was talking about this with one of the homies. Back in the day, it would be like 1 or 2 girls when you was younger on the block that was into doing makeup and sunbathing and type of things, And then now we're at a stage now where all the youths then wear makeup now.
Right.
And they wear eyelashes and all them type of things. You know what I'm saying? That's why they're all looking so older now. You know?
Exactly.
And their face, they're shaped different now as well.
So crazy if they take that makeup off. You wouldn't even recognize them.
I think they're shaped different because of the fast food that they eat. So fast food is fast fed. You're processing that for the last 10 years.
All the protein sitting. Yep. Yeah.
But even some of the youths, when I see them, I think, bro, I wasn't even like that size there in school, you know.
Right.
Got full on beard and everything like that with the shape up on it. Bro, I had one hair on my chin.
Listen,
and the gal them used to want to pull it out.
And flat chested. I had no body. You couldn't see me unless I was butt naked. But if like my best friend, she had boobs, so all the boys would flock to her and want to be under her because she had the boobs. But she's only 13 years old. Like, she's not a grown girl. So that's what, visually, men are visual. They see that first. They don't really look at, she's got a baby face. No, she got a big fat fatty and some big boobs.
So do you think that's embedded into our community then? Because it happens a lot in our community, but we just don't speak on it about our own.
Yeah, I think this is like encoded. In every community, yeah.
Yeah, of course, every community, but I mean, like in our community, it happens. I think it happens quite a lot. Like, I pick my kids up from school, and there's certain grown men I see at the same time, and I think, you don't have youths though. Why are you always hanging around there, the schools around these times, pretending to drive past slow and then all windows down, But I don't know. Maybe they have to go to work at that Pacific time. Who knows?
Not lowering their windows and driving slow. No.
It happens, and I think it happens a lot more than it definitely happens a lot more than we realize. I believe with every community, but we only know our own community, so we see like we're looking at it that, oh wow, it's really bad in our community, but within the African community, that's major. Within the
that's bad, man. That's bad,
Brazilians, Romanians, it happens everywhere.
Yeah, they be selling their kids off like for money, child brides and stuff like that. Like they do real dirt stuff. Selling your 9-year-old off, selling your 12-year-old off because now that's a little bit more. That's above our pay grade. I mean, we might be doing some sexual
some
whatever.
Some of the mums done it to R. Kelly, innit? Some of the mums done that to R. Kelly. So they kids too.
Exactly. So
R. Kelly, Aaliyah's mother and them did that to that poor girl.
Yeah, I heard that.
And it was the uncle, because the uncle worked in the industry with Kelly. And they wanted to get the little, you know, Aaliyah's this beautiful singer, child prodigy and stuff. The mother was kind of, I think she was like a singer or she was kind of like a showbiz failure.
Did they ever investigate her plane crash?
Huh?
Did they ever investigate her plane crash?
Of course not.
See, you never know. She might have had something to say. She could have been pregnant. And that would have been he would have been going to prison for that if she was pregnant.
No, but she was with Dame Dash at the time.
Yeah.
Who also was older. She was like 20, 19, 20. And Dame Dash was going into his 30s.
Yeah. I thought you mean she was still young at that time.
Yeah, she was older, but she was still young. You know what I mean? Like she wasn't a teenager. But yeah, and she was already, her and R. Kelly's relationship was over. So she was engaged to be with Dame Dash.
And that's the thing with a lot of the young girls coming into the industry. They're going to come up against a lot of these grown-ass men that's expecting them to do certain things just to open the doors for them.
Exactly.
That's
and
how
some
it
of
works,
them do it. Yeah, and some of them do it because they know it might just open that door.
Right.
It has. A lot of them have done it, and that's how the doors have been opened for them.
Yeah. And think what the guys are
they do that with the boys too. They break the men.
That's what I just said. That's what I said. Think what the men have to do as well.
Yep. That's why Corey Haim, the guy from what was it, Lost Boys, he ended up killing himself. He just couldn't take any more of it. Because he was a child prodigy, a child star, and they had broke him from that point on, and he got into drugs. And he tried to calm himself from all of that stuff, but he's still in the industry. And eventually I think he died when he was like 30 years old. He killed himself.
Yeah, sometimes it gets too much, but people out there, if it gets too much, don't do it, man. Try and speak to someone. Give yourself a bit more time.
Think really thoroughly if this is really what you want to do and the price is going to pay for you to get to this type of industry.
And read them contracts as well.
Yeah.
Read them contracts.
If you don't understand it, get an adult who does.
It's a contract. It's called con for a reason, isn't it? So.
And you think they're signing them younger for there's a agenda behind that?
Sorry?
Do you think that they're signing these people, these artists younger? Do you think there's an agenda behind why they're signing them so young?
Yeah, anything young is easier to manipulate.
I wouldn't say this. Yeah, basically, I think there's an agenda to why they're signing certain people. In general, you know what I mean? Why certain people are getting signed and the music that's being pushed and being backed.
I personally feel that most of the people they sign are people that they think will turn to the dark side. Not saying that all of them will.
Yeah, because they're going to put them through a test.
I think it's an influential thing. So long as you can influence the people towards the fashion, then they'll sign you. So if this numbers don't lie, as he said, women, men, but numbers don't lie. So if you can rake in the numbers and some some Stormzy numbers, they're going to sign you. And if you're following the trend, yeah, definitely, you're influential. You're influencer. So you get signed.
There's a price for that too, because you can bring in the numbers, but at what cost are you breaking down and doing that, if you know what I mean? Like what you know what I mean?
There's always a cost. There's a cost to it. There's a cost to us working a regular job.
Right. But this is more nefarious. Like they're doing really dastardly things. There's blackmail to say, you know, oh, remember, I got this over your head. Just because you know, you want to be a star and you're using your true God-given talent, right? You feel like I can sing, or I'm a top musician. I can do, you know, I have this talent, and you're going in it pure-heartedly. These people are not pure-hearted people.
No.
So now you're compromising yourself for the sake of, I'm talented. Now I gotta, you know, in order for me to get through, they're not really looking. Yeah, they're looking to see if you can rule the crowd, but they're also like, yep, we got this over this one.
All
The
they gotta
same
do
thing
is
what happened with Whitney Houston. Look what
give
they
you a
did
touch
to
of the limelight, and then they'll take the rest from you.
Exactly.
Whitney Houston, I don't know what happened.
Are there any positive musicians out there that are there any positive young musicians out there that you can promote? Because as far as I'm concerned, they've all sold their soul because they all chat about sex, drugs, or violence.
Not off the top of my head, you know.
So but I do believe there are conscious musicians out there who do not swear and curse and so forth. Right. So why don't they get fined? Is it because us as the public are not buying?
Yeah.
So who do we blame? The people that are buying, or do we blame the dealers, or the people that are buying, the fiends?
I'm not sure.
Well, I think
whereas in everything's digital, the sales are low anyway.
Sorry?
Whereas in everything is easy to catch online, the sales are low anyway. So if you're coming with positive and you're going to bring a lower energy of digits or numbers, you want to call it. Shit, I lost the chain of thought for a second.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, the point is, can we blame them for pushing the type of music that's being pushed?
No,
or do we blame society for listening to it and taking it all in and buying tickets to wireless and everywhere else that, you know?
I know what BR was just trying to get at still.
Done now. But yeah, no, if they stop it, then they stop their revenue of money, innit? Some of their main sources of money.
Was there drill artists at wireless?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. See, there you go.
I don't know if you class Pot of Paper as a drill rapper, but he was down there.
No, he's a rapper.
Yeah. Well, I'll say rapper. Yeah.
But it's the same topic.
Nines was there, no?
I'd say
same topic, different delivery.
Yeah, more or less. Yes.
Well, I think with the conscious rapping or conscious music, it's not that it doesn't sell as much. It's just that the industry wants to have more sex, drugs, and rock and roll put out than they want to hear brand Nubians talk about slow down and talk about consciousness. And the people who aren't conscious artists know, because they're conscious, they're not selling their soul to the quote unquote devil.
And so shows sell out. Their shows sell out as well.
Yeah. I love this.
Kendrick Lamar,
that's
Cole.
what you were saying, though, BR, because if the labels wanted to push it, it would sell, man.
Yeah.
If they wanted to push it, if you know what I mean, because you know how they already control your mind with the radio, make you hear the same tune over and over again.
Yeah.
Then you end up singing it at work. And you think, I don't even like this song. Why am I even singing it?
And before you know it, your kids are singing it in the car, and you're thinking, I don't even know the words to this.
Yeah, and then you come out and you get into your car, you put the radio on, you can hear it again. Then you hear it on adverts, so they can sell it. They can sell conscious music if they wanted to. They just don't want to put that out. That's not what they're. It's a whole agenda to the whole situation.
It's like what's that song that came out not long ago with the young boy? Have you seen the state of her body? If I don't beat it, something I ain't use a Johnny. I heard one of my kids say that. Yeah, they didn't know what Johnny meant. They said, Dad, what does that mean? You know, that was a tricky one to do because the song's on the freaking radio in the car.
Right.
But it says Johnny. Johnny is a word that they don't have to take out of the song, even though it's a slang word for my kids are sleeping. Even though it's a slang word for condom, it was still on the radio, bro.
One sec, please, BR. One sec, please, my brother. Hey, MC, you got to look. MC, I'll see you backstage, yeah, but it's not letting me. You got to put You got to log back in. Log out and log back in. And see if it works. Oh, okay, you're back now. You're back now. Okay, let's go.
Hi guys, sorry I'm late.
No problem, man. What's going on, Em? You good?
Yeah, I've just
thanks for coming on, man. Same way.
No worries. I've just been listening to your guys' conversation. Yeah, R. Kelly's a friggin' nonce. Okay, let's start there. And he's he's a nonce, and he clearly just likes like the younger girls, doesn't he? Like, because they're obviously, I don't know, he's just a very sick guy. But to be fair, I don't think he was alone in what he was doing. He was a part of a group of people who were doing the exact same shit. But he was called out because of something to do with like his ties and his vows with that secret society, that motherfucking shit that he's involved in.
Yeah, man, most definitely.
I could tell that this means something to you, the R. Kelly thing.
Yeah, because you know why? I was abused as a child by fucking celebrities. As a child, I was groomed. So yeah, it's very
No, I could tell by the way you said
subject. Oh my god, I just think all paedophiles should be strung.
Hey, don't forget no profanity. No profanity.
Yeah, sorry.
all right.
Sorry, yeah, I think they should be strung up, but yeah, that's just my opinion. You're not really allowed to say things like that, are you? Because
all right. So someone that's been in part of the industry, do you think they strictly target the younger ones because they're easier to groom, tame, or to get what they want over the older ones?
Of course, like young girls, they look up to people like that. They look up to adults, grown adults who've got the shit together, who are successful in their fields, you know, and we are so much more easily manipulated and targeted by these perverts. So yeah, I was targeted by a Premiership footballer who played for one of the big teams here in Liverpool. And it went on for years, and I was, you know, groomed.
Hello?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, miss.
Yeah, what happened?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you again. Yeah, I can hear you again. Yeah.
Oh, I don't know what happened there. But yeah, that guy was like 26, 27 when I met him. I was only 14. And
so
he knew.
So with that, then, what was these friends like? So I know he knew your age, but how did these friends see you? Did any of them say, you know, you're a bit young, or how did that work?
The craziest thing was one of his friends, he was like 40 odd, and he was the one who introduced me to him. I was sitting, I think it was my 14th birthday, and I was sitting on my doorstep with my 14-year-old bestie, and this guy comes up to my doorstep while my mum is inside the house, brazenly come to my doorstep and said, "Hey, I've got a big celebrity footballer who just wants to meet beautiful girls like you. Would you like to come over? He lives in this big, beautiful apartment. Would you like to come?" So I'm like, oh, hell yeah. Do you know what I mean? I would love to come.
Did you ask your mum first, or did you just go?
Yeah, I asked my mum. I said, "Mum, there's this big celebrity footballer. He wants to invite me to his house."
Your mic's cut off again.
You're gone again.
So obviously my mum, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, my mum suffered mental health issues. So from her perspective, she wasn't all there herself. So when I've asked my mum for permission to go to this place, she's just like, yeah, go and do whatever you do. And she hasn't really looked too deep into it.
Yeah.
You know, and that's, you know, I was failed by my mum first. I've got to be honest. My mum failed me, but at the same time, she was failed herself. She had mental health issues of her own.
Yeah.
So yeah, obviously I started from there, and then at that night that I went to his house, he gave me £600 just to sit in his house and look around.
So that was the advertiser pretty much starting from there.
I was like, wow, £600! I didn't even do anything. That was the most money I've ever had in my hands in my life. I was 14 years old.
No, and it started from there. Sorry you had to go through that.
Yeah, that's what these motherfuckers are like, though. They will groom young girls specifically because they know, especially girls who are from single parent backgrounds. The mums are struggling. They've never seen that amount of money in their lives, like in cash. Do you get what I mean? Stuff like that. Like, you know, it's a targeted thing, and that's why.
Sorry, sis, can I ask? That happened obviously a while ago. Was that guy dealt with?
To be fair, there's a court case going on at the moment because this particular person is of African descent, so he skipped the country, probably knowing he was going to get some kind of, you know.
Yeah.
So he skipped the country. He's currently in Africa. So the police are trying to get an extradition order, but it's quite difficult, as you know, in Africa because of the corruption in the country. So it's quite difficult to get him extradited. But as soon as he lands back in the UK, he's nicked. He's getting arrested straight away, and then it's going to be a case. Do you know what I mean?
Is it just yourself, or is there others with him?
Well, he was the one who basically, you know, abused me. Who was having sex with a 14-year-old. It was him. But then there was a procurer who, you know, came to my mum's house, picked me up, brought me there. He literally died a couple of weeks ago randomly of cancer. So he's not going to be able to stand trial for what he's done. So, but yeah, it's mad, it's crazy. But that's what happens, and it's happening all over the world. And it's so heartbreaking for me to see.
Yeah, definitely.
I want to just say to you, sis, that thank you for your transparency and being strong enough to have this voice to speak up and let people know exactly what's going on and what happened to you. And I'm sorry that did happen.
Thanks, sis. I appreciate that. And honestly, I'm just an open book. I am not like ashamed of what I've been through. I don't feel like it's a taboo subject for me anymore. It used to be. I used to get like some side eyes, you know, if I tell people, but not anymore. It's like that Me Too movement is coming out now. People's like, no, we're not having it no more. Like, get it together. Like, stop like this happening.
Yeah. And do you think it will stop? Or just slow down, obviously?
No, I don't think it will stop. As long as the people that are in power remain in power, then it's going to continue. Because as you and I both know, the criminal convictions for paedophiles in this country are an absolute joke. Not just in this country, but all over the world. A lot of the convictions that paedophiles will get is a slap on the wrist compared to what they should be getting. So as long as the judicial system stays like that, it's not going to be like a deterrent for paedophiles. If you knew that your dick was going to get chopped off as soon as you played with this child, you're not going to do it no more.
No, some of TV's playing. So what could we say to the young girls that's getting enticed by these grown celebrities then to stay away from it?
There just needs to be more people like me who's coming out and just saying, look, it's not all it's cracked up to be. You end up with, you know, mental and emotional scarring because of this mistreatment, because of this, you know. He lied to me. It wasn't like I just laid down with him and I just like, oh yeah. He proper groomed me. He told me we're going to get married when you're 18. As soon as you're old enough, we will get married. We'll be together. And it was this whole fairy tale like, oh, wow, I'm going to get married and we're going to be together. It wasn't like I was just giving it up to this random guy. It was a proper relationship. I felt like I was fully in love. I was completely and utterly manipulated. And I think just the awareness needs to be shown to young women. Like, this is not okay. Like, get help, get guidance from people around you, and try and like fight this. Like, if I had a dad in the picture, it probably wouldn't have happened. If my dad was around, probably wouldn't have happened, because my dad would have been like, who the fuck is this man, and why is he giving you all this money?
All right, so if, let's say that it's the same situation, there is no father around, mother's not well, there is no support. What you as someone that's been through it yourself, what advice would you give to a young 14-year-old girl?
Who's got caught up in this type of situation with a guy?
Same thing. Someone with a lot of money has come along and they've said, look, come and hang out with me. I'm going to give you lots of money.
Run the opposite way. Don't do it. It's a trap. Because not only that though, but
so
like,
if there was someone on the radio that said the same thing, run, it's a trap, would you have run?
If I would, no, probably not. But to be fair, if I would have like sat down and listened to a podcast like this and heard, you know, grown women's testimonies and stories about, you know, how it's affected them later on in life. Like, I've got PTSD. I'm I'm gonna have that forever. And trust issues and, you know, all of these scars that I'm never gonna be able to completely be free of. And I think these young women, I think they just really do need guidance. They need like people, even like if it's just like a big sister. That's why I wanted to start a charity called Big Sister, and it's like just like a thought in the process at the moment. But I'd love to just set up this charity just to have like a phone line, kind of like care line, but just to have a big sister on the other end of the line. So you can call this big sister and just be like, oh my God, so I'm dating this footballer. He's 26, I'm only 14, and he gives me this and he gives me that. And an honest perspective from an adult's point of view for this child to know that, okay, something ain't right here. You need to reassess this situation. He's giving you money, he's grooming you.
If she's okay with it, she's sexually active. But this time, it's not the mate in the back of the bike shed. It's someone that's giving her £600.
Yeah.
So, like, how do we get through to a kid? Yeah, how do we get through to those ones that say, no, I'm good, man, I'm getting my money?
Or even get into their heads before they even get to the stage of even being enticed by that.
Exactly. I think it just needs...
Can I just chime into that response for Mystery? Because, and that's a great concept, Imshay, to go ahead and do that, because there are a lot of young girls and teenagers that do that listen to podcasts, that do come on YouTube and hear a lot of stories. And so for you to have that would be even more better than them listening to, you know, murder mysteries or whatever the case may be. You doing that would actually be a great asset. Now, to add to what Mystery's asking, you can't reach and tap into everyone. So to try to save, you know, if she's going to be hard-headed and she's still going to be like, I'm good, I got this, I know how to handle myself. The saying goes, a hard head makes a soft ass. Something's going to make that young lady flip her head upside down, where she's then going to have to realize this is not the move. Because there could be like people like myself, like Imshay, like BR, like yourself, like Peniro, talking to her blue in the face. But some of these kids think they so grown that it doesn't matter. 600 pounds. Whoa, I'm living right now. I'm doing it. So you know what? Let them bump their head, because eventually they're gonna have to sit down, and hopefully it doesn't end up where they're dead or in prison.
So how's your dad, yeah? So what are the signs then that your kid's doing something like this behind your back?
Oh, I would say
I have 3 daughters, so what signs could you go?
I would say like you just need to keep tabs on, especially your child's phone. If your child comes back with any property that you didn't buy for them, question this property that this child is coming home with. Where did you get this new phone? Where did you get that bag? Where's this money coming from? How did you afford that meal? Do you know, stuff like that? You really need to be keeping tabs on your children, keeping an eye on their devices.
Their phones are unlocked. That's always getting run up on.
Yes. What else? I can't think. You know, just like conversations with their friends, like you can usually like pick up from conversations with their friends, if you can, you know, do that, if that's possible. Just things like that, just the signs really that are obvious.
Get an idea. So how old are your girls?
Well, mine are still young. Mine are 11, 8, and 5.
Okay, so because I have almost a 30-year-old and a 15-year-old. And with them, though, I think the blessing was because unfortunately, her 14-year-old experience is somewhat similar to my 14-year-old experience, because at 15 I became a teenage mother, but I was doing it. I had sex with a boy who was the same age as myself. But he left me and whatever, so I ended up having to take care of her. But my family was there supporting me as well. So I am like a sister and a mother at the same time. And they know where to draw the line, and I know where to draw the line to be the discipliner and as their friend to listen. If they need to talk, I try to make myself as available as possible to be their ear. So that if there's any issues, they come to me, and they don't have to go to somebody else and talk about it unless they feel like it. They'll come to me and they'll talk to me. My 15-year-old, she and I very much, you know, even since she was a little girl, she knew mommy doesn't play that. So I better tell her the truth right now before the teachers call, and I won't have to get in trouble. So she'll say, Mom, I was talking in school today. The teachers are going to call you. Okay, now I got the heads up. Am I mad at her? Sure, but I'll be even more pissed if she didn't tell me and I had to hear from somebody else. So I think the parents, we need to be slightly lenient with our children, because they're dealing with so much on the outside world that we can give them so much love, affection, and attention. When they leave our door, they're battling a bigger beast than us. And we have to compromise in some ways and be engaged in the things that they like, listen to some of the stuff that they're listening to. And also, like MJ said, vet out their friends. You know, if you're going out and doing a daddy's day with the girls and you say, bring your friends along and we're going out for ice cream, talk to them and say, what do you like? You know, so and so. So you get an idea of who your girls are hanging out with, and then you can vet them out and be like, look, I don't want you hanging out with that one then.
Right.
100%. My oldest says I don't like none of her friends, and I've told her I'll never like none of them, because they probably could bring danger to you. I'll be cool with them, but I don't have to like them. Don't get me wrong, they're all cool kids.
But your child could be the one that's the troublemaker, because I was the troublemaker. And all my girls.
That's the reason why I've told my kid I'll never like none of your friends, because of such that. Even though she could be a troublemaker.
Right.
Well, she knows I like them, but I'll never like them.
But see, even I was like super lucky. Like I could have jumped in that car that day and been taken to a friggin' shipping container and been shipped out to friggin', you know, China or whatever, and been sex trafficked. I was one of the lucky ones, you know, and I think that's another thing that children need to be aware of, is that not all the time when an adult says, yeah, we're going to go and have a drink, we're going to go and have some fun, that's not always their intention. Sometimes these motherfuckers be evil out here and have completely ulterior motives that you wouldn't even be able to comprehend in your small little brain. So I think it does start from home, training these young children from a very early age. Stranger danger, you know, don't speak to strangers, don't be, you know, all in the mix with everybody. Sorry?
My 5-year-old knows that.
Yeah, like don't be all up in the mix with everybody.
No.
You can't just be trusting everybody and everybody. Like some people are very, very peculiar in this world. Some people are just downright evil, you know.
I tell them the same. I say, even with my friends, don't stop and talk to them. If they say hey, say hey, and keep it moving.
Right.
Because I would feel in a way if I saw one of my friends standing. I know it's a friend, but at the same time, I don't know what his agenda is.
Yeah. Even my mum's boyfriend at one time invited me to his home, and he knew I was a little bit wayward. He knew I was a little bit of a wild child, and so he knew that I like to have a little drink and a little smoke. So he played on that, and he said, oh yeah man, I've got weed there, I've got alcohol, you want to come round, I've got everything you want. So I went round there specifically just for the weed and the alcohol, and he brought me around there specifically for what he could get from me, which he never got from me, you know, because I was like, oh hell no, you're my mum's boyfriend, how can I do this with you, are you crazy? And I left. But when I told my mum, she flipped out. She was like, how are you gonna go link up with my boyfriend? I was like, Mum, He was bringing me there because he was trying to give me alcohol and drink, and me and my mum ended up falling out over it. It's just crazy the way things go in life. You can't trust anybody. You have to be careful who you bring around your kids.
No, definitely, man.
This is what I was going to say. It's everywhere, and ultimately you can't trust nobody.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think it's just about, if we're talking raising children, I think it's about just trying to clue them up. These things exist. I believe I think it's a good thing that you put yourself out there and you communicate and you get to know and talk to people, even talk to strangers. But you've just got to be clued up and know the red flags.
Yeah.
And not just be clued up and know the red flags, but not be attracted to the red flags, because sometimes we're attracted to these red flags and we don't even realize it.
That's a good one, bro.
So before you know it, you're already in the mix.
Yeah, you're in there. Like you said, you're attracted to the red flags already.
Exactly, and when it comes to raising up your kids, I think it's either you get on their wave, so you get to know what they're up to and get to know their slang, and you listen to their music and everything else.
Yeah, do that, man.
Get them on your wave. So I think the first one, the latter, is what you do first. So first and foremost, you try and raise them old school, in your ways. If that don't work, then you have to jump on their ways, see what it's all about, and then try and pick from it.
Yeah. Otherwise, they'll never let you in, man.
Give up. If you give up and you say, "Oh no, they're too advanced. I'm not into it," then you've lost, and that's when they can get to their madness. Yeah. So then
because they know they can go further than you. They know how to use things more advanced than you, and you never took the interest out to even.
That's it.
Learn one of their interests.
Again, when the lady was speaking about grandparents and so forth, nowadays kids teach their parents.
Yeah.
Back in them days, you couldn't, as a young kid, you ain't teaching no adult nothing. No way, you can't teach grandma nothing. Grandma knows certain things that nobody don't know. Yeah. Nowadays, it's the other way around. You'll go to your youth and you say, how do I work this, or what does this mean, and so forth. So again, it's about it's about wisening up and realizing that you can learn from the youngers as much as they can learn from you.
Yeah.
Right, and they need to know that they are being heard, because like you said, especially Caribbean family members, growing up, you are seen and not heard. You are a spook in the corner. When there is adults talking, you do not talk. And you may have something, of some importance that you want to share, something you learned in school that you want to sit down with the adults and talk with them and, conjugate. And it's, oh, no. See, and so now the tables have turned, so where we can listen. We're not going to do that whole, speak when spoken to now. No, if you have something to say, let's hear it. Because that's all these kids want to be. That's all any kid wants, is to be heard. Why do you think a 2-year-old has a temper tantrum and throws themselves up and down on the floor? They can't articulate what's really wrong with them. So that's how they verbalize. So all kids just want to be heard. And when there's a patient person sitting down, and to sister's defense with her mom having mental illness, she's the exception to the rule, because most of our parents are of sound mind. Right. And my family were of sound mind. I still was running wayward, having sex at an early age. I mean, granted, my parents, had a divorce, but same thing. My dad said, had I still been there, your mother didn't pick me out, you wouldn't have been a teenage mother. But that's neither here nor there. They were sound-minded people, and I still did what the hell I wanted to do. So,
do you think he's correct in his statement?
Wait, say that again.
Sorry, do you think your father was correct in his statement that he?
Yes. Oh. In some ways, because he and I were close, because both my parents, they were hands-on parents as well as going to work. But when my mother, things were going wrong with my dad, and he started drinking and becoming like a belligerent alcoholic, she didn't want her kids around that, and rightfully so. So she became the one-parent household and trying to take care of 2 children and keep them in good, because not only were we were going to Catholic school, so she's paying extra money for a good education. So she's working late hours, trying to keep, you know, do whatever. And she was living in a better neighborhood so that her kids would be, you know, safe in a sense. And so there was no supervision. I'm the eldest. I ran around, and you know, if dad was there, yeah, I definitely wouldn't have been getting away with a lot of stuff that I did. But you know, again, a hard head made a soft ass. And so, you know, when I got pregnant, the first thing I did was immediately like, oh shit, I did an adult thing here. I'm keeping the baby. I was more scared about doing any type of procedure than I was giving birth to some kid I didn't even know what the hell that was about. And I kept it from my family because they were all about, you know, prestige and honor and education, and you got to get this, and you know, them Caribbean, them Jamaicans, you know, with their education, you gotta. So I failed them, and I hid my pregnancy for a long time until somebody told my mother, like, your kid is pregnant. And when she found out, I was like 5 months, and they were like, we can't do nothing about it. So I realized that was my bump in the wall, the head bump that sat me down and was like, listen, because had it not happened that way, I think I probably would have been strung out on drugs or prostituting myself off, you know, doing all kinds of nefarious things. So my daughter's a blessing in disguise.
Of course. How's she doing? How's your daughter doing? Good? Good.
She's gonna be 30 this year. She's got a roommate now, roommates. She's working full time. She's a aspiring tattoo artist. You know, she's living, she's enjoying her 29 years. She's traveling, going places. And that's all I tell them. So I tell my kids, do not end up being like your mother. There's nothing wrong with children, but you don't need to have kids at an early age. Live your freaking life. Because the children will slow you down.
Some people are afraid to tell their children their past. And it's good that you shared it with them, because I've shared a lot with my kids. Just to give them a bit of awareness of what's actually out there.
Right.
Yeah. I've done it, so you don't need to do it.
Right. Because who better? Look at me as an example.
And also, I've done it.
That's what I think that's what kind of saved my kids, because so far I'm not a grandmother. Like I said, I'm 46. My daughter's like, I'm just adopting cats. My son says he can barely wash his ass right, let alone wash a baby's ass. And my youngest is just about trying to get money. She's got a job already. So they're not thinking, I think I've done something right as far as, you know, don't worry about the kids just yet. Live your little young lives. And, you know, when you're ready, when you feel ready, then go ahead. But please do not do that. You're really cutting yourself short.
Definitely.
Because you have to start all over.
Please, you don't have to answer this question. And it might be a bit too personal, but I'm gonna try and fire my shot anyway. Right, so because they say that young parents their children will then be young parents and so forth. The trend follows. Yeah, but you've broken that trend, right? Correct?
Right.
However, you did say that you was afraid of the procedure of you know, not having a child, so you didn't, and you did what you had to do.
Right.
Has your daughter? Is it a case of she wasn't afraid of any procedures, or has she?
No, she hasn't gotten there because what I did was, at the age of 15, we went to the doctor and said, let's get some control there, because you can at any point become active, and though she wasn't active, we're going to nip that in the bud, because I am so deathly afraid of them turning out to be like me. And not saying that I'm a bad person, just that I was so scared of that happening, because I'm like, oh my mother cursed me and was like, one of them kids are going to be just like you. And so I had to break that, and that's exactly what I did. So my children all got prevention. My son wears his gym caps. My both girls are on preventive stuff. They never had to think about procedures. I actually had to think about a procedure when I was married. Well, I'm married, but my son was 11 months old, and we were living with my grandmother at the time. My husband was working part-time, and I wasn't working. And I said, I cannot bring another child here with the little income that we have, and we're living under family's roofs, and we're young, and I have an 11th month old. So unfortunately, I thought about that procedure, did it. It hurt my heart, it hurt my soul, but an eye for an eye. I got pregnant a couple of years after that and lost the baby. So I'm even, we're squared up, no more kids.
Like, for me, that's amazing. I love your story. Like, big up yourself. Like, I'm so happy that you got your baby girl, and you know she's successful and she's living her best life. Kudos to you. Like, congratulations. I'm so happy for you. Like, I actually went the other way. I was forced to take an abortion when I was 16. He got me pregnant. Yeah, he got me pregnant when I was 16. And obviously when I told him, he immediately said, you know, you have to get rid of it.
It's caught out.
Reception went out.
He told me, you know, if you don't get rid of it, you could get in trouble. I could get in trouble. You know, I could get arrested. Do you want me to get arrested? Do you want to get arrested? Things like that, very manipulative. And so I was forced to take that abortion. And I wish I never did it, you know, but it is what it is. Life is the way it goes. But it's a very painful thing. Like, nobody really asked me in the hospital, are you sure you want to do this? Are you under any pressure to do this? Is anybody, you know, like, the medical professionals could have probably questioned what was happening a little bit closer, but they didn't. I was let down by so many people, but yeah, I think, like, the professionals in life, they need to, like, be keeping an eye on these kids and watching these kids' behaviors. And you know, why is these children acting this way? Like, what is who got the 16-year-old girl pregnant, and how did she get in this position? Like, nobody asked those serious questions that need to be asked. So I think, yeah,
I thought that would be mandatory for them to ask that one.
No, I wasn't asked.
Unless there's some type of sign of abuse physically, that's the only way they can really report it.
Yeah, exactly.
But I would have to say that I actually did go to a Planned Parenthood in here in New York City, and that was the even opposite. They were like, oh, do you want to see, and are you sure you want to do this? They made me even feel more guilty about doing it, and I was just like crying, like, wow. Yes, like, I got an 11-year-old and a 5-year-old at home, like, I can't. And you know, like, I didn't even really go into details about being married. I was just like, in my head, I'm like, I was always, again, because I've had women who worked, so there weren't any stay-at-home moms, so I didn't know what that looked like. So I'm all about, I got to get money. I have children, I got to work. I don't know what that stay-home mom looks like. So in my head, it was about just getting money and not being able to afford it and bringing another child into this world. And we're struggling as it is. We're young parents. We live at home with, you know, my grandmother. So I was just not mentally and financially ready at that point. And I already had two. It wasn't like I had just one and it was like, eh. However, I'm going to tell you, though, with my first daughter, I gave birth to her in a Catholic hospital. They don't give you birth control. They tell you, and I was 15. You're supposed to still have more kids. I'm like, I'm 15 and I don't want any more. Can I get on birth control? No, we can't do that.
What?
Wow.
Thank goodness I wasn't fertile, because I didn't have my next child until my oldest was 5 years old. But yeah, she's like, we can't give you birth control. You're supposed to have more kids. I'm like, yeah, I'm 15 though. What are you talking about?
So ladies, question for both of you, sorry. Do you believe a man should have any input into whether his partner has an abortion or not?
No. That's no.
No say whatsoever.
No, I don't think he should. No, because that at the end of the day, it's not up to the man what happens to that woman's body. That woman is autonomous. She does not have to answer, or I don't have to answer to anybody. If I got pregnant tomorrow, that's my decision.
Mm-hmm.
If I even tell the guy, that's my decision. If I do tell him and he wants to be involved, that's his decision. But I feel like as an individual, you should be able to choose for your own rights. No? What would you say, Foxy?
Yeah, they have some, and I say some input loosely because, like you said, you need to, if you decide to tell them, and in my circumstance, I was I'm married, and my husband, we both were like, and he's like, if that's what you want to do, like he wasn't. Obviously we were saddened by it, but we also, there was a bigger, greater picture, and it was like, well, we're not really financially prepared. So even if he said, yes, let's do it, he still was going to back me, whatever decision. So I believe that the men should be given a heads up.
Yeah.
But to force the woman to not do it, and she's
a heads up.
Yeah, like, listen, I don't think I can do this, but I'm letting you know.
Guess what's happening next Tuesday? Just give me a heads up.
Let me give you a heads up. I might be going to the clinic on Tuesday, so heads up. But no, I'm saying, like, you guys do get an input because it takes two to get this done. But ultimately, the women, our bodies, we're gonna have to decide if that's how we mentally, because you guys don't go through the mental of it. So our hormones play a big part in it. We're cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Like, it's a lot of shit going on. So it's, while we want to involve you and ask you and have your input, at the same time, it's like I myself and I have to go through this.
All right. So
with
what about if a guy says no, he don't want you to do it then?
It's the same thing, I guess.
How do you guys feel then? Would that change your judgment of what you actually are going to do? If you wanted to do it and he said he doesn't, do you then say
I know you're getting that, BR. That depends on the individual.
Yeah.
Sorry guys, my question on from that was, okay, so what does a man have the right? Should a man then have the right to say, cool, whatever decision you make, that's on you. Don't get me involved.
Yeah.
So if you,
I wouldn't say don't get me involved, but I would say whatever decision you make is on you. But if you are intimate with this woman and she's doing this because there's whatever reason she's doing it for, so now you're gonna be like, deuces, don't talk to me again. That's your problem.
Mm-hmm. No, what I'm saying is that she decides to have the child. She decides to have the child. She decides to have the child. And I'm like, look, it was a one-night stand. We're both consenting adults. We knew what we were doing. Yes, we knew there was a chance of you to get pregnant. We knew there was a chance you could get pregnant. Yeah, I've got a wife. Yeah, I'm telling you this now. If you have the child, this
sounds personal.
No, it's not.
This is where I was going with it as well. I was going to say the same thing next.
No. Let me tell you this from now. It's far from personal.
I'm just messing with you.
No, not the personal part. What you're saying, I was about to say next.
Okay, so the guy's like, look, I don't want you to have the child. You know the situation, but then the lady, like you guys said, it's down to her, and he's not going to force her not to have it. He's just giving his opinion. So the lady decides to have the child. Yeah, because ultimately it's down to her. Does he then have the right to continue with his normal life and not have any form of input?
I was just about to say.
Yes.
Because remember, you said he had no input in the decision making anyway.
Yeah, he told her from the jump what it was. Like, you're on your own. This is your decision, And so she continues with that of her own merit. So yeah.
Yeah, used to are gonna say that. I bet there's plenty out there that would be like, hell no, I want my money.
No, well, that's the problem. That's the problem. So it's like you have to, you have to choose and pick your battle. So now you know, okay, you knew openly that this man is married, you're having unprotected sex, there's chances that you're going to get pregnant. Now you want him to what? Stay with you because you're pregnant? He has a whole family.
Some people, everyone's different, isn't it? So it depends on what reason why they wanted to keep the baby or got pregnant in the first place.
And so if she keeps the baby, then he's not obligated to take care of that child because she's doing that on her own merit. He is not obligated to be a part of that child's life unless he then decides that's what he wants to do.
He's not obligated in this world, but in certain laws of the master. You know what I mean? He's obligated.
Well, then that's it. We're not judge, jury, and executor. That's when he meets his maker.
He's gonna answer to the Most High for that neglect.
That's it.
That's when he's
and karma's gonna hit him while he's down here. So trust and believe.
Right.
Like MJ said, that person who was prepping her to meet the guy, he got cancer now, right? And is dead. That's karma for your ass.
Yeah.
It may not come tomorrow, but it's sure going to come. And I don't want to be in her way because she's very real. I try to stay as far away from karma as possible.
Correct. You know, my baby father, I'm going to be a little bit open again. My baby father, when I got pregnant, he was like, I really don't want this baby. So I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to have a little think about it and decide what I want to do. I prayed on it and, you know, God was like, you know, you can't just run away from your obligations. You've got yourself in this situation, you're going to deal with it. So I had the baby. And obviously, my son's father told me, you know, he doesn't want to be involved. So that's fine. I'm raising my son single-handedly. But, you know, like you said, Foxy, karma is most definitely a bitch. I used to call him up and say, you know, I need some money for shoes. I need some money for nappies. And he would go, that's your kid. You deal with it. That's your baby. You deal with your baby. So that was the type of shit that I was facing with my baby father. So anyways, couple of years down the line, he gets arrested. He had so much money, cash hidden in his shoes, and he didn't even want to give me £40 for a pair of trainers for his, you know, child. And he got 10 years locked up in jail.
Can I say something though?
Wow.
If someone says from the jump that they don't want to be a dad, do they have to then support that child?
To be fair, no. But at the same time, you don't have to. But at the same time, you know, like morals and moral compass, like a person with a soul and a conscience.
But then I could say,
wouldn't want their seed to struggle. They wouldn't want their child to suffer because of something that I decide not to do. Do you get what I mean? That's your DNA running around in these streets, and you don't want to support them. That's fine.
I'm not saying he wants you to get rid of anything. I'm just saying he just says, look, you can have the job, but I want nothing to do with it. And he says it from the jump. Then does it mean later down the line he has to support the child?
No, because that's up to him morally. However, there is some accountability. You can't just go up and raw dog with somebody and be like, oh well, no, you're going, you know that the chances are a woman can come out pregnant, but you're talking about, oh, I don't want to have kids. So where's the responsibility of the man then? He has to be walking around with some rubbers. You know, like stop. We can't always just leave it to the woman.
So should the woman if she's going to be out there.
Absolutely. Absolutely. She should be on pills. She should be bringing her own condoms as well. Sure.
Right. Don't you think morally you shouldn't interrupt the man's energy by even asking him about shoes because now you've made me know my you need shoes.
No, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Do you know what it was? Do you know what it was for my situation in particular? Yeah. In the beginning, when I told him I'm pregnant, he didn't want nothing to do with it. As soon as the baby came, he was all up in the mix. He wanted to come and see the baby. He was coming to visit. He was calling his mum. His mum came down, introduced me to the aunties and the uncles with the baby. You understand? So it was kind of like, at first, he didn't want it. And then as soon as he saw this carbon cut-out copy of his DNA sat in his arms, you can't really... You know, you can't turn that down. You can't turn that away. So then he started getting involved then. So then it was like, you know, he's buying stuff, you know, bringing gold chains and putting his name on the birth certificate. He was in.
Yeah, that's all different then. Yeah, that's
understand?
That's
So,
completely
yeah.
different. That's completely different. Then yeah.
Let me ask a question. So I've been listening to everything. Yeah. So all right. So what could we say then? Those sort of situations is what causes so many families to be segregated, as in no father in the family, having babies, knowing that the guy is more likely not to be around.
Possibly.
That's really what it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Not saying that abortion's right or whatever. I'm just saying
none of us is saying that. No,
not at all. But what I'm saying is that these situations that we're talking about, that we're sitting there saying, yeah, the guy shouldn't have, don't have to be involved in all this stuff, but we're forgetting that a problem is that I know people that are wild that have got their mum and dad in their life. Don't get confused, but it's better to be raised by your father and your mother than just one person, especially in this rainbow city, right?
Correct.
So I think that's something to think about. You know what I'm saying? Obviously, people are going to be put in a position where, you know, they're going to be facing with, should I have an abortion and whatnot. I know, you know what I'm saying? But at the same time, that we want to keep continue to go down the road of not having a father in the life, you know what I mean, under the roof, which would make it a bit more easier if man was on his B's and Q's.
I mean, there's multiple guys out there who don't like their baby mums. They can't stand the baby mothers, but they still deal with their children. Why can't guys just be like that? Why can't all guys just be like, you know what? I don't fuck with the mum. I don't really like you, bitch, but I'm going to raise my child, you know, in a separate homes, and we're going to keep it civil. Why can't guys just take on responsibility like that? I just don't get it.
All men
you can't just say guys, because girls do come with some shit sometimes.
Oh, I know, yeah.
And especially if it's a female that's never had a baby before and they have that first one, it can be a kind of peak for guys. I tried to warn certain guys, but it can be kind of peak.
Or they can be argumentative, and then they'll feel like, well, because now we're not together, they want to be vindictive. You know, the women want to like use the kid as a pawn. Sometimes they're asking for money and they're using the money for themselves, not for the kid.
That's embarrassing.
So there's women are trifling like that as well.
It's so embarrassing. I can't take that. I really can't take women like that. It's so embarrassing.
Oh, man's kids wearing mad crepes, and man's got the latest crepes on.
It's so cringe.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, no one. We can't point the finger at one person, because at the end of the day,
sorry, Foxy. Sorry, I meant sneakers.
Huh? Oh, sneakers. Shut up. I'm like, what tennis shoes? What is it?
Crepes. I meant sneakers. Sorry, you're in America. Yeah, sneakers.
Right.
Tennis shoes.
Yeah, because they want to have their kid look they want to listen. It's a toddler. What do they need? Fresh Jordans, and what do they need? You know, they're going to get it dirty and messy, but they want to look the part, like everything is great. So they're asking the man for more money. I didn't want to take, now my circumstance was slightly different because we were minors. And when he found out that I was pregnant, he got shook, because he's like, damn, I'm 15 years old. What am I going to do? So he, rightfully so, in his 15-year-old mind, he didn't want any part of it. And I wasn't trying to force him into being this co-parenting either. Because in my head, I'm like, oh shit, I just like did something that's so adult. Like, I got to take care of this. I wasn't really thinking about him. But because I needed to have the government help me, they said, you have to take him for child support. And I'm like, I don't even want to talk to this boy, let alone go tell him I got to take him for child support. Are you serious? He started denying that was his child. So I had to do a paternity test and then take him for child support. Now, because he was a minor and wasn't working, the money was coming out of his mother's check.
Wow.
I was going to say, because you're speaking like as if you're a big woman, but so was your parents backing you like with all of this stuff?
No, my mother kicked me out. My mother kicked me out. I went into a group home for girls. And then once I gave birth, I moved in with my grandmother. And from there, I was shipped to move down south because I had family that had a house and, you know, they could provide for me. And they did. And I was able to go to school, but I was acting up, couldn't take the New York out of me. I was cutting up and drugging it and all kinds of whatever, but still being a mother and parenting my little girl. And when I came back up, because they kicked me out and it was like, you got to go back home. Like, you are a mess, girl. You are a mess and we can't have it. I had to get a job. And so from that point on, I got on assistance again for a little while. And then I was able to get a job and I worked. You know, I've always worked, but I had to work. So the only thing my mom did was just provide a roof over my head. But
so would you guys say that if you have a child 14, 15 and they get pregnant or get somebody pregnant, the parents should instantly automatically take control and not just leave the child to the state?
Yeah, I mean, how did you feel when your mum sent you to a girl's working house, Foxy? That must have been so painful.
Yeah, it was. I don't have any gripes about it anymore, but yeah, it was a culture shock. But it raised me to be the person that I am now, so I thank my mother for it.
Yeah.
And I just had this conversation with my 15-year-old because she said, Mom, I think this girl in my class is really pregnant and she's a freshman. And I'm like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I might have to kick you out because if you think you're grown and you're not doing the right thing, then you might have to get kicked out. So I don't know. I might be the wrong person to ask that question because I have my reservation on that. I understand why my mom did what she did.
I think if my son got a girl pregnant when he's 15 or when the girl's 15, I'd probably just embrace it because I know what it's like to not be embraced. So I would have to embrace it because I would never want anyone to feel like they're not wanted or loved in this world. That's like the worst feeling ever. So
yeah,
I'd have to embrace it as an adult. You know, you have to. It's your family. That's family.
Exactly. That's how I see it as well.
Yeah, but the boy getting somebody pregnant as opposed to the girl being pregnant in your home is a totally different.
The boy's gonna go on after work, but if it's my daughter, then I'm embracing it.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe because I got so much PTSD as being a 15-year-old mom that I'm like, I want to live my life. Do not bring no kids around me. Do not get any.
But don't you think that's why you should want to embrace it? Because you know what it's like being a 15-year-old and how hard it is.
Yeah, well, God blessed me with the third child. And so she's my baby. And so she's 15 now. And I'm like, all right, I think I have right the wrong in this generation. So, they understand the assignment. I got my girls. And I think that mothers, we should be talking to our boys and our girls at an early age, even if they're not completely mentally capable to understand the conversations of sexual activities. They need to be aware because they're going to see it from somebody else. Right. That we need to get them prepared, not to give a 9-year-old condoms, but to let them know that, listen, that these things can happen, not only just getting somebody pregnant, but sexual diseases and so forth and so on. Because my parents really didn't talk to me about that at all.
What age do you give out the condoms?
I would say 12.
12? Yep. Hell no. Hell no. That's next year for me. Hell fucking no. Sorry about swearing.
You talk to one of them little 12-year-olds and see who's having sex. You'll be surprised.
I feel like that's extremely early. And I feel like as well, another thing that is causing all these like teenage pregnancies and stuff like that is the media and the schools are pushing sex so young to these babies. And it's kind of like glamorized to a point where like we grow up and we're so excited to have sex. It's like it's this like, you know what I mean, amazing experience. Like it is good. It's fucking great. We love fucking a good sex, but these kids need to know.
Make it love is better, though.
But that's the problem. Whether you glamorize it or not, it's a good thing. So this is where it
So
gets
you're saying
technical.
12 years old is too young. I say 12-year-olds. There are 12-year-olds having sex.
Of course
if I
there
was
is, but
14 going on
I
15
can't even
having
put that in
sex,
my head.
All right, so this is that the problem
you
that
might
we
have a
can't even
12-year-old son on your
fathom it.
hands.
You're not doing
Right.
sex right at 12.
1 second, please, people. 1 second, please, people. And Anarchy B in the back. Yeah, I'm just waiting for you to put that on still. All right, man. You ready to go on, yeah? All right, man. You ready to go on, yeah? Hey, turn down your volume on the thing, bro. Turn it down, bro.
Like this?
Yeah.
Right.
You're right, bro. How you doing?
Like this?
How you keeping? You're right, bro. How you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, you gotta turn down the background noise.
Malachi?
See you later. Sort it out, bro. So carry on, guys.
I think, and for girls, at 9 years old, when they're starting to develop, 6 to 7 years, there's this great book that is in Barnes and Nobles that I bought for both my daughters, and it's called The Inside of Me, or something about something to do with me, and it gives the characters and illustrations of what little girls should expect, from acne to body odors to actually having to insert tampons and stuff. And I didn't want to have that discussion with my girls, and that's why I got the book, so that once they looked at it and read it, they can then come to me and ask me, what does this mean? And then I have this dialogue with them, rather than me talk to them and shove that in their face and they're not completely understanding. I got the book for them to read it and look at it and then talk to me. My son was a different story, and I say he was out there running around at the age of 11 smoking weed and stuff. Though he wasn't sexually active, he was out there in the streets. And so if he's out there, anything can happen. So therefore, he already had those on him, and he started getting condoms like the age of 13, 14. So we need to not make this so taboo, but let our children know and give them preventatives, like getting them birth controls, even if they're not active. And that can mess up their hormones, but I rather them not be caught up in a situation where they have to go to the chopping block and be scared of that, than to be a step ahead of the game. So
yeah, do you know what? I think 12. I think this is the problem. 12 to me, and most people, 12 is crazy young. However, when I was in second years in secondary school, 12, 13, like, standard.
12 play. 12 play, yeah.
12 play. That album is high.
I don't know.
That
Just for
album
me,
is
that's
high.
just seeing how my youth is now. I can't picture next year doing stuff like that, or even just giving her that. I can't foresee that just yet.
I know, wait, hell no, I don't want to foresee that. But when I was in by third years, yeah, man, there was girls doing crazy things.
Yeah, I could say by year 9, I really noticed it. Yeah,
Right.
8 and that. I know.
So that's
year
12,
7. I was in a
14.
boys' school, innit? Year 7 was a boys' school. Year 8 was mixed and all the way through.
Well, see, so that's not too far fetched to talk to hand out condoms at 12 years old.
No, it's not at all.
Would you say that being in a all boys school kind of, kept you off that sexual promiscuous path?
I could say, yeah. I think so,
Be careful how you answer that, bro.
No, because think about it. They're not all around you. You're not seeing all of that. You know what I mean? So you're just being a normal kid, just vibing with the man them, and doing what man them do. But then as we went in transition to year 8 now, there's a lot of competition between the man them now, because there's girls about.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what I mean? Your friendship changed because of the groups you started to go in. And by the time you're year 9 and stuff, obviously, whereas in my older brothers was Gallus, I was having big girls come and hug me anyway. So that's why you're heading towards the.
Okay, BR, talk that shit.
Yeah, no, but from then you kind of know, you think, oh, you like girls, especially when they hug you and when you're young and they got big old titties, you know what I mean? So yeah, man. So by year 8, things obviously changed.
Mm-hmm.
And
So
then
what we saying? 12, yeah.
No, what age are we in year 8?
12, 13.
Yeah, you lot are killing me, bro.
But my son lives literally the other day, he's 10.
Oh shit.
My son is 10 years old and he came home from school a few weeks ago before he broke up from the summer holidays.
Yeah.
And he was like, Mom, they're doing a sex education in school and they're teaching us about vaginas and
your kid's my age.
Period.
Oh, my kid's age.
Yeah.
He's 10.
Must have been a madness there in that shit.
Hey P, what my daughter came home and told me, bro, I never learned that.
You have to have a consent form. Do they give you a consent form for that?
Yeah, we have to do that.
I didn't even receive a consent form.
Oh my God.
We had to sign that. I contemplated that for a while because I don't know what this generation is learning. So as soon as she came home, she was as much shocked as me.
Bro, all I remember is my sex education, bro. All I remember is that was passing around condoms. And then they only get them full guys in the class. They started blowing the condoms up, throwing them across the room. You know what I mean? It was even sex education, bro.
But that's like within itself, that's fruity. Like men blowing up jimmies, bro. Like,
I said, you know them man, you get that. I said that's why I said, you get them funny man, them in the weird stuff. Yeah. They were blowing up the condoms, throwing them across the room and all that, bro. It was just mad.
Did you do sex education when you was in year 6 then?
But I done sex education, but because my class was so crazy, I went to a boys' school as well. Because my class was so crazy, I don't even remember that. It was just like everyone just started acting up.
Yeah.
See, sometimes I had classes. What's that film called when they're just making bare noise in the room and the guy's talking? What's it called again? Can't remember what it's called. That film when the woman goes to work at the school, and in the certain classes, like the guy's just talking and no one's listening. They're just doing their own thing. That's how it was in my school sometimes, man.
Oh, 187.
Yeah, so one of them films. I think it was that same film that Coolio done the song for.
Oh, Gangster's Paradise.
Yeah, Dangerous Minds.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's one scene there when the guy was talking. This reminded me about some of the classes. Like some of the classes, not every teacher, you know what I mean? But some of my classes was like that. But yeah, they didn't really go deep. But yeah, some of the stuff that I've heard though, these days, comparing it to what it was back then. You understand what I'm saying?
So did you finish up in a boys' school in secondary?
Yeah.
Yeah. So do you think that made any difference the way your school was run without females being there?
No, because we had a girls' school around the corner.
Yeah.
So they used to come to our school after the gates and all that.
Yeah. We had that in the year 7, the college. We had a
we used to go
college
there.
next door.
We used to go there when we used to be able to get let out in the older years. We used to go to their school at lunch and that after lunch.
Hold up, like on the field.
Yeah. So the guys that weren't going up there, I don't know what they were. I don't know. Maybe they're in Rainbow City right now, but we was going to the. We was going to the thing.
No, probably. You know what? Some of them probably just weren't mature enough yet, bro. If you ain't in the right groups, you ain't getting what you want.
Do you know what? I don't think it makes a difference when I think about it. I went to a mixed school from start to finish. And we used to skip school to go gal school to go and check gal. So it didn't make no difference whether they were there or not. Like if you're on girls, you're on girls.
When you get to that age,
maybe in a mixed school, where you see them go there for so long because you've been in school with them for so. Maybe you're bored of them, innit?
Even that, this is the point. So it's like they don't exist. They are the man.
Going to the new schools now, and that's when the beef starts. That's when the beef actually starts. When you start pulling up at next man's school.
Oh, that's true. That's actually true.
And you know the thing is, funniest thing, I've never spoken about that and thought about that because the amount of madness we used to get. Yeah, because someone's gonna end up robbing someone on the way there, and it's gonna be something to do linked to that school. You've only gone there for gal, but now it's a madness.
Exactly. Listen, we used to always, because my school was in the middle of Brooklyn, so we had ghetto, we had New Cross, Deptford, and then you had girls from all over, and then they would have guys coming from Peckham, Brixton, up to the school to check them. And as you said, then that starts beef, and yeah, it's something as simple as that.
As simple as that, brother. Even just as simple as going swimming. I remember, man, when we was young, and it was them days when you link up the man, them and a few guys, them go swimming up in Lewisham, and what did you look have up there? Wavelengths or waveboard or something like that?
That's Deptford.
Was it good?
That's Deptford.
Which one, the one in Deptford?
Yeah.
Deptford is Wavelengths. In Lewisham is Ladywell.
Yeah. There's two of them. There's one with the pipe that comes out of the building, and there's the other one over the other side with the big waves.
Yeah.
No,
so
the one in Ladywell used to have the high board jump.
What with the swimming pipe that comes out of the building? That one.
Yes.
Yeah, I remember both. I used to fly. I used to be around there when I was young. But even that just causes problems because you're not from that borough. And all you want to do is just go and catch some waves.
Hold on. What year was that?
Bro, I can still hear myself on your screen, bro. Come on, brother.
Yeah, who said what year was that?
Yeah, that was me. What year was you going Ladywell?
It must have been the 90s, because yeah, I can't say 2000. I don't even know, bro. I don't
me
think so.
and Ladywell got real history.
Yeah,
man.
Get busy.
No, that Ladywell swimming pool. Me and that swimming pool got mad history, bro.
Is it?
Yeah, you say broke records in there.
Let me just say it then. I'll just say it.
It's going on memory lane right now.
No, it's a serious memory. You see, I got a chipped tooth, right? That's where I done it.
Is it?
In that pool.
Backflip or front flip?
That's where I done my chipped tooth. No one didn't knock out my teeth, bro. They wouldn't eat it. But that's where I chipped my tooth, in that pool, bro, when I was about 12.
Okay.
Yeah. That pool's not even there no more, bro. They knocked that down. Yeah. They got apartments and everything now, innit?
Yeah. You know, it might even have been in the I don't even know, 99, 2000, around them times. But way back, man. We used to come up that way a lot. You know, used to have one serious Chinese restaurant up there, I'll tell you that, bro.
What, the cats and dogs thing, yeah.
Bro, I don't know if it was cats and dogs, but it was banging. After swimming, that was a banging thing, bro.
Always good. I don't care. Like, I hear that they're talking about rats and cats and dogs. And I'm like, listen, the greasiest, dirtiest Chinese food restaurant has the most banging food.
Yeah, you lot are definitely gonna survive in a food shortage.
Yeah, in the future you'll be eating rats too, man. When we run out of livestock, everyone's gonna be eating what you can
I'm not eating no rats, bro.
Yeah,
brother, I'll eat grass before I eat rats, you know.
You know the funniest thing, yeah? If you breed your own rats, there's nothing wrong with them. They're actually edible food.
You say that. But if worse come to worse and it was clean and you'd looked after it and it, it wasn't like rabies or
Oh my Lord.
Yeah. Butterfly that tastes like jerk chicken. Man,
I'm gonna be like Jim Jones and drink the purple Kool-Aid if I gotta eat rats.
Oh shit.
Yeah, all of that. Fox and everything. Fox is getting yam up breeding that.
Now, do you know what? I want to stop eating meat anyway. So if there was a food shortage, I know where to eat rats.
Yeah, you lot can stay on your low frequency and eat the rats, bro.
No, man's not saying man's gonna eat it, but if it came to that, you breed your own.
No, yeah, if you're gonna stay alive, you eat anything, man. I eat my own foot. But I ain't
man said he'll eat his own foot, you know.
Hey, you lot, did you hear what you just said? Hey, listen, stay away from me if there's a few shortage.
Listen, I don't know where it's like when it comes to life or death.
You're not really hearing what man said. If you can eat your own foot, you would chop off my arm in a second, cause I'm good.
Nah, man, it's my own foot. That's the whole point. It's my foot.
Yeah, but you need that to survive, bro.
Ain't no lick.
You remember that film back in the day?
Would you drink your own pee? Would you do that?
Do what?
Drink your pee if you were out in the
standard to survive. That's standard to survive, man.
No, you're gonna have to do that. I saw a film. You see this film with the guy that got stuck in the rocks?
Yeah, 72 hours.
Bro, the guy drank his own pee.
You can actually put it like a bottle with the You could filter out the pee and it'll come out like water.
You can only do it 3 times. You can only do it 3 times though.
Drinks his own piss as well.
By the 3rd time, it's pretty much nothing now.
So you can only do that 50 times.
There's a UFC fighter that drinks his own piss.
What fighter?
Lotimo Machida.
Who?
Lotimo Machida.
Who's that?
Yeah.
Well, he's buddy. If you don't know who he is, then you don't watch UFC. The guy's won the belt like 3 times.
The black MMA guy.
Chinese guy.
No, I don't even know them.
Anderson Silva. No, not Anderson Silva. John Jones choked him. Gave him a standing choke.
A standing choke. Do you remember? Remember that, bro? Oh shit.
Mad.
That's the one. If we punch,
how our minds work. Let's see how our minds work here. What would you if everyone stepped in dog shit before, yeah?
Yeah.
Maybe not recently because it don't really happen or such, but we've all stepped in dog shit before. If you had to step in something, what would you prefer, dog shit or human shit?
I don't know. What sort of question is that, bro?
I know.
Dog shit.
It's a crazy question, but most people, for some reason, say dog feces.
Yeah, because human feces stink.
And they look at human feces as
oh, it all stinks, man.
But so does dog.
Yeah, man, I'd rather step in that. I don't know.
No, my dog shit's cool still, you know.
My shit don't stink.
You know what I'm saying? Most people like stop, and I'm like, hold on, dogs I look like we're humans. We can't even step. That's how the point of the question is. That's how mad we are. That's how crazy we are. That's how disgusting we are. That we can't. We prefer to step in the dog's feces rather than a human feces.
Bro,
yeah,
animals don't even eat a whole human.
For some reason, people still want to drink cow's milk.
Right.
There you go. What would you do? Cow's milk or an ex-woman's milk? He's going to say the cow, the woman's milk. I wouldn't drink that, but they'll say the cow.
I'd rather drink a woman's milk than cow's milk.
Yeah, exactly.
Nah, the woman's milk.
To be fair, I tasted my own breast milk when I was lactating, and it tastes really nice.
Nah.
What you still BR? You still drinking cow's milk?
Bro, I'm not. You know what? You see with me, yeah, bro. I'm not a dairy person. I don't even really drink milk or eat cheese and stuff like that. I don't.
I stopped eating cheese and all that as well, man. Oh, yeah.
I should find a substitute, but
the only meat that I still eat is poultry, so like chicken, and that's like maybe once or twice a month, and then so no red meat. I haven't eaten red meat since 2015 or pork.
Yeah. Once I found that causes cancers and that, I said, I forget all that, man.
When the signal's gone.
Yeah, and I don't eat shellfish and fish that much either anymore.
No, that's scavengers.
Basically, I want to get to a point where I'm just breathing in air and drinking water. A breatharian. Because everything has got something, like the plants are alive. So like if I start eating plants, now I'm killing the plants, now I'm feeling bad because they're living, they give us air. Like my mind just starts going cuckoo. Yeah, we got to survive.
Everything eats something.
You keep eating meat, man. The way they treat that cattle in that place there. Wow.
You can taste the stress of what happened. But you know, even the meat that we're getting in the stores is not even like fresh from when they're chopping the cow or the pig.
No, it's the fruit and veg. The moment you cut off fruit and veg, it's dying. You're eating dead fruit and veg.
Right.
It's still
I'd rather eat that first than eat the pork.
The majority of the fruits and veg we're eating in this country is GMO anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of it in the supermarkets, it's all genetically modified. So the nutritional value is small to none, you know?
Exactly.
It's a money scheme.
Yeah, I had an apple crumble today.
Which is where you still have to take a supplement. So I just ordered another batch of sea moss and bladderwrack because the fruits alone are not giving you the nutrients that you need.
Well, we got about 4 apple trees and some pear trees still.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we got cider ones, cooking ones, and all of that.
Now, where are you guys? So I have an ancestor that lived in Devon. So how far is that from anybody? Do you all know where that's at?
Yeah, that's not far.
How is it over there?
It's not that far. Still, it's about an hour and a half, 2 hours.
Like, what's the vibe like? Like, is it country like?
I
Like
ain't
a
been there.
seaside town,
I ain't been there for years.
isn't it?
It
Devon
is
in
a
the seaside.
Yeah, Devon's a seaside.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would make sense. Why? Because so my great grandmother's father is from there, and I'm like, well, how the hell did he get his ass all the way over to Jamaica? But if that's a seaside town and he was a merchant, then that would make sense why he would get all the way to Jamaica.
It probably has a port over there too.
Okay. Well, she's on the port. She was from Orca Cabeza, which is the next town over from Ocho Rios. So it would make sense. I'm like, but Devon, like, that's such a random, like, who would have thought it? And his last name is Gaylord. Gaylord, yeah.
What?
When
That
I looked
sounds
up,
Irish.
it's Scottish.
Scottish, okay.
Yeah. So when I looked it up, that name goes all the way back, and he was born in England. So, but the name goes back to like 1066, the Battle of the Hastings, and I was like, wow. So my family's important then. I don't know, but I just like, I gotta get over there. I gotta get to the UK and do some research and shit and hang out with you guys.
Do some sightseeing and all that.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, don't go there in the winter.
Why not?
It's freezing.
Is it?
Cold.
Yeah. Don't go Amsterdam in the winter time. That's even worse.
Bring your umbrella.
Really?
I got ice skating.
Okay, so when's the best time to go over there?
Never.
Never?
Spring.
Spring?
Like now.
Yeah.
Oh,
In the summer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to a country to do winter sports, there is absolutely no reason why anyone should waste money going to a country when it's cold.
Yeah.
Have you seen them when you go up London and they're all wrapped up warm and you think, why would you come to this cold ass country to go shopping in London? It don't make sense to me.
Yeah. But it's the same thing like when they come here to 34th Street during the Christmas time and it's like, I'm like, it's cold, it's miserable, it's dark, it's dirty.
But saying that, obviously for the atmosphere and they want to experience that cold, dark and dirty.
And fish and chips.
The grass is always greener on the other side.
Right.
Anyone been to France here?
Yeah, when I was a youth, man.
No, I heard it's dirty.
I don't know
over
what it
there.
is yet. I've got no connection. There's nothing in me that says I want to go to France. What's the food like over there?
So
The food's nice. I like the food in France. I like French food. The first time I went, though, I went to Paris for a first date. Some guy flew me out to Paris for our first date, and I had some prawns, and I got really sick, and I was projectile vomiting everywhere.
Oh, there you go.
48 hours. But other than that, it was great.
Was it romantic?
Poisoning you with prawns, it was good.
It was the restaurant, I think.
Is Paris romantic though, or is it?
What else do they eat over there?
Amazing frogs' legs, snails.
Yeah.
No, I know that. What do they eat? Like, I know they just don't eat baguettes over there. Like, what else do they eat?
Normal stuff like pasta, a bit of everything. They've got all kinds. Yeah, they got Italian restaurants. They got a bit of everything. Like, but
no, obviously, like I know some African French people still. You know what I mean? But I don't really. I've always wondered, like, what do they eat and stuff like that, apart from baguette and snails. You know what I mean?
And French fries.
They eat hog mog and pork feet and black-eyed peas.
Yeah.
Black-eyed peas. I eat black-eyed peas.
Black-eyed peas are good. What?
They're very nutrient. Yeah.
I wanted to visit Paris, but I heard it's very dirty. It's not all that it's cracked up to be. And then I was watching this show on Netflix. It was like the vice president or the president of Marseille, and I'm like, oh, that looks nice. But then I saw all this crime going on. I was like, ooh, I don't want to be over there.
Yeah,
be in New York for that.
There's a lot of immigrants.
Are they the ones that robbed, what's her name? Didn't they rob
Kardashian.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
They killed Diana.
Yeah, they got some peas still, you know. They took
That was a good lick.
Tell me about it.
That was an insurance scam. We all know that.
Yeah, basically.
How do we know?
Because it's so obvious. Like, come on.
I don't know.
I feel like it was so fake.
Oh, come on.
I
That
don't know.
was
Because she was left alone. She was left alone. And she's an A-list and she was left alone with no security.
That's so sick. It's never gonna happen. Come on.
Right. The Kardashian? Nah.
No. In a foreign country? No.
I only know about that. Come on,
I don't know, man.
about that.
I don't know. It depends, man. Because when man's got the swammy, boy, things can go differently.
Listen, how much would they get from an insurance scam? Like, what would be the actual reason? Money?
I don't know.
No, they don't need the money. She don't need the money.
The ring was worth 14 million. Kanye was talking about how he was bankrupt at the time. Like, you know.
Well,
and obviously they're doing a reality TV show. It's views, isn't it, for their show? Like, it's all just
publicity.
It certainly was.
There are a bunch of gypsies too.
She's lucky she left a Survivor car. She lucky that things never went worse. They might have wanted more from her. So she's very lucky.
What does everyone think about Kanye? Do we think like he's like mentally deranged or he's like clearly like
that dude's weird, man.
Do you reckon he's a proper weirdo?
He wore some mad mask, him and his kids, some game. And then he couldn't even breathe and he had to take off his face. He looked stupid. Like, he was sweating and I don't even understand it. He's like a balaclava thing he was wearing.
Funny gimp, man. He's a gimp.
Yeah, and gimp suits, like.
Oh no.
Funny Voldemort.
But then, do you know what though? He might just be in love, innit? That's why he's actually so deranged towards her. He might actually genuinely, or he could just be territorial.
He is a brilliant, bloody genius.
He's a genius, yeah. I agree.
Because most geniuses are mad.
I don't know about those shoes though. Those shoes are crazy.
His plumber shoes. Like, what are you wearing them?
Those plastic ones, those look
but
crazy.
what we call him a genius for? We call him a genius for his musical talent, or we call him a genius for his manipulative ways? What we call him a genius for?
We're only talking his talent.
Oh,
that's what we can see. I don't know anything else about that.
Yeah, this guy needs to start holding church.
Manipulative ways are in talent as well, though.
Yeah, that's part of the Gemini trait.
Yeah.
So to me, like, I don't know, very clever.
But remember when he first came out, he was very humble. Like when he came under the rock and all that, and he had his accident, like he was so very humble. But until he got with everybody's favorite rapper, that's when things started to turn sideways. And then his mother dies under the knife. So
he signed that deal, man.
Sure did.
Someone's got I don't want to say it, but you know, someone has to a few people
Someone's
have to actually
pay.
If you look around what's happening around him, a few people had to pay.
Right.
And you know the thing is why I don't know with that thing, how depending on how long you're in the industry, is someone dropping every 5 years when you sign that major deal thing?
Something. There's this thing called the Jason season, and it's acronyms for June, July, August, September, October, November. I think Peniros might know what I'm talking about. But that's when well, that is part of it, but they also do their acts, their little ritual acts during those times. So it makes it look like, oh wow, this thing has happened. Excuse me, and they make it like you know, the most craziest off the wall thing, and you're like, no, but when you read behind it, they do that on purpose because they align themselves up with certain solstice, certain frequencies, numerology, astrology, and they work that way.
Everything to do with arenas, all that shit is on certain dates.
Yep.
Even baseball, basketball, when they do like the finals, that's all on dates. Everything, man. Everything is all. And guess what I was seeing the other day? I was watching something the other day, Foxy, and battle rapper doing it now. You know them battle rappers in the States? what's the main URL? URL? Battle
Yeah.
League. Apparently, well, I'll send you the footage behind the scenes.
Okay.
But the guy's basically saying it on the stage. He's like, "Yeah, we do this on certain dates," and raw. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Yeah, but so they've actually infiltrated that now as well, because that's why they're getting the pay-per-view and all that. Yeah, so see how this thing works. Yeah. But yeah, everything's done on certain special dates, full
Yeah,
moon,
it's not
blood moon.
coincidence. It's all on design. It's all on purpose. And what's crazy is that they shame us for using our craft, but they're the ones that make it so nefarious and make it so bad. And then it's like, oh, if we're doing that, like, you know, oh, I'm doing tarot cards. Oh, that's the devil's work. Da, 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 da. But you guys are doing so much more worse and using the astrology, astronomy, numerology, and we can't do that. That we can't do that. That's a no-no. But they do it and they use it. They work their little magic, and that's all right. So I say everything is happening. Everything is happening for a reason now, because it's all blowing back up in their face. And I'm sitting back just like, because the true light beings.
But that's why we shouldn't follow in their footsteps and look at what they're doing. Look at what they're doing on whatever dates they're doing it and however they're doing it, and say it's a bad thing. Because that's equivalent to them looking and telling us what we do is a bad thing, black magic, juju, and so forth. So the way I see it is that, you know what I mean? Nothing's good or bad. It's what you do with it.
Yeah, it's with the intention.
Yeah. So I think that we could learn a lot. And this is why I like Kanye, because I feel he's kind of trapped in the sense where he knows what he's doing is bad, but he's trying to use it for the good, and it's just sending him mad. And he ain't got no choice but to do what he's doing, because other than that, he's just a nobody. So to me, it's like, yeah, we know these dates exist and they do this to get certain powers and so forth, but then they use it for bad. I think we need to be looking at and maybe try and see the good, what you could do with it. So I could use electric to start someone's heart or to stop someone's heart. Doesn't mean electric's bad. It's what I choose to do with it. So a lot of these rituals and so forth, I'm trying. At first, when I heard about it, I'm like, oh, wow, that's the devil's work. But then now I'm having to check myself and say, no, maybe it's not the devil's work. Maybe it's the devil who's running the ritual. But the ritual itself is just part of the universe. It's just, you know what I mean? Speak it, believe it, receive it, so to speak. Like I don't think the universe singles anybody out. The universe, money is out there to go and get, you know. Fame is out there to go and get. If you want it, go and get it. If you don't. If you choose to get it and then do bad with it, that's your business. If you choose to do good with it, do you understand? But I think a lot of people are shunned away from certain things because we say no, they're devil worshippers, or they're part of Illuminati, or they must have signed that deal.
Well, when we're talking about them, we have to always side-eye them, because we know that they've always been into this type of ritual, if you will. But the commoner, like you and I, that do it, it's looked upon and frowned upon, when it's really not. It's just, that's our way, that's our practice. It's nothing. It's the same thing as eating and drinking. But when we look at Hollywood or anybody in any type of industry, entertainment, we have to always know that they're not using that for the greater good. They're using that for bad, if you will.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I know.
I'll never look at. I mean, Kanye is caught in a circumstance, like you said. He definitely knows. But I also feel like he is encased with more powerful people. His spirit is not strong enough to battle all that around him.
Of course not. Yeah. So
that's why he was trying to link up with. That makes sense why he was linking up with Trump. Okay. Because let me tell you something. I'm gonna tell y'all this. Donald Trump, whoever he's got working on the other side, whether it be good or bad, is very powerful. Very powerful.
Trump is a direct descendant of Adolf Hitler.
So then that makes sense. But I'm not talking in physical. I'm talking about in the spiritual world. He has a lot of powerful beings with him and his descendant, angels, spirit, whatever you want to call them to be. He has those on his side, and that's probably why another reason why Kanye went and talked to him, not only political, because some stuff I could see where Trump is talking about, which makes sense. And some people get so put up in their feelings about Trump. And I'm like, he said it to everybody. I'm not a politician. I'm a businessman. Businessman, there's no feelings in this shit. We run this business. It's about money. But see, the Americans, some of them, especially the Black Americans, he's a racist. They're all racist. But you're getting caught up on the shit that he's saying instead of him listening and talking about, listen, we want our money. We're getting our money. Let's get this money. So I can see why.
I agree.
Why
I like Trump.
Kanye went to him.
And do you think? So what's the difference between Kanye? Well, we know the obvious difference, but do you think there's much difference between Kanye and DMX?
Oh shit.
They're almost in the same category, I would say, as far as
what
being put, not musically, hear me
Yeah,
out.
I'm not talking music.
All right, break it down. What do you mean by that?
So as far as being indoctrinated in, they're both been indoctrinated in.
They're trying to battle.
Yeah, and we saw it throughout his life that X was trying to battle, dealing with them, dealing with his dark demons, his inner demons, and trying to be a child of Christ at the same time.
I think they're different, to be honest. So
I think Kanye is just basically the rich version, the bougie version of DMX.
Bougie version.
No, give DMX a bit more credit than that, please, bro. Seriously.
I think give Kanye a bit more credit, man.
No, man.
Kanye is a civilian. DMX is not a civilian.
To his music, if we're talking listening to his music, I'll tell you what, Kanye, all right, who's more not influential, but what music is more? His music's, I don't know. How can I put it?
I don't know how the hell you can compare them to. First of all, yeah.
Well, you think DMX
broke the oath bare time. Kanye ain't broke no oath, bro. He's still in it. Like, how do you compare them, bro? Why do you think DMX got cut off from Def Jam and things? He's not into getting played with, bro. Like them way there. You know what I mean? So that's why he was
unreliable as well.
No, but that's why, but what I'm saying,
the drug stock is wrong, man.
Yeah. What I'm saying is though, is that he didn't go all the way like Kanye. Kanye is fully in this, man. Like,
I think
he was with a Kardashian, man.
Kanye, I think Kanye suffers mental problems, and not in a bad way. Like, he's
like on a spectrum of autism. There's some type of spectrum where he's at.
A lot of them people in Hollywood that can't take what's going on and in them positions suffer from things.
It's MK Ultra, I think. I think it's
well, that too.
He's being friggin' brainwashed. He's been taking all kinds of LSD and mind-altering drugs, and they make them watch these videos, and it's all like 1 to 2 second clips. And it's like hour-long videos. And I remember, I'm not going to mention any names, but a certain celebrity made...
You got out again, you know.
Just as she's about to tell the truth.
You got out after a certain celebrity.
One of these celebrities made me watch one of these videos. And it was like a bunch of like 1 to 2 second clips. It was all in black and white. There was no music in the background. It was just like white noise, and it was a very strange video. And I'm thinking, yo, why are you trying to make me watch this? And in each like Snapchat, have you ever seen Gnarls Barkley Crazy music video?
I don't remember it.
Okay, well, if you do get a chance, go and check it. It's basically reminded me of that. And it's like all these little black and white clips of different visual things. So you'll see like 2 giraffes, and then you'll see like a boy bending over and a man behind him. Then you'll see like, it's all tiny, like in 2-second clips. And this celebrity got me watching it, and I was like, can you turn this off? I'm really uncomfortable watching this. What the fuck have you got me watching? And he just started laughing. He was like, haha, you're not ready, you're not ready. And I thought, wow, this must be the shit that they got you watching. Like, they got you under this spell.
That's the
induction. That's the induction right there.
That's the
Have you seen some of the cartoons these kids watch with the demons in it? You ain't seen that cartoon? It's like some drawing pictures. They don't even move that much, and it's got demon voices. You ain't seen that?
Yeah.
I've seen the youth.
No, but that reminds me of the movie The Ring, where the woman watches a video cassette, and she sees all these weird images, and they're in black and white, like random shit, like you were just talking about.
They put it in the movies. They're letting us know exactly what goes on.
And
people
basically,
like Kanye and all these top celebrities like Justin Bieber, they have to do this shit. Like, this is their day-to-day shit. This is brainwashing MK Ultra, and they're no longer in control of their own minds.
All right, so now that's a perfect example of what I was saying when I was saying that I think we should look into these things rather than saying it's a bad thing what they do, because maybe it's something that's helping to open them. But like, you know, we might smoke weed or whatever. Maybe that's something that opens up your mind and makes you think differently, where you can empower yourself for the good rather than for what they're doing it for.
They do it with control for their
yeah, I hear you.
It's a control mechanism. It's not something to free your mind. It's something that they can take your human consciousness away, your human rights away, and they can ultimately control your brain, and you do as they say, you do as they wish. You don't question it, you don't say no, you don't say why, you just do it.
Okay, so that's what they use it for. So now imagine if there was something that you could do the same thing for yourself, where you don't question yourself, and then it gives you a bit of courage. You see what I'm saying? So the opposite.
Then I mean that's.
I believe these things also exist, and I think they might watch it before they go on stage, and then boom, they go and put on a great performance because they've gone and done this limitless thing, where it just, you know. But then when they use it on their victims, as you said, they use it for control and so forth.
We all know the music industry is dark. It's full of demons and witches, warlocks. These people do not have people's best interests at heart. They're not going to do anything for the greater good. They're going to do it for their own selfish needs and wants to gain monetary value, or, you know, stuff like that. It's never going to be for good. This is, like Foxy said before, these type of rituals has been going on since the beginning of time. The Aztecs, the Mayans, they've been sacrificing children to the gods since the beginning of time. It's still happening. So even for you to say, oh, well, how do you know they're not doing it for good? How can you sacrifice a child for good?
No, I didn't say that.
No, I know. But I mean, like you're saying, some of it can be used for good, but how can sacrificing a child be used for good? It can't. That's not good.
No, not I can't think of any reason why that would be good. Not that bit.
Exactly, and this is what they do. No. They've been doing this for donkey's years. So that's just one point that I just wanted to make.
In some cultures, it's a ritual to sacrifice kids.
But that's my point. But not even that. What I was going to say, maybe it's okay. So when we say sacrifice a child, of course, I can't get my head around that. However, if a child passes away and then a family does the exact same ritual as they do when they sacrifice a child. So we bury our children. That's a ritual.
Right.
Or cremate and so forth. Who's to say us doing that is the wrong way? And what they do, we look at it as sacrificing because they actually kill a child. But just what I'm saying.
Okay. No, but we're not throwing our kids into a volcano. Like,
right.
Sorry?
Not doing that.
We're not
throwing our children into a volcano.
No, we throw them into the ground. We throw them into the ground 6 feet deep in the wooden box. or we throw them into an incinerator and cremate them.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work like that. If you, I don't think it works like that. Upon doing like a lot of research into like the dark arts and stuff, I don't think it works like
Yeah,
that.
that's
If
because
the
you're
child is
researching the
already
dark.
dead.
Can you not? I'm not making any sense here. Am I
No, I
going
get
mad?
where you're coming from.
Nah,
I get
man,
what
you're
you're
not gonna
trying to
get it with
say.
that one. If you're gonna take some shrooms so you can tap into your enlightenment and that's gonna help you like become a better person in society, possibly. But whenever you're talking about these elite people or industry people, it's always nefarious, it's always negative. But if you're talking about the everyday person like you, myself, and everybody on the panel that's taking shrooms, or we're doing some type of ritual that's for the embetterment, then yes, I can see that. But other than
Right.
when we're
So what
only
I'm saying,
talking about these celebrities, it's always nefarious.
yeah, I know. We get that. I get that. I'm over that. What I'm saying now is, how about if we start doing what they do, but we do it for good? So the
What
same
they
way they
do
might
is
do
never
what.
for good.
Sorry.
Sorry, what they do is never for good. It's like, how can you take something that's meant for evil and use it for good? Like, if they are, say for example, let's talk for example about child sex trafficking. Why are they kidnapping children? Why is there 1 million children going missing every year around the globe?
Yeah,
Because
now you're going to
they
the
are
extreme now.
planning.
I can't.
They are
You know what I mean?
they are planning to use them children for different sexual things or magic, use them for magic. Even Aleister Crowley has got a whole book written on sex magic and how to summon particular demons, how to do spells in particular ways that will summon particular demons. If your child has already died through natural causes, those demons cannot be summoned. You're only going to be able to summon these particular demons if you kill the child with your own hands and you say this particular chant and you do it on a particular moon phase and you do it in a particular way. These people.
But you know what I'm focusing on, yeah? Because sorry to cut you, because you know what I mean, I fully understand all all of that stuff. But what I'm now looking at is, like we said earlier when we were talking about the children and having sex, and sex is a good thing. It's not like it's a bad thing. It gives us good feelings. So now what we're saying is that you could maybe have sex in a certain way that creates a certain energy
with children.
No, forget the children. Can we do it with adults?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right. So maybe there is a certain way that I'm supposed to have sex with my partner. Not supposed to. Maybe there's a certain way that I can have intercourse with my partner that brings up a certain. Because if you can bring a life, that there's no better energy than bringing a life. So maybe there is a certain way that we're supposed to have sex, or certain things that we're supposed to do before intercourse that makes us actually be healthier, have a happier day. Have what we call luck pass us by the following day and so forth. Yeah, there you go.
Tantric sex.
Okay.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that still.
What's that? So what's this stuff?
Yeah, they get the candles out and all that.
And they make it last, baby.
When they're trying to take your soul. Gotta be careful with them girls that are tantric sex, you get me? Try to take your soul and keep it in the house.
I'd love to try it.
Because the point, like a simple ritual, I really thought about the other day, and I said, hold on, we blow candles out. I'm echoing. We blow candles out on our birthdays. Is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
If you probably look into it, it'd probably be some foolishness. If you look into it,
yeah,
just like everything else.
So why would we continue to do these things without even blinking an eyelid? Cool, next birthday we're gonna give us.
Because those things are harmless. They're not. If you blow a candle out, that's not hurting.
Yeah.
Somebody across the way. But
no, but you might be hurting yourself.
Am I echoing? Is that me?
I can't hear you echoing.
Yeah, I can hear echoing as well.
I can hear heavy echoing.
Is it?
Heavy.
Hello? It might be me.
Yeah, you're echoing slightly.
Okay, so I might have to leave.
So with this candle thing, what are we talking about?
I'm talking about, imagine a candle symbolizes life, apparently. And of all days, on the day we were born, we light the same amount of candles of years we've been alive and blow them out and make a wish that we're not supposed to tell no one. To me, that sounds a bit suspect.
There
Very
could be
suspect.
some, yeah.
Yeah, suspicious.
But then it could just be a way of entertaining the party.
Sorry?
But there's certain religions that do not celebrate a birthday. Like apparently, in the Islamic religion, you're not supposed to celebrate your birthday.
I'll celebrate a death.
Yeah, so it's weird. I don't know.
It's weird.
Yeah, I find these things interesting because we just, as I said, we go about our daily lives doing these rituals, saying hello and shaking people's hands, whatever. We have no idea what we're doing.
Part of the matrix.
I don't like shaking people's hands. I mean, even before COVID, I've never been a shaker, and if I've never been a shaker.
When I was younger,
guys. You see what they just did? MJ?
What did they do?
You're not a shaker, get it? You're not a shaker. You don't shake that. You dirty boys, you.
Oh God.
Well, you know, the Americans, especially, and we saw that like with Obama when he went across and with the Queen and stuff. Like we hug. Like if not on the first, like if we see somebody, we'll greet them. It's kind of like a hi, or it might be a handshake. But like if we're kind of familiar with them, we'll lean in and give a hug.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Like if there's this familiarity, even if you don't know them, like on an everyday, day-to-day, connection, is kind of just like giving them this little hug and stuff. And there's just some people that are like that. But
we probably learn it from being in our mum's womb, being hugged.
Apparently, apparently, I must look it up. Apparently, if a child doesn't come into contact, the newborn baby doesn't come into contact with human skin within a certain amount of time, it'll pass away.
Yeah,
that's true.
Was that facts? Yeah.
I've heard it. I don't know if it's a fact.
No, that they did a study, and baby, we need human contact with each other. And that's why when that pandemic happened and they isolated everybody, people were going cuckoo because they're used to touching and interacting, and you couldn't see your loved ones because this thing is going on and stuff. So
some people made a big deal about not seeing their loved ones, because if you don't see them anyway, what difference does it matter if it's lockdown and you're not seeing them now?
If they're dying, if they're dying in hospital and they're taking their last breath.
That part.
Come on, you're going to want to say goodbye to your grandma or your niece or your nephew if they're on the last. That's
if you don't really, I don't think people like that show up just at the end part. No, you should have been there from the start.
No, I mean, if you was there from the start.
Oh, if you're there from the start, yeah, 100%.
Which makes it even harder.
Hold on. Sorry, guys. Are you honestly telling me it's like Nas is talking about a man on his deathbed in his 90s and he repents for his sins? Is he going to go to heaven or not? If someone shows up at the last minute, should we really knock them because they've shown up at the last minute? Can a man not change?
No. But what we're saying is it makes it harder. So if somebody was there from the time that the person got hospitalized and was like going downhill and dying, and then this thing shut us down and we couldn't go to see them, and that was their last time, it made it harder for us to like cope.
Yes. No, so I thought we was talking about someone that just never really the family members that only show up when someone is rich, right, or when someone passes away.
Those ones, they should do that in their own time, man.
Yeah,
or at least let someone know before turning up.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
No, I'm saying that if they were like, or if you were visiting them, in the nursing home or rehab, and then this thing happened and shut us down and we couldn't go, that's what we're talking about, like that kind of physical contact. But if we haven't seen them forever, listen, I loved it. I was like, please, everybody stay home. Do not come to my house. I love being an introvert. I didn't want to see nobody. I didn't want to talk to nobody. And now the damn world is back up again. I'm like, oh, shit.
But I had a bit of anxiety, though. The first big family gathering I had, because I hadn't been around so many people for so long because of lockdown. There was a bit of anxiety there.
Right. And then
As
you
soon
don't
as
know
you turn
if
up,
you should touch
everyone's
them or
coming to
hug
you.
them.
You know what I mean? So,
I like
you know how it is with family things. As soon as everyone turns up, everyone gravitates towards them. That's a lot when you've been shut down for a little minute.
Of course. Yeah, no, the lockdown was either it was like Marmite, you liked it or you didn't.
Yeah.
Some people,
I quite enjoyed it, man. It was decent, man. It was decent.
I loved it.
I
really
appreciate
enjoyed it.
I didn't have to work for 6 months. I was like, what?
Yeah, but the not having to deal with the people for me it was great. Loved that.
The only thing I didn't like, I put on weight in that time.
Yeah, same.
Is the what?
I put on weight.
Oh shit!
In that time, yeah.
What happened to me?
Shit, I was enjoying my time.
Hold on, does anyone on the line have their boosters or their jabs?
No.
What?
No, that one didn't appeal to me. They tried to force me.
No.
I think that's a personal question.
I know. I was waiting for someone to say that. You know,
it's almost like asking somebody, "Did you ever have gonorrhea?" What?
But you know what?
No, never. No, never.
Yo,
had that
it's
one either.
that bad. It's almost like that bad. You don't want to even talk about.
It's like the Brexit. Was it the Brexit vote? Where we had to vote out the EU, I think it was. The people that voted out said it was personal. It was a personal question, and I think the people that have had the jab, they say it's a personal question. People that haven't had it, everyone's like, yeah, no, I ain't had that.
Right.
So you've probably had it.
No, man. They're still trying to get me. I'm the last of the family. They're like, listen, if you already got sick, da 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 da, and I'm like, I'm not doing this.
Can I ask you guys if you would kiss somebody or share bodily fluids with somebody who has had it?
I never thought of that when you asked it.
Yeah, I would do. I'm not that deep on it.
Really? Oh my God, I wouldn't. I'm so scared. Like, I don't even want to talk to someone who's had it. It freaks me out.
Is it? Don't say that.
What freaks you out about it?
It freaks me out because I know that it's not a positive thing that they've done. They've you know, they're trying to blend the 3 strands of DNA, you know, with the base. It's just crazy. But it's the scientificness of it is scary because I know the biology is terrifying and it's so powerful and it's a very, very sharp, evil weapon. And so when someone who's been vaccinated is talking to me,
we can't say that, can we?
Their droplets are containing this particular virus, and I'm terrified. Like, yo, that could land on my lip, that could land in my coffee, that could come near me, it could go in my eye. I'm freaking out. I've like got OCD over it now. Like, it freaks me out. So even like kissing somebody who's had it, and you're giving me that weird devil juice. No, thank you.
Yeah, I've heard links with people that have had the jab and AIDS somehow.
Yes.
So it's similar to what you're saying about the bodily fluids and so forth.
Scary. And not only that, though, it causes infertility. So can you imagine me laying down with a man who's got the devil juice and he's now busting nuts all in me, and now I'm infertile? I don't think so. Sorry, you keep that over there, sweetheart. I'm okay. I'd rather have my eggs and get them cracked later by someone who is messed with. You know what I mean?
So how would you know if someone's had it or not?
Yes, I was going to say.
All right, guys, let's have less of that talk about all that jabby. Come on, guys.
Well,
it's the same as anything. You don't know if the person that you're about to meet has got gonorrhea or had gonorrhea before.
That's so true. That's why you've got to know someone. You've got to know. You've got to know who you're dealing with.
It's true, and they say once you've had it, you're a carrier. You can easily recontract it.
Exactly.
Some people don't know that.
Exactly. Nah, that scares me, you know.
Yeah, so if anyone here has had it, it can just awaken one day on you, and your wife might think you're cheating, or your husband or whatever.
I think that's certain ones. I don't think that's like gonorrhea. You can't just all of a sudden wake up and then boom, you're clapped.
No, not just like that, but you carry, once you've had it, you carry the gene.
And one guy told me one time back in the day he had gonorrhea. I said to him, "What did you have to do to get rid of it?" You know, he said to me,
"What's that?"
He said, "I squeezed my shit."
Is he okay?
Man said, "I squeezed my shit." I said, "What do you mean you squeeze it?" He said that he had to squeeze it. I said, "Jesus Christ."
Man's lying. There's no way you can get rid of gonorrhea by squeezing your fucking shit. You're gonna need
Listen,
an injection.
I'm not gonna go into the full story of what he told me after he said squeeze it, but it was disgusting.
Nah, that's why we need to teach the young youths to
exactly.
Strap it up, you know, because it's a dangerous world out here. You don't know what each female's got or what guy's got.
You know what?
And you
I've
can
heard
catch
a lot
these.
of those.
Yes.
So I've heard a lot of those STDs and gonorrhea in particular. I heard it originates from dogs.
That's disgusting, bro.
Yeah, see,
and that wouldn't surprise me after the shit
farmers,
someone sent me the other day, bro.
You sent me a pig and you scarred me for life. I was I'm traumatized.
I don't want that.
Lying. Did you see it, Foxy? Did he send it to you
as well?
Don't
send me none of that crap,
Peniros. Oh my God.
Hey, listen, man. Shit's crazy out here. Anything's possible. That's what I'm going to tell people. Anything's possible. Anything you can think of.
Well, they're trying to make that type of lifestyle. They're going to try to push for that too soon.
Well, you know,
like that's okay.
What do you mean push for it? What do you mean push for it?
Push it in the
Germany for bestiality.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well, I didn't want to say it, but yeah, that's what it is. That's what they're trying to, because they already started with the Rainbow Crew. So you see how they neutralize that to make that's okay now. And so the next step is the
Foxy. Biden already passed the law for bestiality.
Some places have it.
In Germany,
Sweden, or some one of them.
There's a brothel in Germany, and you can have sex with alligators. Any animal that you want, you can go there and have sex.
Lord have mercy.
I don't even understand that. Like
an alligator, aren't they afraid that their winky might get chopped off?
But I would not attempt that.
No, same. And the thing is, you have to hit that in military car. I'm sure it's underneath it. Like what the hell?
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Then again, let me rephrase that. Any man out there that wants to have sex with animals, go and have sex with an alligator and film it.
No, but thing, you see in Dubai, ain't they doing some mad things like that over there?
Yeah.
They're doing number 2s in the face.
Yep.
Wow. With the
so
tissue.
Then it would make sense that the gonorrhea would come from animals or dogs. Yeah, I never heard of that though.
The royal family brought it into play with their form.
Oh yeah.
Shit.
There's a lot of stuff. I watched it.
When we was talking about the midget thing, I was thinking that's not even it. Like there's people out there doing it with animals. So now a midget looks normal.
Who's the people
compared to a crocodile?
Who's messing with a crocodile? Like that's your homie.
People, man. They're crazy people.
So yeah, a midget looks so much more better at this point.
In a polite way.
Man, these guys are crazy out here, man. I've got to snake around their things and jack themselves off. But listen to what I'm saying. This bestiality thing is a serious thing because they used to practice that back in the old days, isn't it?
In the Bible, Abraham's time.
Sheep
and goats.
Well, people are still doing it now, like in Jamaica. People are still out there doing it now. That listen, humans are just nasty people.
You say Jamaica?
Nasty people in Jamaica, bro.
Now why they got to bring Jamaica?
Oh, I'm not going back home. Then that's it.
Of all countries, bro, you said Jamaica.
Right, you gotta say Jamaica of all countries.
I've seen the video. I think the man's joking, to be honest. Because that
And
was
then
Them
it's
man's violent, and them
Jamaican as
man's
well, you know.
violent as well, you know.
But the point is, there's a set of nasty people everywhere, and from it happens in yard. I'm like, if you
Yeah,
really
that's
brought
it,
up,
innit?
listen, if you
Bro,
really brought up,
there's
if
a
you
gay
really
village
brought
in
up,
Jamaica.
let me tell you this exactly. That's my point. I was just gonna say, if you brought up like in the Caribbean way, old school Jamaican way, homophobic and all the rest of it, yeah. From when you realize that there are
Bati boy,
certain
no.
things in Jamaica, then it's everywhere. When I realized that there was a homosexual camp in Jamaica and these people existed and were striving in Jamaica, that's when I realized it's everywhere. From it's in yard, it's everywhere.
And then they came up with the word Bati boy, because I ain't never heard that. I mean, you know, the Puerto Ricans say bato, but Jamaicans, what do they say? They say Bati boy. How do you know that?
Because it's just straight talk.
That's
what they like. So that is what type of brother he is.
But then, so what about? So, okay, check this,
and
bro.
The thing is, man takes offense to it, but it is what it is.
Are you a breast man, bro? Are you a breast man or a bottom man?
A what?
Exactly.
Why you gotta say bottom?
You like boobs?
No, because then think how it's gonna sound. Then it's like me saying to you, "Are you a breast man or a batty man?"
Exactly. But that's the thing. It's all about it's all in the wording. Like you don't say I ride. Like man won't say they ride horse in Jamaica because they call horse ass.
And
that's how they pronounce it.
And dog is dog.
Right. So man won't sound good. Yeah, me I ride too. They will say me I ride. What they call it? I don't even know. Weng weng or something. Something totally different. So yeah, like you're saying, I'm not. I would prefer a lady's booty.
Yeah, bottom sounds wrong. It sounds like that sounds
otherwise it sounds bad. But then it's the same with the midgets. Like people feel that way about midgets. But don't they need love?
We didn't say the midgets didn't need love, but you know, they got big bottoms. So maybe that's why some guys fetish for that, because they got big booties.
This is the next thing.
Ladies,
when we're talking about midgets, I don't think it's right for someone like the size of Shaq O'Neal or these basketball players to be with a 4-foot woman. I don't care how old she is and she's a big woman. She's still too small.
And she's head height.
The thought of that makes me sick.
Yeah, it just don't look. You can't be in bed with that, bro. Allow it.
No.
Well, what woman do you know is like 7 feet though? So to be fair, there's not women that are
5 foot. You're gonna have to find one that's 5 foot something. Don't be with no 4-foot woman.
No, but on a serious note, though, they still do need love, though, innit? Because they still produce our-sized kids.
Here we go.
Do you know what I mean?
No, there's not ultimately there's nothing wrong with it from the off age, but it just doesn't look right.
Of course it don't, bro.
You know, it just.
So is it safe to say or ask rather on here on the panel that we have preferences no matter how much we'll say, no, we don't discriminate? There's still a preference. Would you say that?
I think it would always be a preference. It's like, do you like dark-skinned people, light-skinned people, white people, tan white?
So is there a problem with a white person saying that they only stick with white people? They don't like black men or black girls?
No, because I know a lot of white girls that say they don't like white guys, they only like black men.
Yeah, because a lot of people find that it's an issue, and I'm like, no, there's absolutely nothing. It's a preference.
No, it's a preference. It's a preference.
And I think
some people like jeans and some people like tracksuit.
Right.
Are you sure about that? Because I heard once they go black,
you're gonna need a wheelchair.
No, but then you gotta think though.
Because there are some guys that they're not packing, so don't matter.
I'm joking. It was off white chicks. I'm joking, but yeah, as a mixed race person, I've got no interest in white men or mixed race men. I just like dark skinned men. That's just my flavor. Whatever floats your boat. Do you know what I mean? Each to their own. As long as it's legal and it's not like an animal or an underage human, do you think, babe?
Right.
Have you found?
Is that to say you'll never be with another person that's not dark skinned?
Yeah.
Do you think you could love someone that's Asian or white or?
I mean, I'm not going to ever rule it out. I'm never going to say, oh, I don't like anyone of the other race, because I do. I think I've got friends and who are different, multiple races, but I'm just not attracted to men of my own like complexion. I want me or darker, you know.
I was gonna say, is that because I've noticed that's a bit that it's been a coincidence, or it's been a pattern that a lot of mixed race people, be it male or female, mixed heritage, should I say? I don't know what I'd say nowadays. They would prefer someone darker.
I wouldn't say all, because I've got a
No,
sister.
not all. I'd never
I've
say
got
all
a
of anything.
sister, and she just prefers white guys. She's completely opposite to me. But she was really close with our dad. Now I've never really been around my dad. My dad's a black man, and I think usually you go for the opposite of what your opposite parent is. So if you're close with your father, who's a black man, you're going to probably be more attracted to white men, because you know the white black men are going to remind you of your father.
Okay.
But because I was never really around my father like that, I kind of sought out a father in these black men. So it's a psychological thing for me. I don't know about everyone else, but for me, it's more like I gravitate toward, and they gravitate towards me. I don't know why. Dark skinned men just love me. I think I'm.
Again, the grass is always greener on the other side, isn't it?
MC's looking for Wesley Snipes and a man there.
I'm intimidating. I'm intimidating to every white guy. These lip biting mixed race guys. I'm intimidating to them.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I need a real G, you know, who can hold me down.
So what do you lot think about interracial? Is it interracial? That one.
You know what my dad used to say, and it sounds really racist, but he used to say, "Don't trust a ginger mixed race person." And I used to say, "Oh, that's really."
Where do you see those, man?
Some of those are bad Jews, though. I'm not.
Because they're proper nuts.
They're like mixed race looking brown, but they have red hair.
Yeah.
Or it's either they got black hair and a red
freckles.
Yeah.
Yeah. And my dad always said, "Stay away from them." Apparently my mum told me that. My dad always said to her, "Stay away from mixed race red-haired people because they're crazy, they're nuts." And I think most mixed race people in general are a little bit different to, like, say, your typical white person or your typical black person. I would say mixed race people are a little bit different.
Why do you say that? Why would you say that?
I don't know.
Because they got all this different bloodline going inside of them. They're cuckoo.
I think because sometimes I think to myself, as a black man growing up in England, with all the racism that I've seen and so forth, I can't really say England is my home. I'm not really English, you know. You look at me, I'm a black man, and then whereabouts? Jamaica. But then when I go to Jamaica, I'm not Jamaican, I'm English. So it could kind of get confusing. And that's just a straight black man in England. So for a mixed heritage person, it's got to be a bit, you know,
I would have said the same, yeah.
You don't belong. You literally don't know, because literally white people don't accept you. Black people won't accept you. Even mixed race people won't accept you because they're fucking lost. They don't know where they belong. So it's very confusing as a mixed race person. I'm going to be honest. It's very, very difficult. You don't know where to go. But I've always gravitated more towards black people because I've always found black people to be more understanding, more welcoming, and more open to me. White people have always been like, "Oh, you know, you're a mixed breed, you're half caste, you know, you're not one of us."
See, all of that, I hate that. I've dealt with some horrible neighbours where you have to deal with them accordingly. But with that racial shit, nah, my kids are mixed. Do you know what I mean? So I don't tolerate none of that bullshit there.
Right.
So I'm probably gonna sound like a racist, but
that's racist right there.
Yeah, basically. So that means that I am.
Go on, what was you gonna say?
Me and Donald Trump are gonna live in the land of luxury. That's all.
That's not racist.
So, like you questioned, is it a bad thing or is it wrong if white or so-called white people, want to stay within their own? Is that a bad thing? And I say no. And it shouldn't be the same way with Hispanics or so-called blacks, but for some reason, there is a psyops on the black and whites, specifically when it comes to, even in the UK, but America specifically, that there's this propaganda behind it all. Because once upon a time, you couldn't be with a white woman. And it wasn't until the 1967 law or something, the Lovings, where a Virginia couple, black and white, wanted to get married, and they took it to court. It was nothing but a money proposition. But that was also during the height of the civil rights era. Now, we were so indoctrinated with the you don't look at master's wife, you don't look at the kids. Now all of a sudden you're marrying them, and it's like, hey, love is love. Love is colorblind. We don't see nothing wrong with that. And I'm like, no, there's still some people who still have a problem with that.
Yeah, I've had looks before.
Now, I'm coming from mainly a Caribbean descent. So my mother's side of the family are Jamaican, and my biological father, who I met only twice, is Cuban. But he's of my complexion. My mother's like a nutmeg color. And like I said, I have a great grandfather who's from Devon, and apparently he's Scottish, so I'm sure he's white. But his granddaughter, because of her complexion, said that she didn't want her kids to come out anything lighter than her, or like her biological father. So she married a very dark-skinned Jamaican, and she's Jamaican. And they had nutmeg children, and gave birth to them, because she was like, I don't want my kids to come out white or light like me or fair skin. So, I don't think it has to do with if a black person feels like, if they don't feel like that, because I think they do. Some of them do feel like, I don't want my kids to be white. I don't want my kids to be light skinned.
It's same with my daughters. If my daughters grow up to marry white men and have children, my gene pool will start to get lighter. And
Right.
they go on again to do white. Before time I die now, my generation is pretty much turned white.
Would that upset you in any way, or would you not be?
I don't think it would upset me, because I've already kind of spoke to my daughters about this before, and I said, how would you feel? I said, no, I wouldn't really, but my name will still be attached somehow. Hopefully, if they keep my name.
If you have boys, they will.
No,
your daughters might get married.
Yeah,
change the name.
No, right. But I would like for them to keep it, and if they wanted to, then at least I'm still part of that treasure. Otherwise, you're gonna look at them, my blood pool in 100 years, and you'll never know I existed.
Well, that's what happened with the family. Queen Charlotte was, a mulatto, as they say, and with paintings and stuff, they whitewashed her out, and she was a mixed child as well.
Yeah. So would it bother me as a granddad with white grandchildren, great grandchildren? I don't think so. I think it'll just be the same, because it stemmed all from me. That's something to look back at and be proud of. Wow, look what I created.
Well, again, I'm gonna be the racist in the group, because I tell my kids, listen, you stay in your damn zone. You stay in your very black natural self, and with those. And my youngest challenge is, well, Mom, what if I like, because she was having her little UK fetish for a moment, and little blonde-haired, blue-eyed boys, and I'm like, yeah, we all go through that. That's what society shows us as the standard of beauty, but that's not the standard of beauty.
No, I don't think that's racist at all.
And so, I feel like if the Muslims or the Asians, Koreans say, they marry, they stay within their own. Why can't we do that? What is the problem with us doing that? When we want to do that, it's, oh, you guys are being racist. No, I'm just keeping it in the bloodline. Like, it's bad enough. I'm already got different stuff going on. Why can't my kids keep one bloodline and keep it going? And so, for the most part, my oldest, she's dating a Caribbean, but he's Cuban, And my son is dating, and she's Caribbean, just so happens to be, and she's from Grenada, very dark skin. My son is, you know, his complexion would be the complexion of what's that kid's name? Colin Kaepernick. You know, so he's light skinned. But you know, it's not that I have an issue. It's just that why can't we just have stay within our own? Like, why is it?
Because it's not our life.
Not a problem.
It's their life. It's their life.
I hear that. So sorry, bro. So if you would like your children to, you know, to keep the bloodline, how would you feel if your children were gay?
Mortified. I'd be mortified.
Yeah.
I would be absolutely heartbroken if my son turned around to me in 10 years and said, Mum, I really like to take it up the back end. I would be heartbroken. Number one,
what about your daughter?
If it was my daughter, yeah, I would hope and pray for deliverance, because I used to be gay as well. I used to be bisexual. I used to love women, and I believe that with a lot of prayer and deliverance, I am now no longer interested in that. So I believe that it's a choice. I believe that you can decide whether you want to be gay or not. And it is just down to, do you have the strength and capacity to turn down that temptation when faced with it?
All right, so
that's you being fake to yourself if you do that.
I like this because you said, so you see that temptation that you said you can turn down?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you said you believe it's a choice, yeah?
Yeah.
I believe what makes you gay is having that temptation. Then you're gay, boom. So forget whether you carry the act out or not. You had that temptation, and that's not a choice.
Really? Do you think so? Because I believe that we all get tempted.
No way.
Like, you get a temptation to go in when you're in a store to put the extra thing through the till without scanning it. You know, we all get temptation. Do you want to steal that, or do you want to punch this person in the face today, or do you want to not choose violence? So if you decide not to punch that person in the face, are you still guilty of punching them in the face?
No,
you're not.
I get. Yes, but I'm talking about intercourse.
So just by thinking of having a sex with the opposite sex, I'm then gay.
No, I think to me, no. How can I put it? Like, I've never had that contemplate. I've never thought of it. I've never been tempted. So what does that make me, sort of thing? Am I brainwashed? Am I
straight man? Probably.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe you're just. I don't know.
Because I don't believe being gay is a choice.
Okay, fair enough. I do.
I believe
as someone who has had multiple relationships with women, I've been gay. I've been bi. I've been 100% with girls. I've been 100% with man.
Yeah, okay, that's different from. Okay, to me, that's different from not liking guys. You know, the butch and the gay guys that will never sleep with a woman.
Right.
And they're being the bloody alphabet.
I feel like that's a process, though. You have to get to that point. I don't think you just wake up one day and you just don't like. Do you know what I mean? Because there's a lot of like gay men who stay married to women for 30 odd years, and then they come out the closet 30 years later and say, you know what, guys, I really fancy John down the road.
So you think, okay, but I don't believe that was, and that if that happens, cool. I don't believe that was a choice.
Don't you? He didn't choose to leave his wife and kids for John down the road.
No, forget leaving the wife and kids. Him choosing to like John down the road. I don't believe that's a choice that he now fancies John down the road. I think that's what his brain has made him. That's what he is. He didn't choose. I'm not just choosing to watch Channel 4 or not watch Channel 4. Do you understand?
Yeah. Do you know what I believe? I believe that that's a demon that involves itself in that person's mind and in that person's life at that given time. And whether you have got the strength to fight that demon off, whether you've got the spiritual capacity to then fight off this evil spirit that's coming into you, then you're going to win or you're going to lose in that situation. That's what I think.
So, okay. But fair enough. But I just don't think it's a choice whether you get them demons or not then. If that's what you call them, fair enough. But I don't believe.
So you think that it's embedded in your DNA for you to be homosexual?
Yes, and the reason why I'm going to say that to a point is because you can look at someone and see that they're actually that some people, not all. Please, when I say I'm not just talking, I don't generalize. So anyway, some people you can look at and you can see that they're gay.
Yeah.
They sound gay. They walk gay. They got, you know, they move their arm. They hold the arm different. Or it's deeper than just.
So,
because
here,
remember, you got estrogen and estrogen and whatever you call it, hormones and so forth. So if
I'm gonna take it even one further for you. Then if that's the case, what if you subscribe to it? What if you were a female in your past life, and that's why that's coming out?
Either way, it's not a choice. Then it's not a choice. Then I'm correcting what that backs up what that I don't know, but that would back up what I'm saying. It's not a choice.
Yeah, but to act it out, then that's the choice, though.
Sorry?
That to act it out, then that would be the choice. So say, for instance, let's just say
for me to sleep with a female is a choice, of course. For me to sleep with a man is a choice. But what's not a choice is that I don't like guys. I don't choose not to like guys. I just don't like them. I don't know why. So I couldn't tell you. So you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I don't choose. I don't believe. And I've asked. I might be wrong. Don't get me wrong. But I've asked the gay person if they could go back and take a tablet that would stop them from being gay when they were a child or so much younger. He had to think about it, and he said yes, he would. That way, he would have children. It would stop all the drama that he's been through and so forth. So I thought it definitely can't be a choice. He's not choosing to be gay and go through all that trouble. Who would?
Do you like lesbians?
Who was that to?
To anyone. Does that? Do you like do you like lesbians?
When you say, well, for them females, I don't know, but for me, I don't dislike anyone. It is what it is. I know what I am and who I am, and that's it. Do you know what I mean? That's it.
I was gonna say, if you know, like people that do like lesbians, isn't that still a gay act?
Yeah, exactly. Because that's another thing that most people are more cool with lesbians than gay men.
It's true. But then technically, it's still a form of gayness. So are you attracted to gay behavior more than whether it's a male or female? I don't know. I could be wrong.
I think also
just
because
spirits of debauchery.
We were all females.
Say that again. Say that again.
It's all just spirits of debauchery. It's just a spirit, a demon of debauchery, and it's all been brought onto this earth by generational cases. So what our parents have done.
Right.
So you said
yes, definitely. Because even if you take it back to the biblical times, remember that was a curse and plagues put on certain bloodlines. That this is what's happening to them.
If we take it back to the biblical times, snakes could talk and humans could live in wells for a certain amount of time. We can't really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and maybe they did, but what I'm trying to say is like we know for a fact. Well, not for a fact, but there's almost some certainty that we know that certain the 12 tribes were cursed. So if you're part in that 12 tribe, your DNA, your family's bloodline has some kind of curse to it.
Let me say this. Yeah. The same system that controls Kanye West and all the music industry and everything is the same system that wrote the Bible.
Absolutely.
So let's not.
I only take that with a grain of salt.
Rather than going by what we don't know, because we don't live in them times, let's go by what we do know. And what we do know is that we were all female at one point, and then the chromosome breaks off, and then we become male, or it doesn't break off and we stay female. What we do know is that there are gay people out there who wish they weren't gay. So therefore, that tells me they're not choosing to be gay. There are also gay people there are also gay people out there who are actually good people, good members of society that are helping people and so forth. They're totally good people. So to then say that they've got a demon in them is a bit backwards.
Well,
That
it's
is a
not
bit
really
biblical.
backwards when you've experienced it for yourself, when you've been dealing with sexual promiscuity from a very early age, and the first person you ever kissed was a girl. You know, this is like an issue. And then obviously growing up in the church and then battling with my own inner struggles of like sexuality and like becoming my own person, then realizing that God is powerful and he is strong in all this. And if I ask him and I pray and I plead to him for deliverance, I am then free. Like, it's mad, but you'll be so shocked or surprised if I told you the amount of times that I've had these thoughts and I've had these inclinations that I want to do these things. Like, I've had thoughts of like, doing the maddest shit to my friends, and I've had deliverance and I've prayed on it, and then these thoughts have completely gone. Like, I just pray on it and I pray on it and I pray powerfully, and I no longer think in that way. And these thoughts don't enter my mind until my vibration is at a low point and these demons are able to access my mind again. It's so freaking true. It's so powerful. And for anyone to sit there who's never had those thoughts, who's never been, you know, had any like doubt in their mind of their sexual status, for you to then say that, you know, it's not a choice. Well, how would you know if you're not gay? How would you know if you've never?
That's how I know, because I'm not gay.
How would you know that it's not that if you've never had those thoughts? You can't speak from something you've never experienced.
Well, I think there's partial validity in choosing to be gay, right? Because we have some kids that they're not sure, so they don't, like, for the girls, you know, they band their boobs up and they want to be, you know, masculine, but at the same time they're having sex with men. So some of it is almost like a facade, a character. And there's where the choice of, well, today you put on your socks, the pink socks, so you're kind of fruity today, as opposed to you know, somebody who's really living that life, and they're choosing to be this, but it probably can be also DNA encoded in them. So there's a little bit of we can't say it's one or the other 100%. Right? We have to really look at it in all aspects, where yes, this is a choice, but if you can turn yourself around from it, that's another choice. But if this is encoded in you, in your DNA, and you can't help yourself for some reason, then, you know, so be it. And that's how I look at it. I don't think it's really all just a choice, and I don't think it's all just DNA either. I believe there's a little both on both sides of it.
So how would you feel if your children came home and told you they were gay?
Yeah, like you, I would feel mortified. But you know, and I almost thought that my daughter, my oldest, because she was hanging around a girl who I already saw that she was, and I'm like, you know, letting her know, like, don't do it, don't do it. And she was like, Mom, I don't know what you're talking about. Like, she didn't see it. And then I was like, listen, even if she was a boy, I tell my kids, do not let anybody put their impression on you. So if it happened to be a boy, the same way, I'm going to say that. And I think because that's what I'm saying, the blessing of me being young and kind of being out there in the streets has helped me to be a little more on top of parenting with my children. Almost to a hovering parent, a helicopter mom in a sense, but because I already see things before them, so I'm just giving them the play-by-play, and that is almost a buffer for them. So they're like, all right, they can choose to be with this person if they want to, but they already know from the get-go, nope, because this X, Y, and Z. I give them a reason. It's not just me telling them no, 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 because I'm mother and I say so. I give them my reason, and therefore they can take that with them and say, all right, they can use their own discretion. I think parents, we need to do that. We need to stop with this. Oh, because I'm the mother, I say so, and you do it, and don't question me. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
Because sometimes the children need to be heard, and you know, we shouldn't be so far from, oh, you know, we're the head, and we say as we say it goes. You know, we have to kind of listen to them.
That's true.
You know what I mean? And you have a 10-year-old, so you're at a point where you can sit back and kind of hear now. They're formulating their own mind at that age. They're almost like a little mini person.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like now they have opinions, they have thoughts, and it's like, okay, I can't keep dictating to them, don't do this, you know, for safety reasons. Now they're going to question, why, mom? Why not? Why can't I?
Yeah. He's still extremely like innocent, my son. Like, even though of like I literally force him to sit down and know about the world. So all the nitty gritty, all the good stuff, all the bad stuff, he knows. I'm showing him from early because I don't want him to be in this world unprepared as I was, you know. I need him to be prepared. I need him to know the good and the bad and the in-between. And so, but he's just so beautifully innocent as well, and he's got such a beautiful perspective of the world, and he teaches me the most amazing things. And the way I am with I'm so set in my ways, and I'm so like you know, a tunnel vision of what I see things as. He completely opens my mind to that, to other things, and it's just such a beautiful thing. And I think kids are, but I was worried at one point about he came home and said, I think I might be gay, Mum. And I knew it was the school that he was in, it was the people that he was around. And as soon as I removed him from that school, he no longer said those things. He was like, oh, there's this girl I really fancy, Mum, and she's really pretty. And I'm like, okay, see how that changed? See how he went from thinking that he could possibly be gay when he was surrounded by a certain group of people to then being around a different group of people and, you know, thinking that this girl was so stunningly beautiful that he was like thinking and obsessing over her all day. To me, I'd prefer the latter. You know, I had to move at schools. I wasn't comfortable with that frame of mind at such a young age, so I had to do that decision. And I think that's where a lot of parents lack that, and that's why we have the society that we live in today.
But it's also like, they all left us except for BR. BR is holding it down. But just as you said, you removed him from a setting, right? So therefore, again, it kind of proves the point of you can kind of dome this to be, today I think I'm gay because, you know, everybody else, it's almost like a fashion. It's not really, if you really truly are a homosexual person, you know, you can conduct yourself and carry yourself, not this flaming and flamboyancy, right? Because that's more of a caricature, right? Even if you like boys or girls, but if you remove yourself or remove that setting away from you, you have a different mind frame. And that age, they're so incorrigible that it can shape them to, you know, oh, boys all are liking each other, so I'm part of that group. Not knowing because he's at such a young age.
Vulnerable age.
Right.
Exactly. He's so easily manipulated, and that's why we have to protect our children so vehemently, and so like you've got to be so like
in tune.
It's crazy, but you've got to be proper vigilant.
Right. But at the same time, like, let them breathe because they are little people at the same time. So it's weird. It's like this manic, I don't want my kids to grow up, I don't want them to be a part of this world, but at the same time it's like, oh my god. And like, I have, my kids are older now and they travel in the city, and you know, New York City, I mean, everybody hears all the stupid crime stuff going on, so it's like, geez, I have to leave it up to God and leave it in faith that my kids are protected when they travel. You know, it's such a weird feeling because if it's up to me, that's why I love the shutdowns. I was like, everybody's home, I know where everybody's at. It's a beautiful feeling. But you know, we have to kind of, I don't know, we have to be as open as possible, but still let them know that we run shit, and you know, it is our law as parents.
Set boundaries.
But exactly. So that they know where not to cross the line, but then they're not afraid to come and tell you. You know what I mean? Like, I was afraid to tell my parents, like, I'm pregnant, because they ruled with an iron fist in a sense. They were strict parents, but they weren't like hard disciplinarians. So, you know, there was some leniency there, but just the expectation and knowing what they had for me, I was shook, like scared to my death that, you know, me telling them this was detrimental, and it was, but they got over it, I got over it, and we moved on. But for my kids to shut something down that's so important, and me shut them out of it, that's deadly. That's deathly. You know, if your kids are crying out for help and they're in trouble, regardless of if they stole a candy bar or they might have, you know, killed come to me and talk to me. Let me know what's going on first, and then we can work this out. You know what I mean?
So what if they're in danger? What if they're in danger? Because we spoke a bit on it earlier. If the kid's in danger, would you prefer them to call you first, or?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And I had a situation, especially with my son. My son is me incarnate. He's my problem child, if you will. And I've always had issues since he was 5 years old, school calling me, you know, we need referrals. There might be something mentally wrong with him, blah, blah, blah. He's emotional, you know, even to getting locked up, and, you know, and he would call. And so, you know, I want to know first, you tell me what's going on, because if they tell me and I got to hear it, you're going to get it from me, and you're already in trouble from what's going on out there. So tell me what's going on. And even if you're in the wrong, I still want to know. So I'm prepared when I got to talk to these people about what's going on.
I'm the same with my kids. Anytime they're going to get called out and the teacher wants to speak to me, I always tell them, tell me what's happened first before I even go with them. And when they're talking to you, if you have something to say, say it. Don't wait till we go away to say it. They go like that. You say it there and then. You have to learn to stand up for yourself from now at this young age.
Right.
I think I gave my son a bit too much confidence, so he won't shut up if he sees an injustice or he sees something that ain't right. He's gonna say it, and it's a great thing. It's a beautiful thing. I'm so proud of him for it, but he gets in a lot of trouble for it at school.
Yeah, so, I thought it was similar.
Yeah, if he stands up for another child who's being, you know, shouted at by the teacher, he's like super vehemently protective over this other kid, and he's like, you shouldn't be shouting at her, she's done nothing wrong, and then he'll get himself in trouble.
And he gets in trouble.
Yeah, because he's like trying to stand up for the other kids, and is such a beautiful child. Like, honestly, I've raised a good one, and I do believe my own opinion is why my son is so amazingly, like, he's like trouble free. Don't have much trouble with him at all. Sorry about that. The police are going past. Yeah, something's going off down the road. But he's literally so well behaved, and I think, you know why that is? Because he was unvaccinated as a child. I didn't give him no needles from birth till the day that he stands today. He's 10 years old. He's never had no needles except for when he went to the dentist to get a filling, and he had to get a needle in the dentist in his mouth. And in this country, they force us to get our children vaccinated from birth. Like, you've got to have this, you've got to have this. And it's a freaking...
But give yourself credit. Give yourself credit, because you come through adversity and you've turned yourself around as best as possible. So even if that's not the case, it sounds like whatever you didn't get from your upbringing is what you're instilling in him. You're righting wrong. So
I'm trying
to give yourself that credit.
Yeah, he's such a beautiful child, and I do think the vaccinations that they give kids these days have got a lot to answer for. So all these kids falling sick of like autism and, you know, all this ADHD and all this and that. I believe that all of my behavioral problems as a child, a lot of them were because of these vaccines that were forced upon my body. I would never have been so bad and so misbehaved and so uncontrollably naughty. I couldn't control myself. I was getting in trouble every other week with the police and getting arrested and doing crazy shit. Like, and it was all because of all these chemicals and the imbalances in my brain, because of all these poisons that have been set in my body from such an early age.
Yeah,
and my son,
mama said that as well.
My son has got none of that, and he's just so chill. He doesn't argue, he doesn't fight, he just believes in the right thing, he does the right thing, and he's so amazing in that way. And and everyone goes to me like, how is your son like that? How did he say higher at 4 weeks old? Why was he walking at 10 months old? Why does his teeth come through at 1, his first tooth? Like, he was so advanced, he was so smart. Like, I had a next door neighbor, and she had a set of twins, and they were fully jabbed up. They didn't walk until they were 3.5 years old. My son was walking at 10 months old. He was walking at 10 months old. You know,
you mentioned something that is key there, and the key word is chemicals, right? So, and you also mentioned that your mother was mentally unstable as well, right?
Right. Yeah.
So I think that not necessarily the chemicals that they give us at the doctors, but I think also through our mother's DNA.
Yeah.
That transmits, because mental, there is some definite mental, like emotional kind of issues coming on my mother's side, but stemming, like, because I kind of am very hot tempered, and my son is like that, but my kids, and I had all this, stuff that the doctors gave me as well, but I think it's also carried down in the DNA, so there's some things that we can omit, like the chemicals that they give us, as opposed to the chemicals that we get through in vitro. That's why they tell us, mothers, don't drink while you're pregnant, don't do drugs while you're pregnant, because that passes on to the child. It's through the DNA. And mental illness, I believe, does this. It's the same way.
Yeah, I would agree with that as well. Yeah, for sure. And my mum's mum, she actually has the same mental health issue that my mum's has. And my mum literally found her brother in Australia a few years ago, and her mum left her when she was a child. So she found her family in Australia years later, and her brother is actually suffering from the exact same mental health issue that she's suffering from. And they're on opposite sides of the world. They've never even met each other.
So are you afraid then that it could possibly be passed to you?
Well,
I know it's a tough one.
Part of my mum in me, and I can't deny that my mum is very prevalent. She is, she's a character, and I do see myself like my mum so many times. Like when I kick off, when I shout at my son, I just see myself. I see my mum shouting at me, and it's like the same person. But I also see my father as well, and I've never really been around my father. Even my son has never been around his father, but he acts like his dad so much. He hasn't seen his dad since he was 3, but he's got all of his dad's mannerisms. He walks like his dad. He puts his hand like his dad when he's talking. And it's crazy.
Yeah, that's in the DNA. The DNA, yeah, it's in the DNA.
Mad. Yeah. So, but I know that if my son would have been jabbed up with all these vaccines that I would have had when I was a kid, he would be so naughty, and I would not be able to cope. I would not be able to cope with that child if he would have had all these vaccines. I know I wouldn't be able to, because he'd have autism, he'd have ADHD, he'd be on the spectrum, he'd be fucking, unmanageable, just like I was, because I was jabbed up with all the. Imagine
not in every case. I don't think in every case.
Yeah, because I was. Yeah, and I was given all the stuff that the doctors. So we're gonna. I don't know if Peniro, but you know, certain on YouTube they're very sensitive with using those type of words with the V and the
Right.
what
Gotta
the
be careful,
yeah. So we gotta be careful. But the I had all those type of things that were given to me at the doctors, and I still, my temperament was just, I wasn't breastfed. I was given the bottle. But I'm still sharp as a tack. Like my brain, I think, because my mind, I think that's the other thing. I think people who do have some type of mental abnormality, I think they're actually geniuses. I think their brain, they're so smart that they're
brains over.
yeah.
Because I don't know if you guys noticed, but a lot of kids that has autism and stuff like that, that a lot of them are some of the smartest kids you probably ever meet.
Mm-hmm.
Like I know a handful of kids
Their
with autism,
IQ
and
is
they're
very high.
Oh my god, through the roof.
Yeah.
And I'm nowhere near that, but I would like
and
to
if you
say that I'm
notice,
smart. Yeah.
and with those kids, if you notice, they're not into the other stuff that's trendy
Right.
like what everyone else is into. They're into their own world.
Right.
And they're clever as shit.
Exactly.
So who knows with these jobs?
Exactly.
With these punches. Who knows with these punches?
Right.
But then there's the other children who've had like actual damages, and they've actually gone to court, and it's been scientifically proven in court that these things have made actual damage to children, like
I 100% know that. My partner, my partner worked with children with autism and everything in the spectrum for about say 12 years, and she was very skeptical about our kids having jabs. So a few they did have, I'm not gonna lie, but a lot of them was avoided because of what she had learned through the years of working with children with autism, brain, mental. I can't remember the actual, but you know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I remember I was
issues.
friends with a girl, and she has a son 6 months before I gave birth to my son, and we was like in the same like group in like the midwife class or whatever, and she told me immediately after she gave birth to her son, when his son turned 3 months old, they wanted to give the child the MMR jab, and then she cried to me. I remember her ringing me up crying, saying, please do not get your son to take this jab. My son was walking and talking, my son was talking. Was it 3 months? It's got to be like older than that. I feel like it's got to be 3 years, maybe. Something like that.
They have 2 of them.
I think 3 years.
They have one in the beginning, then they have the other shots after.
Yeah, so with this particular jab, I think it must have been 3 years, because she said to me the baby was walking and talking on the day that the child received the jab, and within hours of taking that jab, it could no longer walk and it could no longer talk. She said, do not fill your child with this poison, please, I beg, don't do it. So that was just one person. I had multiple people tell me the same thing. So I'm not sure if it's different in America, if there's like a
there's a high percentage, and there's a study done, but I'm gonna stay away from this subject because I had a 7-hour live, and because I said those exact same words that you just said, they took my video down and said you're giving mismedical information.
Wow. Okay.
Well, and I have a penalty against my page because of saying that, and they were like, you don't have any studies to back that up.
So usually when you get like those type of responses from your words, usually you're onto something.
Oh yeah. I knew it. I was cracking up like, oh shit. My husband's like, you better shut up and stop it, because they're watching you. Now you're on their radar. And I'm like, damn it, I made it onto their radar. He's like, yeah, because you're talking that real shit. And I'm like, but I didn't have, and they're right for saying that, because I didn't have any proper documents to show the study to make my point. So what it looked like was just me saying hearsay and saying that certain type of inoculation causes those type of effects. So I've learned to not talk too much about that, stay away from saying certain words because they will zap you down because they know you're speaking that truth. And
right, so you can't say anything on that subject.
Especially when you're on their platform.
True. That's why I said to P, he needs to get on Patreon or like one of those channels where you can say what you want to say freely.
Patreon. There's another one that I was looking. I think it's called Crowdsource or something like that, where you pay like a monthly subscription and you get, you let people know on YouTube, hey, I'm on live over here, and then you come in and it's not linked to YouTube, so you could say, talk freely and say whatever.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good idea.
Yeah, I forgot how much it is. I think it's like $20 or something. But like YouTube is still a great platform nonetheless, because I do learn. And the main reason why I got on YouTube back in 2012 was because of like documentaries and old shows that they no longer broadcast, and watching that. And now it's taken off in a different, but now because things have become so censored on certain catchphrases and words, it's like, oh, this is stupid. Like, where's the freedom of speech to it? But then it's like, well, it's not your own, so you got to play by the rules.
Yeah.
But we get to talk like, hello, you guys are in UK and I'm in New York. Like, that is not possible without this. You know what I mean? So it's it's a blessing and a curse at the same time.
Yeah, I agree. What time is it there right now? It's like 4:30.
It is 11:23 Eastern Standard.
In the evening?
Yeah, in the evening.
Yeah, so it's like 4:30 in the morning here. So
oh my gosh, you guys are breaking night.
Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night. I gotta be up tomorrow.
Okay, it was great talking to you guys. BR, my brother, it's a pleasure always.
No, thank you, sister. It's a pleasure. And it's a pleasure to meet you too.
Guys. Yes, it was great speaking to you, and catch up again soon.
Yeah, definitely, people.
Take care. God bless, guys.
All right.
Bless up.
Bless up to the chat. And I'm gonna put a shameless plug in. You guys can catch me on Foxxymoon premieres on YouTube Wednesdays. I do readings there if anybody's interested in readings. I'm on hiatus with taking personal readings at the moment. And doing mindful Mondays, because Mondays I would come on and have conversations like this. But I need to take my spiritual fasting and kind of just relax from social media, because it's getting like really wicked and whatever. But if anybody's interested, BR has been on there, so you guys can catch me on Wednesdays, generally 10:30 Eastern Standard Time in the morning. I know that's probably late for you guys at night, but yeah, that's my platform there, Foxxymoon premieres. So
that's it, guys. And go and check her out. Yeah, man, no problem. You're more than welcome.
Much love. One love. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, talk to you soon. All right, people. We'll wrap this one up here. Hope you had a great show. We'll be back real soon. We've had a lot of positive talk, positive information. And I hope you enjoyed this one, man. To the next one. BR to the BR. Come on. Oh, yeah. Don't forget, come check me out too, innit? Yeah.